didn't sound right. Let me try this again. There we go. Good morning and welcome to the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, November 19th, 2019. Today we're going to start out with an invocation by the pastor David Murphy of the Bayside Community Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Welcome, Pastor Murphy.
Thank you very much.
Please stand if you're able.
Thank you. Let's pray together. Father, on this day we come before you. We thank you for the wonderful opportunity to see your creation, experience your creation, and for the health and strength to be here. Today, Lord, we pray for our county commissioners, Lord. We just pray for wisdom, for guidance. Lord, we thank you that we can have this freedom today to stand and pray. And we pray that this area, our schools, our first responders, our whole community, Lord, there will be peace over this land. We pray for the peace of Manatee County. We love you, and we thank you, and we pray these things in the wonderful name of Jesus. Amen.
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 I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Righty. Madam Administrator, do we have any changes to the agenda today?
Yes, Madam Chairman, Commissioners, we have some changes. This morning, change to the consent agenda under the County Administrator's Office. Under item 14, Resolution R 19-152, adopting a Manatee County Impact Fee Administrative Procedures Manual Update. The strike-through and underlined version of the proposed procedures manual was updated and replaced to include the page numbers in the table of contents. Then into the consent agenda under property management, item number 59, the subordination of county utility interests to the Florida Department of Transportation, or FDOT, for parcel 106.4 F.P number 2010325, which is along I-75, State Road 93, and also US 301, State Road 43, the interchange. We deleted this item from the agenda. Change to our advertised public hearings under Public Works. Item 85 is the adoption of Ordinance 19-43, no parking amendment for 4 road segments. An additional proposed parking restriction area map depicting the Masters Avenue segment was added to the agenda item. Under the change to reports, Development, Economic Development and Redevelopment Opportunity Department, item number 91, Annual Economic Development Update. The presentation attached to this item was updated and replaced. And then in addition to the consent agenda, under the county administrator, which is item 94, this is an amendment to the 2020 legislative platform and the request for approval of the County Commission's 2020 amended state legislative platform.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. We also have a couple time certain items. At 11 o'clock, we'll hear item number 93, which is the National Flood Insurance Program Loss Avoidance Measures presentation. And at 1:30, we will have the Port Authority meeting. So this time, we'll go ahead and move right into our awards, presentations, and proclamations. First up is Employee of the Month, Rachel Taft. I'll do it after.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm very excited to be able to present the Employee of the Month to Rachel Taft of the County Administrator's Office. Want to say how outstanding Rachel has been since she joined the county. Some of the things that you might not see on an everyday basis with Rachel is that she is constantly thinking. She's constantly looking at changing our processes. Her digital content administrator position title really doesn't tell you what she all does, except that I'd call her our website guru. So anything that happens with the county's website, Rachel is working on that. She has created that. We brought this position in several years ago to be able to create a new, attractive and active website for the county, and Rachel was the perfect selection. I want to say, Rachel, on behalf of Nick Azera, who was unable to be here this morning due to a family illness, or excuse me, a family death, Nick really wanted to be here. He thinks so highly of Rachel and worked alongside her to find the right person to do these website changes. And throughout all of the last several years working with Rachel, one of the main things Nick and I both noticed is that she is very astute to quickly respond. So when we have a new project going on, Rachel's thinking of all the angles that the public needs to know, how to reach us, how to get questions across, and she speaks citizen, which is really what you have to do. So Rachel, we're so proud of you and all your colleagues here and everyone that works with you. And I think Rachel also might have some family members in the audience. So I'm going to turn it over to you.
Yeah, my parents are here. They came from Palm Harbor. They're like, this traffic is terrible.
No kidding.
I just wanted to say, I mean, Sherry totally surprised me when she came into a meeting with balloons and flowers. I thought it was someone's birthday. I was not expecting to be Employee of the Month. So, I mean, you really surprised me. Thank you. But I get to work with a lot of different people here at the county with my position. I'm really fortunate, and I know how many amazing employees we have. So for me, it's a huge honor to be, recognized among them. And I wouldn't be able to do anything that I do without the help of all of these really talented people that work here. A lot of them are here today. So thank you for that. And I want to thank Nick, because he's been an amazing boss, and he's always encouraged me to do what I think is right and pursue projects that I think are important. And that's what makes this job great, working with people like him and Melissa and the web team and everyone else, and making a difference with what we do. So thank you for recognizing me.
All right, that's great, Rachel. All right,
We're back here.
Rachel. Hi, Rachel's parents. Thank you for being here. Sorry the traffic was so bad. I know, I sat through 3 lights trying to get here myself. Oh, no, you got to come on down. You got to come on down. All right, Commissioner Whitmore.
Rachel, you work on the 9th floor with you. We see you all the time, and you've brought us into our ADA compliance, and we now have the transcription during our meetings for the hearing impaired. That's a major fiasco. And we all kind of still forget when we're all talking over each other that somebody in another world is typing, and God knows what it looks like on the screen. So we appreciate it, and you truly are working with every department in the store. Little observations that I've known after the couple of years that you've been here. Rachel, I don't think I've ever seen her sit at her desk. She stands at her desk all day barefoot. And she's a girl after my own heart, because I actually do the same thing. But you've done a wonderful job, and you brought your vitality and having somebody young up there and meeting with all the departments, and you've done a very good job. And I haven't heard any complaints about our website. It's so easy to navigate. You just click on it. I mean, it's very easy even for me. And the other one I had a lot of difficulty. I can find, so far I've been able to find everything. So kudos to you and your team.
Thank you.
That's great. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, Rachel, I'm not going to, you just rock. You do. There's no other word to describe it. You've been a real treat to work with and see every day. And, I'm glad you're here at the county, and you've done wonders. Keep it up. Congratulations.
Commissioner Trace.
Yeah, I was going to say kind of what Carol did. Barefoot? No, not the barefoot thing. I sit at my desk. Well, she does have a very handsome picture in her office, though, of Commish. So, but I was just going to say, even I can navigate the website. And if I can do it, anybody can do it. So she's very, very good at her job, and I just want to say thank you.
Commissioner Trace. Oh, excuse me, Mickey
Just
Palmer.
spoke, thank you.
I'm reading.
I would give anything to walk around the county attorney's office barefooted. So I am very jealous of you, Rachel.
You're the boss.
Well,
You're
she's
the
only
boss.
at her desk barefoot. She puts her shoes on if she does anyway.
I reserve the following sentence for a very small percentage of folks that I encounter in my professional life. You're a class act.
Very nice.
Mickey doesn't say that.
All right. And we know you have a great team behind you. We know how well you work with these team of employees. They really do appreciate everything you do, just like all of us up here really appreciate everything you do. You know, it's all about how we touch the public, and you are so good at that, so we appreciate that. And thanks, everybody, for being here, and again, please come back and see us. It's not always this bad, just rush hour. So, all right, thank you, everybody. Congratulations.
Going home.
All right. At this time, I'm going to ask the commission members, do you have anything you want to pull off of the consent agenda? Any items that you want to pull to be brought up at 11:30? Anybody? All right, good job, members.
Good job.
Although we might need a class on speaking citizen. I don't know.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
That was really
Speaking citizen.
was
That was
good.
perfect.
All right, next up, we have, you know, we go to these wonderful employees and these ones that are escaping, a retirement award. Deldra Finsted?
Deidre. Yeah. Yay. I can't believe it.
I don't believe this either.
Aw.
Hi, Dee Dee. How's retirement?
It's awesome.
Is it awesome? Good for you. And I want to thank, Rebecca, come on.
Come on down, guys.
Everybody come on down,
Here we go.
we know y'all want to recognize her.
Don't we? Good. You know, it's truly a pleasure to do a ceremony like this, particularly with Dee Dee. Dee Dee's been with the county for 30 years.
Wow.
I think she started when she was 11. And, you know, she spent the first part of her career with the clerk of the courts. Then she moved over to property management. Got smart and said, you know, I really need to be part of BADS. And that was a great day when she joined our team. And team's something that Dee Dee's all about. We have a lot of team building events. We try to do some things to keep our employees motivated. And Dee Dee was always the leader in that effort. She cared about her customers. She cares about her teammates. And she was the first to reach out. If somebody was hurting, lost somebody, or had a family situation, she was the first to reach out and help them and assure them, comfort them that we're here, we'll help you, we'll support you. And you know, Dee Dee, wasn't easy for her getting to work every day. She drove from Northport every day.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know how many miles, that's what, 60-mile round trip?
50,
50? That's the effort that she put forth every day.
one way,
And, you know, we miss her, but I'm really happy that she's able to go on, retire, enjoy her family, and do some fun things.
Yeah.
But Dee Dee, congratulations. And I don't know why you care what time it is, but,
No, I don't know why they keep
you
doing
know,
the clocks.
in recognition for your years of service and your dedication to Manatee County government, I'd like to present you with your clock. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you've done for us and the legacy that you've left for us to live up to.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have family here too.
Great.
My husband and my aunt and cousins back there.
Nice.
And my sister here visiting from Missouri. I'm sorry.
He can come up with
This is accomplishment that I'll never forget, and I'm quite proud of. And being a fifth-generation native of Manatee County makes it even more dear to me.
Good girl.
And this will always be family and home here, because home is where the heart is, and these people have my heart. And I love each and every one of them. And I will treasure my memories always. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Serbia.
Dee Dee, I have known you for a long time.
Yeah.
We've worked in different capacities together. And one thing that I always know about you is no matter where you were, in which position, and no matter what the day held, I was always greeted with kindness and a smile from you. You always were that person, and I so appreciate that, because there were times when it was crazy busy or people were unhappy, but you never let it get to you. And I'm so happy for you in your retirement. I wish you the best, and thank you for 30 years of service.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Does anybody else want to say something? I thought so.
Sorry. I got the pleasure of meeting, I'm Dee Dee's supervisor, or was her supervisor, Tammy. So I got the pleasure of meeting Dee Dee 30 years ago. We both started our career at the clerk's office. And I've got to supervise her the past 5 years. And it's funny that Commissioner Servia said that, because we did a little party for her, and we had a bucket list for, things that she could accomplish now that she's retired, but we also had favorite memories of Dee Dee. And 99% of them were how nice she is, how kind she was to them. There was a couple of beautiful voices, which is the karaoke side of her. But knowing Dee Dee, she's truly, truly, I can say this with my heart, one of the kindest people that I have ever met. She's got a truly kind heart. And I'd have a little poem. So, and it's nice to see, because we've got building department people here, we've got property management people here, so that's how many people Dee Dee's touched. You worked so hard for so many years, giving everything you had to give, but now is the time to put yourself first, to relax, to joy, and to live. Take in the song of the birds when you wake, get in touch with an old friend or two, learn to do something you've not done before, find an adventure in all that you do. So much awaits around the bend, there's so many places to see. Travel afar if that's what suits you, or read by the shade of a tree. But never forget, as you go along and the new chapter of your life starts, all the moments we all shared through the years left an imprint on all of our hearts. So, thank you.
Wow. That was beautiful. Thank you. That was incredible. I know Commissioner Whitmore.
And I've known you 13 years I've been here, and Misty hit it on the head. You've been kind, professional, and like Mickey said, class. That is what we are tending to get away from nowadays. And you have been a shining example of what we need to be, and how we need to perform in Manatee County. And we've said hi to each other thousands of times, and I've never met anybody so kind and nice as you. So congratulations, and we all wish you the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Baugh. Dee Dee.
Actually, I'm so happy for you. You've earned the right to be able to sleep in the morning if you want, and go here, go there, travel. It's a wonderful time in your life, and I'm really happy for you. But I do know the loss that everyone has felt here with you being gone. So just congratulations from the heart.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you've done for Manatee County.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to come down and give you a hug before you're off.
Okay.
Wow, you deserve this, sweetie. 30 years. Way to go.
Thank you for your service.
Dee, I'm envious. So envious. Congratulations. You've earned it, baby. You've earned it. Absolutely. I'll give you a hug, too. Thank you.
Enjoy your retirement.
Did you get a special hug from the clerk?
I know. As you want to.
Okay. Saying goodbye to her old boss, the clerk. So that's great. All right. Next up we have is the Florida Public Transportation Association and Florida Commission for the Transportation Disadvantaged Awards. And Mr. Steele will come up after pictures are done. Thank you, everybody who came to support Dee Dee, her family. Thank you all for being here and sharing her with us for 30 years.
It's a long time.
Morning.
Good morning.
William Steele, Transit Division Manager. We delayed this for a month because I think you had a very busy meeting last month. But we did have a joint conference of the Florida Public Transit Association and the State of Florida TD Commission, Transportation Disadvantaged. We garnered 2 individual awards and several organizational awards. So I want to cover the individual awards, which Kevin is putting on the dais now. First and foremost, we had runner-up Transit Operator of the Year, Patricia Adams. And that's astounding when you consider that there are thousands of operators in the state of Florida. And it really came down to 2 people, Patricia and one other operator. Ironically, the winner was actually runner-up to David Simpson in 2015.
Wow.
So he was due. He really was due.
Yeah, that's right.
That's 4 decades of transit service, a spotless record in terms of safety and attendance, community involvement and training. At the same time, there was a discussion about who should be Transit Operator of the Year, and Patricia was very close to earning that designation. So we're extremely proud of her. Unfortunately, like Nick, she had a family commitment, couldn't make it today. I'd like to bring her back just so you can see her face-to-face at a later date, so I plan to do that. But it's extremely important to recognize these operators. We have a continuing trend now. Dave was Operator of the Year in 2015. Patricia was Paratransit Operator in 2013. James Hamilton was Paratransit Operator of the Year in 2015. And now Patricia's runner-up. And I'm just convinced she's going to win this award. We may hold back for a year, but we're going to submit her again because she's very deserving. 12-year MCAT operator. She actually worked 2 jobs while she was raising her family, very dedicated to her family and the community. She was recognized earlier this year for some good deeds out on the island. She's been on the AMI trolley for the last several years. And it's rare that you find someone that does both paratransit and transit. So she's very adept and very capable. So that was our first individual award. The second award is for our Transit Operations Superintendent, who's to my left, Kevin Sheeran. Kevin has been with us for over 2 decades as an operations supervisor. He's been our lead instructor for new operators and refresher training. And now he's our superintendent for 3 years now. He's very capable. He knows the system, he knows the service area, he knows the operators. There's virtually no operator, I think, in our realm now that he hasn't had a hand in instructing, either in refresher training or as an initial operator. And I got some real kudos from Cutter about Kevin, and his name's starting to be recognized through the Operations Network. So at this time, I'd like Kevin to say a few words.
Okay, welcome, Kevin.
Well, thank you for honoring me, especially Jim and Bill. They're great mentors. We have such a strong team at Transit. We'll never let you guys down. You know, our mission failure is not to get those buses out there, so it doesn't happen. So Jim and Bill bring a lot of big transit company style business to us. Not just the buses go down the road, but there's a lot more to it. So they're great mentors, great leaders, and I thank them both. And we have a wonderful team at Transit, all my drivers, my supervisors who work directly for me, our planners, our office staff, everybody's wonderful. It's a great team there, and I'm proud that I'm a part of that team. Thank you.
Proud to have you.
Kevin's very humble. The part that I want to remind here that exemplifies the kind of character that Kevin is behind his skills and his abilities as the fatherly role, the parenting role, just the person that cares. From the operator's point of view, he's also a recent recipient of an ACE coin for Manatee County, and well-deserved.
Good. Congratulations.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, I want to say that, I sit on the Public Transportation Task Force at the MPO. And what that means is we meet before the MPO meeting. Yesterday we met at 8:15 out at Lakewood Ranch. And usually what happens at that meetings is we get a report from MCAT and we get a report from SCAT. And Al Mayo, who you all know is a commissioner in Sarasota County, he and I go way back, and we've always kind of liked to challenge each other. We're a little bit competitive. So I love it when MCAT gives their report. And you guys do such a fabulous job. You showed our numbers were up. There's a lot of factors that go into this fact that more people are riding transit, but I think it's because of the transit folks that we have. You guys are making it easier. You're doing things like the on-time arrival. that we saw. You're doing things, the mobile ticketing. I don't think people realize, and so I'm going to just continue to say it, how many things we're doing in transit. And it's because we have people like you that care. So we really do appreciate that. And Commissioner Bob has something to say.
Yeah,
as well.
Kevin, you made the comment, and I wrote it down. Never let you down. That says a lot.
Yep.
Says a lot,
Mission
Kevin.
failure. Yep.
It shows the
That's
kind
our
of
goal
person
every
that
day.
you are. It shows the kind of people that you probably have that you work with every day. And it shows truly what the transit's all about. And that's because you're starting that. I mean, that is, you said it.
Yep.
So
Customer service
it's-
number one. for
it's
us.
impressive.
That's great. I encourage anyone, if you haven't had the opportunity to try our transit system, I know we're going to have a beach park and ride that's going to be going out to Manatee Beach. I've made a commitment to ride it and see how I can carry my stuff and get on the bus and be perfectly happy. But hey, you're going to the beach. How unhappy can you be, right?
Madam Chair, can I finish?
And it's free. Thank you. I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No, that's okay, though. That's okay. Kevin, I just want you to know, I'm not sure how long you've been with the county.
20 years.
20 years. Okay. I was curious about that because obviously I know some of these other guys, and you all have the same impression, the same feelings, the same personality in that regard. Because I've heard the others say it, never let you down. And so it's really nice. So thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you for the 20 years. You got many more to go, and you're really making a difference. So thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thanks, Kevin.
All right. Keep up the good work. All
You know,
right.
the
Next.
labor laws were different back then. Kevin's only 28, so he's got a long ways to go. But I did ask Ryan to come up and speak to our organizational awards. We're very proud of Kevin, Patricia. They're doing great work. We're doing good work as a team, and it's starting to be recognized. So at this point, Ryan Suarez.
Good morning, everyone. Ryan Suarez, Transit Division Planning Manager. We did receive an organizational award. The FPTA every year gives out 2 organizational awards. The Transit Agency of the Year and the award that we received, the Innovation and Creativity Award. And this is something that we won for what I think is a program that's overlooked. It was given to us for our partnership with the AMI Chamber, and that's the trolley advertising program. We've been doing it for such a long time, but again, I think we made an effort here to recognize it because I do think that sometimes people forget the benefits, because it's not just the benefits to us as agency in getting some operating funding, but also to the nonprofits that the chamber takes that advertising revenue and then redistributes out into the community. That's a big bonus, and really what made that program, first, no one else in the state is doing it. So that's, innovative and creative. And 2, again, the fact that no one's really making a whole lot of money out of this. It is those community organizations that assist folks on AMI that are benefiting from the program. So with that, again, the PTA and the board and the selection committee up there saw that this was different and unique, and we won this award. One thing I want to note here is this is the 2nd year running that we as a transit agency have received this specific award, the Innovation and Creativity Award. So we did receive it last year in 2018 for a procurement process, this year for the partnership we have with the AMI Chamber. And in addition to that, we have won this award 3 out of the last 4 years. We missed 2017. I forgot who the winner was. We're still upset about that. But, we work and aspire to be the best constantly. So, anything else? Oh, that's right. The marketing award. We are not having anybody comment.
Good going, Bill.
That was for Commissioner Bellamy.
It was for you.
We did receive first place technology promotional and marketing video. We have a video out there for our real-time passenger information. I have shown that video at the task force. I think I've shown it. It's definitely on the county YouTube site. Again, recognized in the electronic media, radio, and TV class. It was a well-done video. If you haven't seen it, maybe we can get it up somewhere at a committee meeting somewhere for everyone to view.
Good.
We did get a funding award from the TD Commission that we included in the packet, and we worked very hard on that. We're going to have to manage that grant very carefully as we increase our level of service. But when there are funding grant opportunities, we do our best to bring back some funding and maintain a balance of state and federal funding in addition to the local government funding. So we're very proud of all these organization awards. Back to the AMI marketing, that does precedes us. I was telling Ryan that in 2015 I had started drafting that write-up, and I got pulled away from that due to a family situation. And I told him in 2019 we need to come back to that because we're very, very proud of that. Again, that precedes us, but it's recognition for Manatee County government. And it is something that could be recreated around the state, something very innovative. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else, any comments? Thank you. Well, I do know that, because I've gone to those award ceremonies, I know Commissioner Whitmore has gone to the award ceremonies out at the island, and even though they're small awards, it's interesting to see how welcome they are and how much the community gets into it. So you're right, it is a very unique situation, but I think everybody likes it. So thank you, guys.
Good job, guys.
All right, next up, Gulf Coast Oyster Recycling and Renewal Program, Oyster Recycling Award.
They were busy last weekend.
Well, thank you, Commissioners. Charlie Hunsaker of Parks and Natural Resources Department. It's been a pleasure to witness the outstanding recognitions of so many people this morning and the programs, and now we get a chance to recognize outstanding Florida waters here in Manatee County. And our opportunities with that to take our programs and our experiences to our neighbors and colleagues in Sarasota and Lower Tampa Bay, and a key member of that action, working not as a government employee, but as a very effective, you should be, as a very effective citizen. I hope to fill the shoes someday, being just like Sandy Gilbert, and to find action and transferability and education in our community. Sandy's right there with us, and he's here to give a award to the Board of County Commissioners, passing it through. So Sandy, please join me at the lectern.
Thank you. Welcome, Sandy.
Good morning. This is the award that I'm here to give you today. It's for it's the third one for GCORR. The first one was from Tampa Bay Estuary Program. Put it on camera. The second one was from the Tampa Bay Planning Authority earlier this year, and this is for the Recycling Award from Keep Manatee Beautiful. So obviously our work is being recommended by people, and we're very pleased. Let me give you an update on this program. It began in 2017 with a few workers at the Child's restaurants lugging their own trailer to take the shell that diners used to keep them out of the landfill and put them in the water to raise new oysters. And that grew to about 30 tons from that group. Last year, we began working in a larger format. We started to attract a few more restaurants. We got up to 60 tons, keeping that out of the landfill and using it for oysters. And beginning 2020, when we have a full year of the 11 Shuck and Save restaurants all working, and Waste Pro working with them to bring the shell to the Perico Preserve, that will be 90 tons of shell, not garbage, goes in the water for oysters. And really neat is we've got this logo, which again I'll have you put on the camera. This is the logo that we have now trademarked for Shuck and Save restaurants. And what's interesting about it, it wasn't designed by a big ad firm in New York. It was designed by Aidan Stockdale, one of your people. So again, kind of cool. And that's now, we paid the money for it. It's an official trademark term. No other shell group can use it, so that's terrific. I also want to call your attention to something really incredibly important. I'm assuming you have seen these, County Observer, in the right-hand column, Clean Waters Ahead. Mm-hmm. That article was prompted by START to get them to interview the person that did this and the company that did this. It's a good article. It's about improving the reclaimed water in Lakewood Ranch. The article, though, didn't mention the numbers. Here are the numbers. The reclaimed water at Lakewood Ranch, with this process that's been used by Cornell University and some other places, but not very many, took 73% of the nitrogen out of the reclaimed water before it runs over the ground. It took 87% of the phosphorus out of the water before it runs over the ground. And what START has done is to get this moved to another location in another way. The Bayfront Park in Sarasota has agreed by contract to use this process to build a stormwater, first one, a stormwater trench, so all the water from that development, and it's big, multi-million-dollar, will run through a trench and be denutrified before it runs into Sarasota Bay. So this is a landmark project. I think the article refers to it as world noted. We're just real excited. We love cleaning the water, but we're really looking to the future to put less into the water. So the only other thing I'll mention is that we have a Red Tide and You presentation that I don't think any of you have seen. I've been showing it around. People have told me they've never seen anything quite so authoritative about it, because why? It tells people what they can do about it. Not just you folks, the government, but what people in their homes can do to keep the nutrients out of the water that feed the thing. So the net of it is that's very exciting, and I hope someday to be able to show it to you. And lastly, our grant with you for next year is under review. We hope you like our work and you'll continue supporting us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sandy, so much for what you do and for bringing these awards to us. I know some commissioners have comments. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, Sandy, you know, the results of what's happening in Lakewood Ranch has just been unbelievable. I know you shared that with me when it was first getting started, and I was so excited. And then I set up a meeting, and I met with Steve personally, and you're really, you got it happening. I mean, it is the real deal. It's going to make a big, big difference. I just know it is. So I'm very excited to see what happens at Bayfront. You know, we were just talking about a stormwater fee here, and this doesn't solve all the issues that we have, but it certainly could make a big difference in how neighborhoods handle their stormwater. So I'm very excited to see how
One
this
of the reasons we
proceeds.
love the stormwater is, I know in Sarasota County, and I'm sure it's the same here, of all the holding ponds, you don't own very many of them.
No.
They're mostly private.
Yes,
So if you had
exactly.
all the money in the world, which you don't, you couldn't go to those places because they're privately owned. So Stephen, my goal is to start seeing HOAs and saying, you can do this. So that's going to be neat.
And you know, I got to tell you, Charlie is a lot like you already, but he does have a ways to go. And I say that with pride, Sandy, because truly you just do a phenomenal job. And we are so blessed to have you in not only Manatee, but Sarasota as well. And, you know, you make a big difference. So thank you.
It's been fun. Thank you.
Very excited.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Sandy and Charlie, can you, while we're talking oysters, can you tell the commission, the organization that came down to Mar Vista and filmed us, because we're going to be nationally recognized for this recycling program?
Again,
And
coordinated by Sandy.
yes, and they filmed us, and it's going to be shown.
I was going to mention it, but again, it's a long program. But just quickly, yes, it was Waste Pro that called me. I know this lady, she's making a film. Well, it turns out she's not just making a film. She's making a film in Chesapeake Bay.
Right.
She's making a film in the Cove, all the big places for oysters. And he says, I told her she ought to talk to you. Had a phone conversation. They came, and 10 people, many of them with the county, Charlie, and a commissioner by the name of Whitmore, were all filmed for this film. Now, of course, we don't know about the cutting room floor, but it's due to premiere in New York in 2020, about the middle of the year. And, I mean, many county employees, 10 people here in Manatee County that have worked on this were cited as being of equal importance to the huge Chesapeake Bay project. So it's pretty exciting.
And it's about the recycling program, Waste Pro getting on board. And they went out to our preserves. They met with Waste Pro, which I didn't even realize. Waste Pro has its own special way of collecting now at the restaurants, and the restaurants are all going into this. And if you go on Facebook, you will see a lot of the fruits of what's happening. Just this weekend, you had a large thing with your oyster shells being laid out in our preserves. So, good job.
Yeah, well, I was fortunate. That was also, it was a few weeks ago, but that was filmed too. So they got citizens out there with huge bags putting the oysters around. So the director just loved it because she got the whole phase from a planner and a facilitator and the guys like Damon Moore in the water doing it. It's all in the film. It's going to be gangbusters.
Thank you.
Glad you mentioned Damon. Commissioner Serbia.
Yes, thank you very much for what you've showed us today. And the Shuck and Save program is unbelievable. One of the first jobs I had was at the original Oyster Bar down in Sarasota, and we shucked lots of oysters.
God.
And every night we hauled these huge garbage cans filled with oyster shells out to the dumpster. And when I think about just in one night, I know the number of oyster shells we took out there. And when I think of not only are you helping to clean our waters now with those oyster shells, but we are keeping them from our landfill. It's like double points at Starbucks. It's like, it's such a great thing when we can accomplish two major things with one effort. Congratulations. I'm so happy for the work you're doing. We're so proud of you.
Thank you very much. It's really been fun. Thank you.
And I just want to comment because what's going on Lakewood Ranch, they were highly motivated to take this on. And I talked to Bob Simon a little bit about Bob Simon
He's
from
the
Lakewood
guy.
Ranch. Yes, I just happened to run into him at a restaurant, and we sat and we talked quite a bit about what was going on. And of course, I've known Steve Swa since way back when he worked for Sarasota County, and he has been highly motivated to try to improve our water quality. And we all know we have challenges when it comes to stormwater and stormwater design and not removing the nutrients. So this relatively simple design, and in Lakewood Ranch, they're in the watershed, so they couldn't use the reuse water unless they came up with some sort of treatment to do this. And this makes so much sense to have something relatively simple. I hope more people will learn about it. As you said, us folks that live in Florida, we know, I loved your Love It or Lose It from Keep Manatee Beautiful. We know that we have to do more to improve our water quality. We know it's not working. We know because of the red tide that these blooms we continue to have. So to have ideas, even relatively simple ideas, things that aren't going to take a whole lot of money or land necessarily, but can be added to what we're already doing, I hope everyone will look into it, see what's being done, and ask, how can we do this?
Well, we're working with, that's our job. We're working to help. I've introduced them to all the government people and the state and so forth. We're getting everybody to know about this, and they're starting to say, we'll try it. So it's cool.
That's great, and that's what I'm talking to, is the public. So you can be a part of it. Everybody wants to improve our water quality. We can if we work together. So thank you, Sandy, for being a leader. Commissioner Baugh?
Yeah, I just want to add to something, Betsy, that you were saying. It was a good point. Sandy, I know at one time you and I talked about septic tanks. And right now in Palmasola, there's a situation going on, and some people have not been pleased that this board had a discussion on the horses, not being in there. And I understand that. However, right now we need to look at water quality and see what we need to do to improve the situation there. So, and I know that I talked to Steve about this too, and I meant to mention it earlier. Are they still looking at septic tanks and the drain fields and how this process might be helpful?
Yes.
To that as well.
There's a grant that's very important with Sarasota County down, I think, towards Venice.
Yeah.
Where instead of improving each septic system for $20,000, you dig a strip, and it happens to be a line of homes right next to a waterway, and the waterway's dirty. So you dig a trench in the water table, you fill it with this special biochar and wood chips, and you cover it up. You can walk on it, and it'll last quite a long time. And we believe from some testing that you'll get a minimum of 50% reduction of the nitrogen and phosphorus. That is waiting for money from the state, and if they get it, that will be our test. So what we will now have is 3 ways to treat water. We have reclaimed water we're treating with essentially the same process. We have the storm water that we're working with the Bay Park, and what we hope will be an approved grant to treat septic. So we're dealing with almost all of the major sources of nutrients in the waterways before they go into the waterway.
That's a great thing to hear, and I thought that was still the case, but I wasn't sure. That's why I wanted to ask. But you know, when you look at our water quality, and I'm not even going to touch red tide at this point, because that's a whole nother ballgame. But you know, when you're looking at the water quality in some of our areas, some of our waterways, it's not one thing; it's multiple things that need to be done to start clearing up the water, getting it better, getting the quality to be where it needs to be. So I'm excited all the way around with everything that START has been involved in. You know, I think you're on the right track. I am so excited, Sandy. I can't tell you. So
we'll keep going.
And I still think that we need to take you with us to a water committee meeting that I have and have you speak so that you can tell all the counties in the state what's going on here and give a report. So I'll get with you on getting that scheduled.
To do it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks for being here.
It's the only one in the organization.
All right, the next up is the 2019 Manatee Chamber of Commerce Manatee Young Professionals Awards. Sherry's going to present this. We do have a lot of young folks in the audience.
I was wondering why they were all here. I know they were here, but
We'd like to have the folks that are involved in the M3 program and their honorary members
look at all
come
the
down.
M3s.
There's a lot of honorary members that don't fall into the age group, but that have been great participants and mentors. So
There used to only
real
be a
quick,
few.
while everyone's coming down, and I was looking out in the audience, and there's a lot of guests here today, and I probably wanted to say, why do we give these awards? Why do we spend the time in the morning to give awards? Well, really why we do it to the audience is that all of these programs are funded with taxpayer dollars. This board has to each year meticulously go through programs and try to decide what's valuable and what's not valuable. And when we come up with programs like the ones you just saw with that Charlie and Sam introduced and the others, we want to make sure that the citizens as well as the board understand how important they've been to the community. This is another one. Back in 2015, as a department, Neighborhood Services came to the board during the budget cycle and said, could you let us have just a little bit of money to try to start a group of young professionals within the county. Now, the Manatee Chamber of Commerce has their Manatee Young Professionals program that's been in place for a lot of years, and they cultivate young professionals. But in government, we started seeing the need to have some of our young professionals come on board. Also, we knew that we were going to have a big exodus of individuals that have been here. You heard Dee Dee this morning, 30 years every week. Or every meeting that we have, we're seeing 1 and 2 and 3 people retiring. We said we need these folks to come together. And so these are just a few of the members of a group that was started in 2015 with your support and just a little bit of money and inspiration, called the Manatee Millennial Movement, or M3. And, you know, I'm so proud of this group because what they've done is they've energized a lot of the innovative, creative kinds of ideas that we really weren't able to do during those years because of a lot of reduction in our workforce. And this year, the Manatee Chamber of Commerce, Manatee Young Professionals, started an awards program, and this is their inaugural year. And you were able to submit applications for individuals in different categories and employers. And first off, I want to ask Simone Peterson to step forward, please.
she was the baby one.
Hi.
She started it.
As you have all heard in many, many times over, Simone is a superstar. Simone started, for you students that are in the audience, as a volunteer from Manatee High School. She worked after school every day. When she started at State College of Florida, she worked with us then. when she came on full-time, and then she got her bachelor's degree at USF, and then on to 2 master's degrees, folks.
I know.
All while working dedicated here in Manatee County. And I'm so proud of her and all of the M3 members. But Simone was nominated along with also Ogden Clark and Jeff Ryan of the county government for the Nonprofit Government Award for the MYP MVP, and Simone was awarded the first 2019 award. So congratulations.
Hey, Simone. Yes.
Good morning, Commissioners, County Attorney. I would just like to say thank you to, I neglected to mention my crew, my squad, when I was actually at the award ceremony, but I would like to also thank the department directors and the managers who allow people, you know, these folks to come out, these young professionals to come out and be a part of this group. What's really important that I think in Manatee Millennial Movement, or M3, 2 things. One of them, we've broken down silos. If there was a question, especially working with neighborhoods, if I didn't know the answer to, I can just call up one of these guys and say, hey, I have a question about this, and they were able to direct me. And that's one of the things that we've been really working toward in Manatee County government, to break down those silos, to make sure we can really connect with each other, because we're all on one team, even though we're on 12 different squads, essentially. But another thing, too, is the fact that, honestly, sorry to say, we're kind of old news. And so we're looking to, you know, we've made it here, we've done some great accomplishments, but we're looking forward towards the future now. We have people that are coming up underneath us who are younger, and trying to bring them onto county government, letting them know this is a great career, this is not just a job, but you can grow, you can flourish here, and just making sure that our Generation Z, the people after us, make sure that Manatee County government is a job option for them. But really, you guys, thank you again. Without you guys, you know, at meetings and participating and just being a part of activating young folks, not just in county government, but also in the neighborhoods and also in the communities, that makes our community, I think, a lot more vibrant, because we're having different voices come out and offer their solutions to some of the issues and challenges we may have here. So thank you to M3 especially. Thank you.
Yay.
And then lastly, for all this entire group, as Simone said, we've already had people come and go in this group, which is really hard to see. But I have to tell you, they're all out there. They all retouch back. Some of them came to the awards program. We weren't sure how this was going to go, but I would have to say they've all embraced the results first format. You've seen a lot of the projects that have come forward in this, and as Simone mentioned, a younger group. Who would have thought that? We would have said they've got a younger group.
Yeah, right.
But we also, as you can also see in this group back here, they don't just people that are a certain age. We're all in this group. It keeps us going. But this was really special to us this year, is that out of all the businesses nominated for the MYP MVP Employer Award, Board of County Commissioners, you were selected, Manatee County Government, as the MYP Employer Award for the first 2019. So congratulations. That's very amazing work. Thank you.
Wow.
And then if I can just quickly have the M3, as you guys didn't expect this, but come up and say your name and then what department you represent.
Oh, good.
Simone Peterson, Neighborhood Services.
Recognize that with you.
Good morning, Ogden Clark, Neighborhood Services.
Jamie Schindewolf, Building and Development Services. Kelsey Kaffler, County Administration.
Rachel Taft, County Administration. Chelsea Baker, Neighborhood Services in the Library.
Good girl.
Melissa Morgan, Historical Resources, Clerk of the Circuit Court.
Hey.
Good.
Michaela Lennykamp, Neighborhood Services. Mary Camp, Neighborhood Services.
Josh Engel, Public Safety.
You can.
Caitlin Stelzer, County Administration.
Kaylee Shauberts, Neighborhood Services.
Charles Metter, Property Management.
Good morning, Deidre Green Larkins, Redevelopment and Economic Opportunity.
Good girl.
Joshua Barnett, Neighborhood Services.
He's a millennial?
Oh,
you heard me?
Oh, sorry, Joshua. On the top end.
And again, thanking all the department directors, because it does take away a little bit of time from the regular duties, but all of the directors are involved in the clerk, and want to thank the clerk for your participant. She's really been great too, so thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Sherry, for continuing this program. I know that you were instrumental in starting it, and you know, you guys do rock. I'm stealing Commissioner Bosch. She says you guys rock, but you guys are doing an incredible job for us, which is important. And you make us look good, letting us win an award.
know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't do the work, but thank you. Commissioner Whitmore.
Well, first of all, I'm so embarrassed, Joshua. I didn't mean to say that, but you know what I mean.
Microphone was closer
Yeah.
than you thought.
No, it's what I was thinking, but I didn't want to say it out loud. Sorry about that. But the millennials are great. There's a kid, Brandon Rowe, that was here in our planning department. Him and I still talk on Instagram. I mean, he's in Colorado, living the dream, skiing, and in a planning department there. But what surprised me today, there's a lot of young people here that are of employment age. And we're sitting here, and it's like, okay, they're sitting here, this is great, but how do you get in the door? Are you going to hire somebody if they have no experience? And I know most of them maybe started out with our intern program, but I don't know. But I thought, Sherry, we got a captive audience here right now that I'm looking that maybe they could, maybe they'd be interested. There's so many different departments they could work in.
Definitely. We do, we're looking at a mentoring program, job shadowing. We always have volunteer opportunities. As we mentioned with Simone, she came in as a volunteer. So for anyone anyone young, of any age. There are 12 departments here at the county, and we have a variety of professions. If you don't know what your main career wants to be, it's a great way to get started, and our Human Resources Department helps us with that. So we have job interest cards that you can fill out on our website, and when positions become available, you're automatically notified. And if you want to volunteer, you can also let them know, and they'll link us up with the different departments that have opportunities.
I mean, we've got EMS, we've got animal services, we've got plannings, we've got engineering, we got lawyers, community services, neighborhood services. There's so many job opportunities, and a lot of people don't realize it. If they go on our wonderful website and look at it, and if you're interested, and if you still feel like you're not getting somewhere, who could they contact just to get a foot in the door?
Contact our Human Resources Department, and they will help make sure that they get guided to the right area, the different departments. They can also, you were just mentioning our November Employee of the Month, they can also send us something in on our website, do some surfing around, looking at different departments. It's a great way to see an explanation of the different jobs.
Thank you.
Thank
Right.
you.
Commissioner Serbia.
Thank you. I love what you're bringing to Manatee County because you're ensuring the future success of this great local government. But what really also excites me is that not only are you guys working here, but you're working out in the community and you're bringing your friends to do the same. And that is so important because a lot of times we just hear from and see a certain segment of our population, and we need everybody to be involved, especially the young people. So I'm so happy you're doing that. As Simone said, Gen Z is next. Bring them aboard. Let's get going with them because this is how we really improve our community. Thanks for everything you're doing.
Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, I'm the oldest one, I think, up here on this board. And with that comes wisdom and stupidity both at the same time. And I say that because I remember when you guys first came before us in a workshop and we were talking about the millennials and what you were going to be doing. And I was sitting there in the workshop going, oh, you're kidding. Really? How is this really going to work? Is it going to really work? Well, now I sit back and I've watched all of you and I realize that not only has it worked for you guys, but it's also worked for some of us older people because we sit back now. I mean, I'm talking about myself, really. I can't speak for others, but I sit back now and I look at all of you and I am so proud of what I have seen, how you have developed this program and moved forward because it helps for us old people to really realize how much the younger generation has to contribute and how bad we were for being so blinded, by thinking it had to be our generation, because it doesn't. And it's been delightful for me, I can tell you, and I just so appreciate all of you. And, you have brought an awful lot to the county, but I think you've probably brought more than you really realize. It's an eye-opener for all of us. And, it's a pleasure, it's an honor to work with all of you, to watch you grow, develop, and do so much for the county. And when I'm saying county, I don't mean just county government. I'm talking about Manatee County as a whole. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for all you've done. And congratulations on the awards. Commissioners, you included. Thank you. Congratulations. Thanks for being here, guys.
All right.
I move we have accepted proclamations.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner Trace, seconded by Commissioner Servia. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. First up is proclamation, Adoption Awareness Month, November 2019.
And if you all know anybody that needs a job, remember what we just said. We're trying. It's an honor to read this for you. Okay. Whereas all children should be afforded the opportunity to grow in a safe and nurturing home, and adoptive families create a secure environment for our community's most vulnerable children. And whereas Manatee County is committed to provide quality, comprehensive services that preserve and strengthen all adopted families by taking a lead role in bringing adoption competent services to its residents. And whereas Parenting Matters developed the Chosen Families Adoption Preservation and Support Program and partners with adoption-related services, the FND Manitoba, to offer counseling, partnering education, respite care, service coordination, and educational advocacy. And whereas since October of 2015, more than 300 parents and children have engaged in Chosen Family Services to address common adoption-related issues, such as a loss and trauma, and promoted healthy, lasting family relationships. And whereas November is recognized as Adoption Awareness Month and celebrate parents who have embraced a child into their hearts and homes, now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that November 2019 shall be known and designated and set aside as Adoption Awareness Month in Manatee County, Florida, and the Board encourages the continued strengthening of post-adoptive support so all children can learn and grow with the support of a strong and permanent home. Adopted with a quorum present and voted this 19th day of November 2019, signed by Chair Bennett.
This is part of our Parenting Matters staff and Chosen Families team. My name is Kelly Benford, and I'm the program director. We've been in Manatee County for 25 years, supporting and strengthening families and preventing child abuse through parenting education. So we're really excited. Some of the information that I was going to read, you said. So, but yes, we're really proud. It's 68 families, which breaks down to about 96 parents, 165 adopted children, and 28 of their biological siblings with no dissolutions in the last 5 years since the inception of our program. Yeah, which was why we started this program, because children after many years of adoption were returned back to the welfare system. So I would like to read us a brief statement from one of our families. They couldn't be here, but it speaks to the value of our team approach and our collaboration with our other experts in our field. Cheryl and Emma from Parenting Matters have made a significant positive difference in my family. We adopted 2 teenage siblings in 2017 who suffered immeasurable trauma prior to coming to us at the ages of 13 and 15. Due to behavior and attachment issues, our family was in crisis when we reached out to Parenting Matters. Cheryl has worked with my husband and I on a weekly basis providing parenting coaching. She has provided us with effective and meaningful support. She is the first person we have worked with since the kids were placed with us in 2016 that has offered us, the parents, the support and confidence in our decisions we desperately need.
Emma has provided weekly therapy to our family, tailoring it to our needs on any given week. Sometimes she works with the whole family, and sometimes she works individually with our child who is in most need of help. Our child has been very resistant to trauma therapy previously, rejecting the attempts to engage with various therapists. Yet through Emma's gentle and confident approach, this child has opened up to Emma and actually looks forward to working with her. Emma has been able to make huge progress in addressing our child's trauma. The most significant piece of the puzzle is how Emma and Cheryl have worked together as a team to address our family's needs. While we still have lots of work to go, Emma and Cheryl have helped our family reach a level of relative peace and stability that I really doubted was possible. Thank you, Emma and Cheryl.
Wow, that's amazing testimony.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all for what you do. We know it's not easy to work with these families and adoptive families. God love them for choosing to take on children. I was thinking of taking on 2 teenagers in that situation. How brave, but to have you, to have their back, I think is so important. So thank you for what you do, and keep up the great work. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Entre Holiday Tour of Home Days, December 7th and 8th, an annual event.
Great to see you. So I am really happy to be the one chosen to read this because this is one of the oldest organizations in our community. All right, so whereas Entre Nous of Manatee County was founded in 1931 and is the longest running women's service club in the county, and whereas Entre Nous has raised more than $1 million from various fundraisers over their 88 years of hard work and dedication, and whereas 100% of the proceeds from their fundraising benefits the Manatee County community in the form of college scholarships and grants to community agencies, and whereas Entre Nous gave approximately $39,000 in scholarships and grants this year and has helped families in crisis with emergency funds, and whereas this marks the 42nd year for the Entre Nous Holiday Tour of Homes, the most widely known fundraiser provided by the club. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that December 7th and 8th, 2019, shall be known, designated, and set aside as Entre Nous Holiday Tour of Homes Days in Manatee County, adopted with a quorum present and voting this 19th day of November 2019, signed by our first Vice Chairman, Betsy Benak. Thank you very much for being here. Who would like to speak?
Thank you so much. I want to thank the board for the continued support of and recognition of Entre Nous' annual holiday tour of homes. This is our 42nd year. It's become a tradition here in Manatee County. A lot of people look forward to it. We actually had people attending the tour who have attended all 42 of them, or 41 of them, 42 this year. The success of our tour, of course, could not be measured without our homeowners who open up their homes every year. Also, our sponsors and our business supporters out there, and of course, not without the dedication of the membership of our Entre Nous family, which consists of life members along with the current active members. But thank you again, board, for recognizing us, and we have tickets available for the tour.
Wonderful.
Thank
Very
you.
fun event. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
All right, well, I think everybody's looking forward to seeing the beautiful decorations. Thank you for the work you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, now we're going to go to citizen comments on future agenda items. I think I figured out why we have so many young people in the audience, because they have a concern that they're bringing to their county government. So
Really?
we look forward to hearing from you. First up, I have Keith Pacini.
Doing real good. Steve, I hope you're listening. He said he would be watching. Pronouncing last name.
At least we know it's not just the chair, it's also the first vice chair. That's okay.
Oh, you're all going to come down and support.
Oh, okay, good.
And each one of you will get an opportunity to speak that is signed up. You will have 3 minutes, but it's okay that these folks have your back, so
Greetings.
greetings.
For the past year now, our school's baseball team has been unable to use the Palmasola baseball fields because of a complaint from a homeowner living in the house next to the field. The tenant claimed to be fearing for his life every time he stepped out of his own house. The tenant said he would sue if we continued to play on this field. The tenant soon moved out of the house right after we lost our privileges of using the field. The gentleman should have realized what he was getting himself into before moving into a house that's right next to a baseball field. Over the past 6 years of our school using this field, there has not been a single complaint or injury from the houses next to the baseball field. Our school's baseball field has been there before any of those houses were even built. I think that we should get our field back because it will bring our community together more than it is now. Baseball has been bringing people together for over 150 years, and stripping us from this privilege of using this field will only create disunity in this world. The youth of America suffers from too much use of technology and not enough going outside and staying active.
True.
So, taking away this field will prevent kids from playing outside and staying active. Not having a field means that our team would have to do a lot more traveling to different towns for our baseball games. This will cause exhaustion, and us baseball players will not get the sleep we need for school. I'm really looking forward to my senior year on the baseball field with my fellow teammates, friends, and family. It would be very unfortunate if us seniors can't have a senior night because of our field being taken away from us. I really hope you can help us with this situation, and I thank you for listening. God bless you.
Thank you for being here.
God bless you.
Jake Platko.
Good morning, Board of Commissioners. Inspiration Academy has been around since 2014, and our baseball program has 4 teams: a middle school, junior varsity, and postgraduate program. We have won 2 state championships in the last 2 years and have grown to become one of the most elite programs, not only in Manatee County, but in the entire state of Florida. We have great coaches and amazing facilities, but we have one issue: our baseball field. Last year, we played home games and were just fine, with few issues at all, except for the issue of an upset tenant living behind our field. The tenant felt threatened by the foul balls. We feel that the homeowner and renters should have been aware of the impact of living next to the baseball field, which was originally developed by the county for public use. I believe there is a better way to steward taxpayer investment rather than letting the field deteriorate after Inspiration Academy's investment into it as well. Let it be known that the tenant is no longer on site. This tenant is taking away public rights to a place that was originally designed by the county for baseball games. Shouldn't we use this land for its original intent? Our baseball games have been able to create a sense of community among our students, teachers, parents, and friends. Our senior class will not receive the chance to be honored on senior night due to our field situation. As a parent, that would be pretty upsetting. We now have to travel upwards of 40 games this year, which can add up fatigue and money for our players and coaches. Our fans will surely be disappointed, as many cannot travel on the road with us and support us. Finding a solution is key to the Inspiration Academy baseball program's future. These baseball games are important to the community of our school. How can we find a sustainable solution that satisfies our baseball program, the homeowner, and the tenant? Thank you for your time and consideration to this issue.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for being here. Andrew S. I'm not going to try to pronounce it.
That's priceless. That's perfect.
Good morning, Commissioners, Administration, and County Attorney. I would like to bring to everyone's attention the issue of the baseball field at Palmasola Park. Inspiration Academy has been playing on the field since we first became a school 6 years ago. The issue of foul balls has just emerged, even though we've been playing there for 6 years. The county has suddenly removed us from the field because a resident of the houses behind the field fears of getting hit by a foul ball. We have information that the tenant of the house has since moved out, but our life shouldn't be lived governed by fear. Franklin Roosevelt once said, "The only thing we have to fear is fear itself." The effect of one person has dictated the unfortunate circumstance for the entire community of District 3. My point is, if everyone lived in fear all the time, we wouldn't function as a society. And what about baseball being America's national pastime? America has been enjoying baseball since 1869. It has gone through 2 world wars, and when rough times we could come together as a country and enjoy a fun and great pastime. I don't think the soldiers who served for our country and spilled their blood would live in fear of getting hit by a foul ball, nor would they want to keep high school kids from playing a game that is precisely called America's national pastime. Lastly, I just ask you all to take a look at the issue because it would really mean a lot for Inspiration Academy, as well as the seniors who won't be able to play in senior night in front of their families and friends on our home field. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Rylan Kozinski.
You got that one.
You got that one. Good, Betsy.
You're on a roll.
Good morning, Commissioners, Administration, and County Attorney. First off, I just want to thank you all for creating such a warm environment. You know, I feel like I chewed all my fingers off from how nervous I was.
Oh.
But yeah, I just wanted to thank
And
you
now
all.
you're going to apply for a job, right?
I think he's a teacher.
My name's Rylan Kozinski. I am a teacher with Inspiration Academy, and this is our government class.
Yay, thank you for being
Never
here.
guessed.
Got it.
What a great way to get our class involved in local government. So this is just one way that you can use classroom curriculum to your advantage. Last year, I did learn that the county asked the school to step off the public baseball field at Palmasola Park. The tenant that claimed he was in fear of his life because of foul balls. We have come here today to plead that the county would reconsider this decision for the following reasons. So over the past 6 years, Inspiration Academy has built a wonderful school that offers an excellent baseball program. Over this time, the school helped to maintain a beautiful baseball field, which included a grass infield. The program helped develop the field from a regular public baseball field to one that rivaled the best of them. And that grass infield, I mean, I don't know, when I played when I was younger, you had to be careful because, you know, playing shortstop or third, you had the little dirt clods. The ball would hit it and come up and hit you in the face, and you're just like, but Inspiration helped maintain the infield. What a beautiful grass infield they had. It was a really nice field. Our school built a baseball academy with the assumption that our community would always support us. With Inspiration also investing money into the field, this was a wonderful way for the county to maintain the public's investment in the field itself. This brings me to intended use. I assume the fields were paid for by the community, and if this is the case, the fields were designed and developed to be used to play baseball and softball. The sign at Palmasola states that they are used for softball and baseball games, but not only this, Inspiration's games were a phenomenal way to bring the community of District 3 together. But unfortunately, because of the fear of the liability, because of the foul ball, our community has been dispersed. The school has been playing on the field for 6 to 7 years, and there hasn't ever been an incident of someone actually being hit by a foul ball, particularly with the houses next door. There is a topic in law that is coined coming to the nuisance. We believe that the homeowners and the renters next door must realize that they bought or rented their residence next to the nuisance. A similar argument can be made for buying a house next to a golf course and a country club, but ultimately we believe that there is not evidence for anyone ever being hit by a ball. I thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. I know we have Charlie Hunsiker in the back of the room. I have heard about this issue. I'm an at-large commissioner. Unfortunately, your district commissioner is out ill today or has some...
Yeah, we saw that. We were so disappointed.
Yeah, so I'm sorry to hear that, but I've heard he is watching at home. I know he's aware of this issue because I have heard of this issue. I am also aware of the park. I have played softball there myself and also kickball. It's one of the places we play kickball is at Palmasola Park. So I'm going to let, we're going to go ahead and let some commissioners make some comments. I don't know, Charlie, if you want to talk, but anytime you get something done, it's through staff first. And I know Charlie is here. I don't know if he wants to address the board, but I'm going to let the commissioners make some comments. And then you can have an opportunity to go out and talk to Charlie about the next step, because there's always next steps. You know, there's always two sides to every story. But we so appreciate you bringing your very well-spoken, class to witness what goes on here in local government. And, we don't solve all the problems, but we sure do try hard. So we will continue to try hard. Commissioner Whitmore.
And as your other at-large commissioner, I represent this area also, and I have no problems looking at this again. I didn't realize that we had closed it. So I have no problems looking at it. I'm sure that there are, and we've heard it in Lakewood Ranch, we've heard it in other places where neighbors have gotten upset, but as long as I can remember, this has been a park, and again, I did not know that it had been closed. So I have no problems looking at this again, and if there's something that we need to do, netting higher, that's our responsibility. But if we still have a sign there that said softball, et cetera, and yet we're not allowing them, something doesn't connect here. So I would ask the staff to give us a report back and put this on a work session or whatever in the future, and let our district commissioner have some input and bring this back to us. And we would probably let you know when we're going to discuss this. Is that okay, Sherry?
Certainly.
Yeah, I don't think today's the time to resolve it, but I think this commissioner has no problems looking at it again.
And ultimately, we come to you with complete humility. We respect you 100%, and we don't know all the answers, but we just want to play baseball again.
And from a government class and the professionalism and your temperament from the instructor, amen, you're doing a good job. So you are.
Yes.
Very
Thank you
good.
for your service as a teacher.
Yes.
That is very important. I come from a long line of teachers. Commissioner Baugh.
I just took your picture. I think the story needs to be told. I'm a district commissioner, not in your area. I'm out in Lakewood Ranch, as Commissioner Whitmore pointed out. But I can tell you that I didn't know anything about this. And I'm sitting here next to the county attorney. He's going through his emails on all this. I can tell you I've looked at Charlie, and Charlie's given me hand signals. And so it is something that I'm fairly certain the county is looking at. And, I'm sure that we'll be back in touch with you. But I must say that it was probably, I don't know when the homes were built there. I don't know when the gentleman that you're referring to moved in. But, there is something to be said when you move in somewhere and you're next to a park. And I have had that situation in Lakewood Ranch. So, our heart goes out to you. And I'm very impressed with the government class. You're well on your way. Very impressive to the speakers that spoke. And I thank you for coming forward to this board with this issue. So thank you. And hopefully we'll get you back on that field. Hopefully.
We thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Charlie's in the back of the room if you would like to go, and just make sure that maybe Charlie can tell you what the next steps might be. Madam Administrator, is that okay?
If you can give Charlie your contact information, he will give it to me as the administrator, and we will follow back up formally with you after talking with the county attorney again.
All right,
Thank you for being here.
Okay.
Y'all take
Thank
care.
you, guys. Good luck. Good luck with your baseball team, too.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Betty Rhodes.
Commissioners, if I may, my office has previously weighed in on this subject, just so you know.
So if we could have a copy of it, because we know nothing about it.
Yeah, that's what I asked him.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
Just so we kind of know what's going on.
Charlie and I can sit down and talk again. So
You guys need to go outside, though. You need to go outside, though, because we're still in our meeting.
All right.
Charlie.
Okay, good morning,
Good morning.
Commissioner, Attorney, and everything. Hi, Sherry.
Good morning.
Okay, last night our group split up. Some went to another meeting, and some of us went to the City of Palmetto meeting because on the agendas was the update for the pool. I think someone, I don't know if it's the county or the city, is playing the mouse game. Because what was said last night, I don't know, that wasn't said to me 2 weeks ago. I guess the mayor's supposed to sign some paperwork and send it back over to the attorney. Have she did that? And you all wasn't well with option 1 or 2, and I don't know why that concerned a pool at Lincoln Park. Because like I say, this pool's supposed to have been built. We were looking forward to having a celebration next month because the pool was supposed to have been finished in 2019. Now we got to wait for it to drag on. So I need to know what is going on because somebody's playing this mouse game and we getting sick of it. Because like I say, I'm very concerned about Palmetto High School. They do have a swim team, but they have to get up early in the morning and go somewhere to see could they have a site to swim while everybody else have somewhere to go. And, you know, like I say, I support Palmetto High School, and they need it because they do have a swim team. And like I say, one girl did make it through district, and she made it to region, but she lost, you know, in the state. Didn't go to state, but y'all need to stop playing games with us over in north of the river. Y'all really do. Because like I say, I've been here when the pool was bought up, and it was voted on by you all, and now y'all playing games. I don't know if it and now I don't understand. You all want a meeting with Palmetto December the 17th, but it's at 1:30. Is it for us, the public, to come, or just you all gonna be sitting around the table? See, and that's wrong because we should have some input on it. Because y'all don't need a meeting because y'all already been having meetings left and right. Only thing, y'all need to go, let us know. We be out there for that groundbreaker, for that pool. So I don't know why y'all playing games. We sick of it. I am, and I know the rest. And like I say, I'm the head of this committee, so I had to come over here to tell you all this. So it's wrong what y'all doing north of the river. Thank you. Anybody want to say anything before I go?
Thank you. We have two, Commissioner Bellamy, then Sherry wanted to speak.
Okay.
Ms. Rose, thanks for your comments. And there's a lot going on. First of all, I want you to know all of our meetings are public when we have meetings. And that meeting that we're having with the city of Palmetto is going to give us opportunity to all of us get on the same page and draw that final conclusion for the next steps with the pool. And we commend you on your efforts and thank you for all the things that you do to continue to support the strides of the pool. We need that motivation and that encouragement. So we really, really thank you. The pool is in the process, and I'm learning this, obviously. The government process is very, very slow. The county administrator did give me a briefing, and I think she's going to bring some of that information forward as far as where we are. And again, on November 21st, like we discussed last time you were here at my town hall meeting, that information from what I'm going to get from here is going to come out also about the pool also. So again, thank you for your encouragement and support.
Can I say one more thing?
No, we're going to let Sherry speak, and then we're going to go ahead and wrap this up. Sherry?
Okay, wrap it up. That's what y'all doing. Go ahead, Sherry.
Miss Rhodes.
Wrap it up.
Good morning, Miss Rhodes. Yeah, so you're right. There is a scheduled joint meeting with the Board of County Commissioners in the City of Palmetto on December 17th. It is at 1:30, and it is open to the public. The reason for the meeting is to try to finalize some things. The pool design is at 30% right now, so the pool is in design. It'll, obviously it has to go to 100%. Back in late September, the City of Palmetto sent a few comments to the board about some additional amenities they'd like to see. So we need to meet for two reasons with the city. We need to meet with the city because we added additional money from the county's funds for the pool. So originally there were $3 million set aside, and in late April we added another $2 million. So our county contribution is $5 million to the pool. With that, we had asked the city to also then increase their contribution to the same percentage. They have discussed it, but they haven't voted on that. And so it might have been that what the mayor might have been talking about is that at some point there'll be an agreement between the county and the city for the dollars that are required to continue the pool. But the county we've continued on, and we're at 30% design right now.
All right, thank you, Sherry.
You're welcome.
You all have a nice day.
Wait, just a sec, Mr. Palmer?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Yes, in the not-too-distant past, I suggested that it would be necessary to have an interlocal agreement between Manatee County and the city of Palmetto in order to ensure the city's financial commitment. It so happens that a request for legal services arrived in my office yesterday, less than 24 hours ago, with a draft interlocal agreement attached. And so we are working on it right now to secure the city of Palmetto's financial commitment in writing by way of a formal contract.
Thank you. And when I say I want to wrap this up, I just mean this part because this is for future agenda items, and I'm sure that you will be here for our December 17th meeting, and we will hash out everything, and everyone will have an opportunity to speak. We do want to get this
It's
pool
over
built.
to the Civic Center, right?
Always.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you. I'll let everybody know.
Where is
All
the
right.
meeting going to be? She said it was going to be at
Convention Center.
Civic Center.
Okay,
Convention
all right,
Center.
thank you all.
Thank you so much for being here.
You.
All right, next up is Mike Meehan.
I was sad to see stormwater go down, to see the delay. The reason that I was sad about it is because I think it's a very legitimate expense. I think it's a good idea, and I think we should pursue it. My objection was to the method of payment, sending out a bill or putting it on the tax bill. I objected to that. But when you examine the amount of money that Manatee County has in surplus right now, last year, fiscal 18, you covered about $7 million worth of stormwater expense, and you still had a surplus of $108 million in fiscal 18. So I think you can proceed along with your plans on stormwater. Whatever it is that Public Works would like to do, I think you ought to do it because you have the money. And you can fund these expenses the way you have been funding them, which is out of just a regular expense item on your budget or from your revenues coming in. This year, for the first 10 months of 2019, you've got almost a $6 million stormwater expense, and you have a $163 million surplus. So I think there's plenty of money to do whatever you would like to do with stormwater. And I don't think you need to stop doing it. I think you can proceed ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Ankerstar.
Karen Ankerstar. The video you will see is of a puppy mill that Bradenton Petland buys from. For those of you that turned down a ban on selling puppies in Manatee County, this is what you condone.
Okay. He's not ready to go. We got 900 for our girls. Okay. We have boys, but I don't know as though I feel we have enough. You don't sell your extras at all? Oh, yeah. No, we definitely sell them. I put them all up. You must be Sean for colors. And the
These dogs live in these dark pens with only access from the top.
Do you have a pet store market?
Yeah.
Yeah, does that work out pretty well for you? Or?
Yeah, you gotta have.
This is a typical puppy mill. And again, for those of you that turn down a ban on selling puppies, this is what you want Manatee County to support.
Next up is Cynthia Kahn.
Cynthia Kahn. As one of thousands of volunteers who work to maintain the Humane Society, animal services, and so many rescues here, we who keep them up and running, I had appeared here to ask for your support. Real support, not an award, not a citation. Apparently, it was too much to ask. Florida has shut down dog racing. SeaWorld will no longer breed orcas. Ringling has put its elephants out to pasture. Just this past week, Denmark, an entire country, has purchased every one of their circus elephants and placed them in sanctuary. New York City recently banned foie gras, and as you know, hundreds of localities across this country has banned the sale of puppies from stores. So as the world progresses, we in Manatee, Florida, regress into the 20th century as we take in Sarasota's garbage, the Parkers and their petland. One thing learned from this experience for me is sadly most citizens don't appreciate the voice they have in government, and even fewer know their county commissioner. In order to continue our efforts to help animals and improve the quality of life in Manatee, we commit to rectifying this. So we take our campaign to social media. We will introduce Manatee residents with district maps to their own commissioner and tell the story of what happened in this chamber. For 6 months, we came respectfully, hoping to educate. And at the end, disrespected, we were mocked publicly, suggesting our next attempt would be to ban the sale of goldfish. How can a commissioner come to an informed decision leaving the chamber when evidence is presented? Were we ever taken seriously? I don't know. This is our last appearance in front of this commission in its present configuration. We will return again next year, hoping to find a commission committed to building a more humane community, a new commission ready to help Manatee catch up with the rest of the world. But remember, it's never too late to do the right thing. And we thank Commissioner Whitmore and Commissioner Servia for your compassionate understanding of the situation. And hopefully Manatee will become more compassionate. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Gwynn.
Good morning. My name is Peter Gwynn. I live at 34 Meadowlark Circle in Ellington. I'm here representing the Ridgewood Homeowners Association, 373 homes right off of 301 North out by the Outlet Mall. Several years ago, the county purchased at auction the Rocky Bluff Library property from the Roaring Twenties foreclosure. At that point in time, you also picked up an ongoing part of the covenant which required the library, which uses Ridgewood Boulevard. Ridgewood Boulevard is the sole access point for the Rocky Bluff Library, as it is for the Ace Hardware store and the Bank of America on the other side of the entryway for us. The Ridgewood Homeowners Association is tasked with maintaining that roadway. We basically own the concrete, and unfortunately, or whatever, the When you picked up the library, you also picked up the land under that concrete, so you still own that part of the property. But the covenant that was in place at that point in time when the park was developed, those two out parcels, where the library is now and where the shopping center is now, were allowed access off of, an easement off of that boulevard for a lifetime. But as a part of that access, you were responsible for picking up 12.5% of the costs of maintaining that. Now, ever since the procurement, there's been a problem. Prior to your taking it, the pizza parlor and the shopping center were both more than willing to work with us on a monthly basis with the invoices. They sent out a small invoice every month for maintenance. But once the county took over the library, it became a problem. And it's my understanding that this problem is related internally to the way you handle payments. And we have tried over the last several years, going back early in 2011, 2012, in that time frame when it started, we have worked with the county. As a matter of fact, at that point in time, we were not getting paid. Sherry actually wrote a check to us at one point out of her own checking account for over $700 for the maintenance. And I don't think she even expensed it. So I want to thank her for that effort on her part. But we have gone along. We have changed our billing method from monthly. We've changed it to quarterly at the county's request. We have taken and averaged the bills so that we have a consistent billing of every quarter. Yet, oops, I'm sorry, I'm out of time. Please help us by getting these bills under control. You owe us $1,600 again. We got a check last year for $3,000. It took 5 months to get the check processed. I understand it's a miscommunication or a communication problem between the clerk of the courts, the attorney, and perhaps the administrator. I don't know. But please give us a hand. You're $1,600 behind, and we are a retirement community. Our people have to make up the difference. Thank you.
Sir, John, if you'll meet him and get his information, I'm your district commissioner. It's first I've heard of this. I'd like to get a meeting and set things up, and we'll get going. So,
We can set the meeting up for you.
and we'll
I've
set
been-
it up, and we'll get this.
I've been
figured out.
working
We've been
with
working
Sherry.
with Mr. Quinn, and it's not necessarily a clerk issue, but it's a how to pay invoice issue. So we need to get an agreement in place. So
So
we'll set up a
get something
meeting.
done, and we'll take care of this.
The other thing is it took 5 months to get the check from the time it was submitted last time, so. yeah.
Thank you for being here. I was out.
Thank you, Sherry,
Thanks,
for all
Mr.
the
Quinn.
help you've tried to give us to get this done.
We'll set something up and figure something out.
Thank you very
sir.
much.
Thank you, and I was.
Anything we can do to help, we gladly do.
Thank you. I was out to your neighborhood probably 2 years ago. I heard this issue. I did bring it to the county to ask to get it paid. So I'm so glad to hear that at least you did get some money. It took a long time, but it doesn't sound like we fixed the problem yet.
I actually tried humor last time to make it work. I promised that if I got a check by our annual meeting, I would wear a tiara and dance on stage.
Did you?
And I did, because
We just want to see that again.
our quarterly dues were, our quarterly calculated payments, $195. But we also have extra costs that come when we have to replace concrete and other things. So the contract that we were provided at the beginning didn't allow for the additions. So we couldn't accept the contract. But we've tried everything we can to make this work, and we still haven't got it done. Right now, we're back up to a $1,600 amount that's owed, and this goes back
We'll have a meeting.
5 quarters now.
We'll solve this, sir.
Sherry's aware of it.
Thank you.
Thanks again,
Thanks,
Sherry.
we'll get you in and we'll have a
Appreciate
meeting.
it.
Okay.
The good news is Sherry knows what it is. The good news is Sherry's in charge, and I'm sure she will make sure that it does happen.
I am thoroughly confident in her abilities to do this.
Me too.
It's just taken a while.
Thank you for being
government.
patient.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's the last card that I had signed up. Is there anybody else who would like to address the board under future agenda items? Okay, he's looking for who to talk to, Sherry. He's looking for someone to talk to.
We're good.
John,
We're
we're
fine.
good. I think
No, he does.
we already have your information,
We have
sir,
it.
but John will talk.
Yeah.
John, you want to talk to him? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
All right. Okay, seeing no one come forward, I'm going to go ahead and close citizen comments. Now we're going to move on to the consent agenda. We did not have anything pulled other than that was previously pulled on the changes by the county administrator, which include item number 59, which was deleted. We had some changes to item 14, and those were the only changes that I see
I
in
move
the
to
consent
approve
agenda.
the recommended consent agenda motion.
All right, well, I'm going to open it up for public comment. Is there anyone that would like to address the board on any of the items that are on the consent agenda? If so, please come forward, state your name for the record.
Okay, coming forward.
And identify what item you're here to speak on.
My name is Devin Quist. Good morning, commissioners, administration, county attorneys. I just want to thank you. I am on the consent agenda, or our project is on the consent agenda for a new affordable housing project in Palmetto, Florida, District 2, called the Refit Riviera. Today you are approving some much needed conduit revenue bonds that will help get this new affordable housing built. Manatee County is a great place for doing new affordable housing communities like this. This will be a senior housing community that will serve residents that are 62 years of age or older. We hope to build new affordable housing in Manatee County as well down the road. One of the notable pieces of this project is that it does not use scarce resources such as sales, ships, Sadowski funds, or 9% credits. This is using the 4% low-income housing tax credit, which is a vital underutilized resource in the state of Florida. I'm with Dominium. We're a Minneapolis-based owner-operator of affordable housing, and so we look forward to developing more affordable housing in Florida and in Manatee County. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here and for bringing this project forward. We know it's not easy to jump through the hoops, but we appreciate y'all jumping through the hoops. Thank you. Anyone else like to address any of the items on the consent agenda? Okay, seeing no one come forward, I'm going to close public comment. We have a motion by Commissioner Trace, seconded, no?
Whitmore. Me and Misty.
And seconded by Commissioner Servia. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. All right. Next up, we're going to do advisory board appointments, financial management. We have infrastructure sales tax oversight committee appointment. Jan?
Hi, good morning, commissioners. Jan Brewer, Director of Financial Management. You have a 7-member committee that is the oversight of your infrastructure sales tax, and it has terms varying between 2 to 3 years, ultimately getting it to 2-year terms. Unfortunately, one of your founding members, Chuck Slater, has moved out of the unincorporated area and so no longer qualifies to be on the committee. The appointment that we're looking for is a little bit longer than a 2-year term. They'll step in and finish Chuck's terms, and that term will end April 4th, 2022. And you have received the applications of 2 individuals, Anna Garcia Gonzalez and Alan J. Morrill. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I will hand it back to you.
Okay. Commissioner Servia?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to nominate Alan Morrill, please.
You don't need a second, but I'll second it anyway.
Thank you.
I wanted Anna
Commissioner
Gonzalez.
Whitmore.
Anna Gonzalez.
Okay, we have a nomination for Anna Garcia and Alan. I don't think I need to close the nomination since that's all there is.
Right, there's
So I'll
only
go
2.
ahead. Commissioner Bellamy, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I was going to nominate Mr. Morrell, Alan Morrell.
Okay.
Also.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and call them in the order they were nominated. All those for Alan J. Morrell, please raise your hand. Right. All those for Anna Garcia Gonzalez? Okay. The post goes to Alan J. Morrell. Thank you to Chuck Slater for serving. We know how hard he worked on getting this tax passed and how concerned he has been about this community. I'm sure you will stay concerned, but please extend our congratulations to him and thank you for serving. And thank you for everyone that applied, but Alan has the spot. So,
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners.
all right. Let's see, what's up next? Is
Number 83?
All right,
No.
number 83, which is Procurement Code of Ordinances, Chapter 226 Amendments, Financial Management. Jan, I guess this is you again?
82.
We missed
Oh, I'm sorry, did I
82.
miss 82? I'm sorry.
Infrastructure sales
82,
tax. Oh,
infrastructure sales tax, project removal, and scope changes.
In accordance with everything that we have done, if we could pull up the screen very quickly, I can give you a really short summary. If you flip forward to the next one, Hunter. The first item is that by resolution, if we're removing something off, we have to come before you and get your approval. This is the 911 CAD program. It's $1.5 million. Originally, it qualified for IST because there was a lot of hardware components that went with it. It has to have a 5-year life. Since then, with technology upgrades, we've gone with a cloud-based system. We've already come before you and funded it correctly through general fund dollars, but we need to remove this so that the IST money is freed up within, and that's what this B19-118 amendment will do. The second thing, A, is what I just described, and the second item is we also are required to come back to you if there are scope changes within a project. The second project on B, as you notice up there above, it is the Robinson Preserve improvements. Originally, you had 2 pavilions. Now it went to 3 pavilions, but now they'd like to take off the number because the 3 pavilions, the largest one, I believe, is now going to be separated into 2 littler ones. So we're just removing it. They're still building pavilions. That's not changing, but we want to have transparency. So those are the 2 items before you, as well as the motion that's in front of you. And I'll answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, just one question. Has this gone before the infrastructure committee?
No, it actually comes to you first. You authorize it, and then their job is the oversight to see that we brought it before you. You actually have the power to decide.
Right.
They don't.
Okay. All right, thanks.
All right, well, I'll go ahead and open this up for public comment. Is there anyone who'd like to address the board on this item? Infrastructure sales tax project removal scope change. Seeing no one come forward, I'm going to close public comment. Commissioner Trace.
Mickey, do we need 2 motions or just one?
2
All
motions,
right.
preferably.
I move the adoption of Budget Resolution B 19-118.
Second.
All right, we have the recommended motion for adoption of Budget Resolution B 19-118. It's all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye. And then the second, the resolution.
Move Resolution R 19-154.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Trace, seconded by Commissioner Baugh. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Alrighty.
Now 83.
Now we get to do 83, which is Procurement Code of Ordinance, Chapter 226 Amendments.
Commissioners, with that, Jan Brewer again, Director of Financial Management. I'll introduce Teresa Webb, your procurement official.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
County Administrator, County Attorney. What is presented today amends and restates the sections 2-26-63 and -64 of the County Procurement Ordinance. The changes that are being made or requested is for 2-26-63, adding a requirement for the contractor to exhaust all remedies in the contract to resolve any issues prior to filing a contract claim. It also expands and clearly articulates the requirements for the content of the dispute claim and the supporting documents that have to be filed, and removes the requirement for board approval of the purchasing official's decision. In 2-26-64, the changes requested provides a time frame of 10 days after receipt of the purchasing official's decision, rather than timely as stated previously, for the contractor to file an administrative hearing, provides a time frame of 90 days rather than previously 45 days for conclusion of the administrative hearing, and provides that the hearing officer's decision is final. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer those.
Commissioner Baugh, are you on the board?
No.
I think you're left there. Anyone have any questions for staff regarding these changes?
Good job.
Okay. Anyone in the audience who'd like to address this Procurement Code of Ordinances change? Okay, seeing no one come forward, we're going to close public comment. What's the pleasure of the board?
I move the adoption of ordinance number 1944, amending and restating Chapter 226, Section 22663, contract claims, and Section 22664 administrative hearings.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you for
job.
keeping us up to date on that. I think it's very important that we do have a very clear and defensible procurement code of ordinances. All right, next up, ordinance number 1947, amending Article 2 of Chapter 2-13, Manatee County Code of Ordinances related to disaster emergency management powers. We have Mr. Litschauer here.
Steve.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Mr. County Attorney, Madam County Administrator. I'm Steve Litschauer, Chief of Emergency Management. We just bring to you today a rewrite now under Ordinance 19-47. This ordinance started back in 1998, was rewritten in 2005, but basically it's the governing of the policy group and the duties under disaster emergency management powers. It just cleaned up some of the languages, went through and added further definitions. Obviously, it went through a review of the county attorney's office. I believe you have the marked up version. So with that, I entertain any questions or any information.
All right, any questions about this change?
I just wanted to thank you for keeping the marked up and crossed out, because that helps all of us, so we know what you did. So I think somebody must have requested it, but I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Don't have anyone else on the board, so I'll go ahead and open this up to public comment. Any public comment regarding this ordinance and the changes? No, I'll just say the good news is we're keeping it up to date. The really good news is we haven't had to use it this year.
Well, it's almost the end of hurricane season.
That's right.
Hallelujah.
Hopefully we'll
November
make it
30th.
through without needing
31st,
to
yeah.
use it anytime soon.
One out there, or getting ready.
30.
But it's
Madam
had-
Chair, are you ready for a motion?
I am ready for a motion.
More weeks.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to adopt ordinance number 1947, updating and amending Article 2 of Chapter 2-13 of the Manatee County Code of Ordinances relating to disaster emergency management powers of the Board of the County Commissioners of Manatee County.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion by Commissioner Ball, seconded by Commissioner Servia. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you,
Steve.
Commissioners.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks,
Okay,
Steve.
Chief. All right, let's see here. Moving right along. And Public Works. Adoption of ordinance 1943, no parking amendment for 4 road segments.
Good morning, Aaron Burkett, Traffic Operations Division Manager, Public Works. This is to amend Section 2-2224 of the no parking ordinance to include 2 new ordinances, one for 44th Avenue East to include Woodfern Trail and White Eagle Boulevard, which borders the 2 schools there along that segment of 44th, and the other portion is the Masters Avenue, the segment just in front of the school there in front of Masters Avenue as well. So these 2 requests originated from the Sheriff's Office. They're having issues with parents parking along the right-of-way of those roads, dropping off their children or picking them up in the afternoons. It creates a concern for the drivers and the pedestrians along that area. So this would restrict parking during those school hours, Monday through Friday.
Okay, any comments or questions? Commissioner Ball?
Has there been any contact or any communication with residents in the area?
Not for these particular ordinances, since the ordinance won't affect private properties directly. All the private properties will be, are within the communities themselves. These are thoroughfares, which typically if an ordinance would affect a private property, we would usually require some sort of a contact, either through direct citizen contact with the HOAs or a petition from the community. In this case, since it was directly supported by the Sheriff's Office and the schools, we felt that this ordinance could be supported by us.
Madam Chair, when you're ready, I'll make a motion. Thank you.
Commissioner Whitmore?
I just have a question. So if I was a parent, and I'm just thinking of my daughter, she would just keep driving around and around until she can get into that thing to pick up the kids, correct? Because this on Masters Avenue, this was added, I guess, since Sunday, so, is the sheriff okay with that? Or is the sheriff recommended it, or, and I'm just thinking as a parent, I would just keep driving around, because you're not leaving anybody, very many places to park to wait for your kids, and I understand it. My grandkids don't get out till 3-something. My daughter goes to the school at 2:15 every day to wait, and it stacks up with a million other, and that's on the island. So we would assume they can't park and they just keep driving around till they can.
Or choose a
Fit
better
in.
time, correct, yeah.
If you have kids, you kind of got to be there when they get out of school. It's only one time, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
And unfortunately, parking in the right-of-way in these areas, there are also bicycle lanes, which they've been parking in the bicycle lanes, which is against state statutes.
Right. Yeah, I get that. I'm just worried about, people are just going around the block and riding until they can fit into the dumping lane. I mean, that's the real world.
Well,
They're backed up just where I live, down the main drive on Gulf Drive because of that very reason. And I wouldn't want my kids,
Well, it does say that parents are not using the designated on-site pickup areas and are parking along the shoulder of the road waiting for students to be released from school. So if there's areas for them to wait, then they should use
Are
those.
we 100% positive before we make these rules? Because I don't want angry parents sending us emails.
Each school typically has an on-site parent pickup and drop-off
But
area.
we're talking about this school.
Yes, and what will happen is a lot of times in the afternoon, the parents will arrive early.
Right.
And those lines stack up pretty quickly. And there's no room left, basically, is
So
what happens.
they'll have to drive
Well,
around then, right?
Yes, yes.
Have been there, done that, so they need to create some other alternate location nearby, perhaps, to pick up the children.
Right, and in this situation, it's not
Block.
isolated to these schools. This is almost at every school around the county. They run into these issues. And we have multiple parking restrictions related just to resolve these school parking issues.
What school?
These are the schools. It says Willis Elementary School, Mona Jane Middle School, and Gullett Elementary School. The proposed parking restrictions related to those schools. I'm just reading from the backup. So, Mickey Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Whitmore, you made a remark that I want to make certain that I haven't missed something. You said something was added or changed since Sunday.
Well, I read all my stuff Sunday, and all of a sudden we got a thing adding masters, unless I missed it. But I just found it on, I think last night, I was actually looking at the updates on the agenda, and I saw it was added. I'm okay, but the middle school and the elementary school, my little grandkids, I'm not gonna tell them to,
Just a map.
I mean, just in the real world, because I see it, how people are stacking up, having to go half hour before the school is out, or 40 minutes before, just to get a parking space in those stacking areas. And we are saying, well, that's where they gotta go. Well, when it's full, they'll just be riding around the block then, once we put these rules in, right? So I don't know if I support
Pretty
that.
darn big block.
Yeah, well, they'll have to, though.
Yeah, and to answer your original question, it was just the map that was added. The Masters Avenue portion of
Was
this
on it?
proposed ordinance was reviewed by the county attorney's office. It was part of the original request. We just added the map.
Was it
to
in our
the-
backup? Because I don't remember Masters Avenue when I read it.
Yeah, it was part of the original.
Masters Avenue has been part of the proposed ordinance from the outset, correct, Kate?
But I didn't remember reading Masters Avenue.
So,
That's why.
so that the record is clear, the only thing that was added to this agenda package since Sunday was a locational map simply for informational purposes. There have been no modifications to the text of the ordinance itself.
Kate Zamboni in the County Attorney's Office. I can confirm that in the ordinance that is attached to the agenda item. I know these are long because it has so many road designations, but if you turn to page 30 of the Exhibit A, you'll see the underlined roads identified there, and the Masters Avenue has been there, as Mr. Palmer indicated, from one of the initial drafts that I had done pursuant to the request. So those are the three segments that are new in this ordinance.
Thank you, Commissioner Bellamy. Did you have any other questions?
I did. I wanted to know where the schools were.
Right.
That's all.
Commissioner Whitmore, did you have anything more? Yeah, and this is a tough situation, I know, because my kids went to Bayhaven, and I had to drop them off, just like everybody else. I mean, you have to do that, You know, if you're, because of so much school choice, all of that. But adding to the safety of a thoroughfare road, that is a bigger concern from my standpoint. Yes, you know, I'm sure Commissioner Ball will hear about this from the families.
Oh,
you
it's
know,
okay.
They don't
I hear
know
about a
about
lot
it.
of things.
I'm just saying. I'm just guessing
It's,
that
you
you
know,
will hear about
it's
it.
part of the job.
Yeah, exactly,
Do
exactly.
the
And
right
I'm
thing
sure
because you
that
think it's the right thing to do.
If you think it's the
I
right
agree.
thing,
I
right.
agree, and I appreciate hearing that. And I'm sure there are alternatives that can be worked out. But this is not a unique situation, as we said. But when you have a thoroughfare road, you can't use it as a parking lot for picking up children. It's just not safe. So, thank you for bringing that forward. Commissioner Whitmore, did you have another comment?
Yeah, I'm not going to support it only because, first of all, I think we should have had parents' input, which, you know, it'd be probably pretty rough if we did. But I see it at all the other schools, King, I see it at all of them, all around, and the parents are stacked up. And maybe I'm too protective. I would never tell my grandkids or my daughter to just meet me down the road. Not nowadays. Maybe when we were young, yeah. You know, like Priscilla said, she gets ask somebody to pick her son up on the way home from school, just somebody that works for her, you know, that she knows. I kind of wouldn't do that anymore. And unfortunately, maybe it's the way we are nowadays, and we see all this stuff with the kids, and they're walking somewhere and something happens. So I'm not going to support it. I support the sheriff. I get it, but I think we should maybe have done something with the school in this area and let the parents know that we were going to talk about this today, or the schools know to put it out there, because they have a thing where all the mothers get stuff on their phone all the time from the schools. This is important because maybe we're all a little too protective or whatever, but I just won't support it, and that's okay.
I know we did just do
Personally.
this for King, because I remember.
Yeah,
We just
we
did
did.
it. We just
We
did do the
did.
no
Right.
parking around King.
did.
That's correct. And if
We
I
didn't
might
let the-
add,
that was-
typically before we get to this point, the first thing we try is to get with the school principal, an MSO, and the resource officer to have them reach out to the parents and request their compliance to use the on-site pickup designated areas. And sometimes it works for a period of time. You know, every year we get a whole new set of parents and students. So
principals and-
every year we have to kind of remind them, how to use the designated on-site area. But at this point, it gotten to the point where some of the parents had even abandoned their cars in the right-of-way and walked up to the school to
Right.
get there. So it creates a challenge for the sheriff's deputies and it creates some potentially, undesirable situations in the thoroughfare.
Yeah, and I just want to say on the walking, schools like Daughtry have walking programs so that they walk with people. They actually walk. I volunteered. I have walked with them with a stop sign where they have volunteers that walk the children. Walking is good for children. It isn't a bad thing. You can do it in a safe manner. I just wanted to respond to that. I'm not telling some 5-year-old to walk on their own.
Right.
That's not what I'm saying. There are programs where you work to have walking and biking to areas away from the school
Do
so
they
that it
have it?
doesn't cause
Not when
all
you
of the
were
traffic
young.
to back up.
Or do they have it? I
They
don't know.
absolutely have it. They
Never
have it
heard
at
of
Daughtry. I participated as part of the MPO. They gave out helmets. It was a walk to school. I walked with the little
Walking school
sign.
bus.
It was fun to walk to, and those are some busy roads, I mean, there are ways to walk away from the school. So I'm not, I have a grandchild. I don't want my grandchild walking as a 5-year-old down a busy street either. I would never advocate for that. I just wanted to respond. Commissioner Baugh, did you have something?
Oh, am I
further?
next?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion because the way I see it, I'm not going to second guess the sheriff's office on safety. That's what they do. That's their forte. And the bottom line is, if cars are parking on the side of the road like that, and some are getting out, I know they are, I've seen it, it's dangerous. And then you've got kids actually walking up to the cars because the parents let the child know by phone where they are. And it's just a dangerous situation. And what I'm curious about, before I make the motion, I just want to ask this question. I'm curious as to, is it something where we'd have to designate this situation at every school, or is there some way that we could cover it so it couldn't go on at any of the schools? Because it is a dangerous situation.
Yes, and that's a good question. Right now, I'm looking at reviewing each school individually. Typically schools, each school, at least elementary and middle schools, will have reduced speed school zones along their school frontage, along the property lines, and some other locations as well. And we're looking at what the feasibility would be to adopt no parking ordinances within those reduced speed school zones, because that's typically where we find the problems. But sometimes we have to be careful, because when you adopt an ordinance, you tend to at times push the problem to other locations, and we want to avoid that as well.
Gotcha.
And if some of these locations are going to directly impact, private property, people's homes and in front of their homes, we want to be sensitive to that as well. We don't want to just carte blanche adopt ordinances and then, find out that there's homeowners involved that can't park in front of their homes. So we got to be careful, how we adopt the ordinance, how the ordinance reads, and the restrictions involved. So we try to work with everybody, the school, sheriff's office, the resource officers on the schools, and the homeowners.
Yeah, and I realize that, as a parent, I remember picking my children up at school, but as a parent, sometimes you don't think of it as a safety issue. You think about it more as a courtesy type thing, that, it's just easier to do it this way. And unfortunately, all it would take is one child or parent getting hit on Masters. I'll just use Masters as the example. That would be hard, I think, for this board to swallow if we didn't try to move forward. So that being said, I'm expecting phone calls. That's okay. Adoption of Ordinance 1943, amending Section 22224 of the Manatee County Code relating to stopping, standing, and parking, providing for severability, providing for, I'm not done yet, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those, I can't remember if I opened this to public comment. Is there anyone in the public that wanted to speak to this issue? All right, seeing no one come forward today, I will close public comment. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. No, nay, sorry. I said aye.
Okay, all those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay,
And Madam Chair, I want to clarify, I think I voted against the King one too, so I'm being consistent.
all righty.
Okay.
You're right to do so.
Yep,
Okay,
I sure do.
chair votes aye, motion passes 5-1. Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and go to our 11 o'clock time certain, which is item number 93, the National Flood Insurance Program, Loss Avoidance Measures Presentation. I'll go ahead and turn this over to Misty. She's Commissioner Servia. She's going to do the introduction.
Oh, thank you. Well, I am so pleased to introduce you to John Lindsay. John is he works at Shady Brook, which is one of the areas that was impacted greatly by the 2017 flood. And John is also a member of my Citizens Coalition on Growth. And so I'm very happy that he's here today to share the information that he has for some flood mitigation techniques. And I'll tell you, John is one of those guys that, he sees the problem and he started digging in to find a solution. And he's now working with Vern Buchanan and people in Washington. And he has really made some ripples and is doing great things. So with that, John, fill us in.
Thank you very much, Misty. Good morning, Commissioner Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity as well to bring this to your attention. I'm the property manager currently of Shady Brook Village, which I'm pretty sure you're all aware of our flooding issues. And again, thank you for all your efforts, preparing the study through stormwater. We greatly appreciate everything you've done thus far. In doing some research, we found, written within the current flood policies, actually the verbiage was actually written back in 2015, that there are certain loss avoidance measures written into the flood policies. I took and called 7 different insurance agencies, and it turns out none of the agents who are selling these flood policies that I spoke to were aware that this verbiage existed. Now, within the flood policies, there's a $1,000 payout per policy to purchase items that could assist an owner or give an owner a fighting chance against flooding. So $1,000 per policy to purchase sandbags, bladders, pumps, things of these nature that could possibly, if not 100% stop it, again, give them a fighting chance. At Shady Brook Village, we've experienced back-to-back flooding. Over $2 million expended by FEMA, by the National Flood Insurance Program. We believe for a $51,000 payout that we could actually, if not stop, lessen the blow to the community. That's 36 homeowners in 2017 that had to rebuild their lives. 26 had to do it 2 years in a row. It's devastating. Within this policy, can you go to the next? One more. Within this policy, we found at Shady Brook that there's a requirement of payment up front. So when you're dealing with a large community who's seen back-to-back losses, a $51,000 payout for loss avoidance measures is not within our budget. Nobody can budget for a disaster. We didn't know it was coming, let alone back-to-back years. So our request of Vern Buchanan was to preempt. The current verbiage requires a check and a receipt to be provided for repayment back to the claimant. What our suggestion was to allow a contract for services in place of that receipt so that we could hire a licensed, insured contractor to, number one, create a plan of action, a bladder system, how many pumps would be required to pump out water, and implement it. If we could do that within Shady Brook, not only would it give us a fighting chance, but it also helps a community that's been devastated, by back-to-back floods. And if that's occurring to us, how many other communities nationally or locally are experiencing the same issues? So our proposal went up to Vern Buchanan about 90 days ago. We did get a response that his attorneys are looking into it, which is really exciting. Something so simple, a few words changed within the verbiage could change hundreds of thousands of lives, and actually give us a chance just at Shady Brook alone. As we were discussing, yeah, there you go. There's a few photos here of bladder systems. I remember back in the Mississippi flood, there was a church that was all over the national news. They actually used a bladder system to protect a single property. So Shady Brook in 2020 is going to be implementing this, and I'm excited to see it. If we can save, 7 out of 11 buildings, we will have come very far. Next. Yeah, so again, written within it, and in speaking with 7 different insurance companies who have now gone on the record backing this verbiage change, who do understand, the billions of dollars expended annually. We actually have one of them here with us today. We believe that just in Manatee County alone, we could have saved over 200 homes just within the Bowleys Creek area. I'm not exactly sure. No, forgive me. We're not exactly sure when this is going to go into place for Shady Brook Village. We will be submitting in the next storm for assistance. One of the requirements of the claim is that there's an imminent threat of flooding. So you don't have to flood to receive this assistance, which is written within the policies, but there has to be an imminent threat given by a local authority. So the next storm that comes, we will be filing the claim. We will be purchasing the bladders, and we will be hopefully receiving the funding back from FEMA for it. Please. This is Jimmy Cirillo.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Cirillo, Jim Cirillo. I'm the owner of Community Association Insurance of Florida. I do large condominiums, a lot of garden style like Shady Brook Village all over the state. I live here in Sarasota County, and I focus on Sarasota, Manatee County mainly. I do a lot of flood mitigation. One of my partners came all the way from the east coast of Florida. Today, Stephen Gill, he's the CEO of Flood Risk America. He does flood risk assessments, flood mitigation, and he puts in place these flood mitigation plans, these barrier systems, the bladder systems, to protect various properties. Could be a condominium association, a church, a commercial building, county building like this, not only here, but he goes all over the country and including into Canada. One of the things that we wanted to bring up, now we know that this problem is obviously on the congressional level of the United States. Okay, the National Flood Insurance Program literally takes an act of Congress to have changed. So, one of the things that's really restrictive, how we can help here at the local level to eventually get it there, and I grew up with the Buchanan, so I know Vern as well. Long story short, this $1,000 per policy that's built in, it's very restrictive. You have to have imminent danger. So it's basically the flood is going to be at your doorstep before you can even get that reimbursement money. And meanwhile, the National Flood Insurance Program is over $30 billion, billion with a B. It's over $30 billion in debt. And many of these losses, through the work that Stephen Gill at Flood Risk America has done, has proven that the majority of those losses were preventable if there would have been some type of flood mitigation system or plan in place that could have prevented that. So, what we are trying to do is systematically, we can't go right to Congress. It's just not going to happen. We have to start, Florida's ground zero for flooding, okay? Of all the flood policies in the nation, Florida holds almost 40% of them. We're one state, and we hold almost 40% of all flood policies written in the United States. So, if we can start to get the various counties within Florida, okay, and believe it or not, the West Coast is just as prone to flooding as over down there in Miami, believe it or not. Pinellas County, in the National Flood Insurance Program, Pinellas County is known as ground zero. They have more negatively elevated properties than anywhere in the country. If we can get the backing of the commissioners of Manatee County, Sarasota County, so on and so forth, and get that ball rolling, we would like to take that, to the United States Congress, to Washington, D.C., to hopefully have a bipartisan vote to change the verbiage in the NFIP so that we can protect communities like Shady Brook Village. Because for $51,000, like he was saying, if we would have been able to get that money ahead of time, not when the flood is already at our doorstep, but if we would have been able to get it in March prior to hurricane season and put that system in place for $51,000, that's already built into the policy. It's just the way the verbiage is written. We could have saved almost $2 million to the NFIP and the American taxpayer, because ultimately we are paying for those losses in the NFIP. Prior to Hurricane Katrina, the system was in the black. It's now $30 billion in the red. So with that, I want to hand it over to Stephen. He's going to tell you a little bit about what he does. And the one thing I'll say before I hand it over to Stephen is I would recommend that we be the first ones through the door and put together some type of grant that is specific to Manatee County, that we could start to offer repetitive loss properties that have repetitive flood losses, and hopefully that will at least help to alleviate some of the flood losses and the flood displacement to our local community. Stephen?
Good morning. My name is Stephen Gill. I'm CEO of Flood Risk America. I prevent buildings from flooding. I've been doing this for 15 years, so basically I'm pre. So when a storm comes to town, I put panels and barriers up around your building from stopping the water from intruding in your elevators, mechanical, and stuff like that. Fortunately, last week I had the opportunity to attend the Manatee County Jail that's actually doing a flood assessment that we made some recommendations to. We walked. I was amazed by the facility. I got to give you guys credit. I'm a dual citizen from Canada. I'm very familiar with I come from a family of law enforcement. I couldn't believe how well run that system was. They have the fish pond, they have the chickens, they have all the rehabilitation. Coming from Canada, we don't have that kind of rehabilitation. I was telling people back in Canada about this Manatee Correctional Facility. This is a model role correctional facility, and the way they spend the taxpayers' money is unbelievable here. This is the way they should be run. So the same thing with NFIP, the national FEMA, is they're spending the money after the fact. Why would you put up your hurricane shutters after the storm's gone? Why wouldn't you put them up before? It just makes sense. So, in a case like, Shady Brook's facility, $51,000 is going to save $1.7 million. I mean, this is the government's got the money, but it's after the fact. And this is why we really need you guys maybe to help us, because we want to take this to the federal government and say, why are you doing it? Why are you spending it this way? These guys deserve this funding prior to a loss. I mean, as a federal taxpayer, I'm concerned and how they're spending our money, because they're spending 1.7 when for 51 we could have had it a problem solved, and it's a permanent solution, not a temporary. It seems to be that they're looking at it differently. So somehow we have to get maybe the word out with an election year coming up that we got to hold these politicians accountable and your taxpayers' dollars. Me as a taxpayer, I have traveled the world with flood prevention. I know what they're doing in Canada. I know what they're doing here. I know what they're doing in Europe. And I have never seen an insurance carrier like the federal government that writes policies and insures a building when it has repetitive losses. And it's year after year. I pay $43,000 at my association for flood insurance. The one across the road pays $12,000. They've collected more than $12 million in the last 10 years. We've collected nothing. So why am I subsidizing the people that live on the ocean? That's what we're doing. We're subsidizing the buildings that live on the ocean in these high-rise condominiums that are paying $12,000 and $13,000, but they're getting all our taxpayer dollars for protection, and they're spending nothing. I have a golf course in Tennessee, to give you an idea just real quick. The guy who has a golf course, he's got this building, it's maybe worth $20,000. He's got an NFIP policy, which is your federal policy. He pays $22,000 in premium. He collects $78,000 every 2 years in collection of to fix the building, because the government gives him $78,000 in flood damage. So he says, why would I protect it? I get $78,000 every 2 years from the federal government, and I put money in my pocket. This is your tax dollars at work.
That's the problem.
So for $12,000, we can protect the building and never have a loss again. It doesn't make sense. So this is where we got to wake it up. And I think as commissioners, John's been unbelievable in the county. We're pushing federal politicians, asking them questions why. And I really think we need to ask the NFIP, why are you spending our money like this? You guys do such a great job at that correctional facility. Like I say, I send stuff back to my brother's an RCMP and back in British Columbia. I send them, have you Googled this facility? Like, you got to see the way they run this. It's unbelievable. This is taxpayers' dollars. They thought it was privately run. I said, no, it's run by the Sheriff's Department. I said, this is government run. It's unbelievable. It's great. So if we could take that model and run that with the federal government, it'd be unbelievable. So, I guess it's just, guys, any way we can wake these guys up, stop spending our money like this.
And we just need to put the sheriff in charge, apparently.
I think we should. That's what needs to be done under the NFIP.
I have one more thing to say also. Obviously, getting this changed through the NFIP is a difficult task. It has to be incremental. We have to start at the city, the county, the state, and then take it from there. I will let you know that bankers, everyone's probably heard of Bankers Insurance. Okay, their flood program is called Assurant. They're the second largest NFIP flood insurer in the country. And another one of our gentlemen, he owns Ameriflood. His name's Jeff Biza. We've been working with him. He has a great relationship with these folks. He does flood insurance all over the country. We have gotten basically approval and confirmation from the head of underwriting at that company, national company, to have this verbiage change that we want to instill into the NFIP. They are going to start putting it into their private flood program. Okay, so that would, once that gets officially done and we actually have a policy form, an underwriting manual that we can take to FEMA, we can already see, listen, the private market sees a need for this, and they see the advantage, because why wouldn't if I'm a private flood carrier and I could protect Shady Brook Village, I wouldn't want Shady Brook Village as it is now if I was a private flood insurance carrier. But if I had Flood Risk America's bladder system in place, I would say that you've changed the risk profile of this risk. I will now take you on because I could be profitable on your business. So we are probably going to have that done within the next 90 days. We'll have a new policy form specific to this verbiage change. Once that is done, I will hand deliver a copy to all the commissioners here. And if we could just start, spreading the word on that to the other counties and the other county commissions, because obviously y'all have a lot of contact with other people that are going to have contacts of themselves. Hopefully, we could be having a very different conversation a year from now, that we were successful at least getting this in front of Congress. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you all for being here. This is you can leave it with the clerk, and the clerk will make sure that we get it. I know that sounds like a very interesting idea. I have been reading, like everyone else probably has, about the flood insurance program and the situation that it's in, and some of the ideas, working through a community rating system, adding another foot of freeboard to every single building is one of the ideas that I've heard is being proposed. So, and we keep hearing at the federal level that they want to push as much down to the local government as possible. And, that's great as long as we get the resources. I have no problem. I have no doubt that we could probably do things better, but we got to have the resources. So we've got other commissioners on the board. Commissioner Whitmore.
Thank you. I performed a wedding this weekend, and somebody just got back from Bermuda. And their whole building, their architect, they were saying it's so strange. Everything's elevated, like you said. Their roofs are all cement. And they don't have the awnings to go off. It's just they're all blocks. And they haven't had issues because you know how bad they get hit by hurricanes. But that's what they decided to do. But I don't know if you all know, and Missy can help you. She probably can give you the contacts. Ed Childs and Mike Thrasher. They moved the little Pine Avenue Historical Village, and they have a bladder system underneath to collect. But they had an issue with it. And so maybe you could talk to them, and they actually removed it. I thought it's been there for like 10 years, and I think they've had to remove it. But, you guys, if you would at least talk to them about how it worked locally, because it was one of the first in the state of Florida. Almost zero carbon footprint, this whole little shopping village on Pine Avenue, Anna Maria. But if you could just research it to see, maybe it was nothing, maybe it's not related. But when I heard the bladder system, and I thought, I just asked about it the other day, they said, no, we had to change it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we've developed, like I say, I have, buildings from Jacksonville, Florida that had $1 million worth of loss go in the front doors. They spent $30,000 to avoid that $1 million loss in the future. And, the solution that we provided was permanent. So it's a self-maintaining product, it's a lifetime warranty. It's made in America, which we're proud to say, every little last part of it. And we service it. So it's for $30,000 to save $1 million loss, when you have your lobby or your front home, 6 inches of water in it, it's not something you want to go through. It's not peaceful. No elevators. People live on the 3rd and 4th floor, and it's all preventable. It really is, and it's the way we construct. The problem is there's a big disconnect in between the local building code and the federal building code. They don't communicate. And FEMA doesn't recognize that, and I can never understand that. I go out of my head banging out of DC trying to understand what the direction they're in. Who's best interested in? I mean, I'm one that speaks up, and John has been instrumental in this, fighting for this and taking this federal, and Missy with him. And, these guys, I think we can start a fire and wake up Congress and get these things changed, because it's about the taxpayer dollars. We're not spending our money wisely. No private company would do this. No private insured would do this. And that's what we need to think about.
Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you so much, all of you, for being here today and sharing your information with us. And it really does seem like a no-brainer, right? Why are we spending millions of dollars after places are flooded when we could mitigate the floods by spending a few $1,000s? The one thing I want to say is, we always have to think through these things, because sometimes there are unintended consequences. I know in the example of Shady Brook that our stormwater engineers have looked at that and have decided that a bladder system is not going to negatively impact surrounding properties. But of course, that's something that I hope our county can take a look at holistically throughout the county. But I would like to make a motion today to write a letter from this Board of County Commissioners to support our Congressman Vern Buchanan as he looks at how this language can be changed to get this money up front that we need for flood mitigation before the disaster.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay. And, yeah, I thought that might be coming forward. I just was listening to this. Commissioner Baugh?
Yeah, Misty, funny that you do that because I was thinking the same thing. I'm really glad that, you're working with Congressman Buchanan. He's a dear friend. And I know that he is really going to do his best to get that accomplished in Congress because it is so important in his district. So I commend you on that, and I thank you. And I think I've seen you before, actually. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, you look yeah. And I think I'll probably be seeing you before long again. Yeah. But I just wanted to say I do think it's a great idea. Anytime that we can come up with a solution to help our residents not have to suffer with these storms and lose everything they own, basically, I'm game. So I wish you the best, and Misty, I second your motion.
Thank you, and I'm happy to work with John and draft the letter if the board would like to support that motion.
Yeah.
Sure, and I also would work with staff because I'm certainly there. Like you said, we don't know all of the details, and we're asking for something to be done on the federal level. But we all know that they move incredibly slow, and honestly haven't gotten a whole lot done. Congress, they don't seem to get a whole lot done from my perspective. So, but we certainly have to ask. We certainly have to work with it, and we've got a great group back here, Sandy Tudor. You've probably met with her, who does the community rating system and works with it with our building official, and we need to continue to move toward this because there are going to be changes. We want to be at the forefront of this. We want to understand what changes are coming because, again, my concern is they're taught, be careful what you ask for sometimes because they want to hand it all to the local government. And I get that we, maybe have better building codes and maybe we understand things better, but they've got the resources. We just can't let them just, literally dump this on us and not give us the resources. That's my concern. But I don't have any problem supporting this. I'm going to go ahead and ask if there's anybody from the public who would like to address this motion. Anyone who'd like to address this issue, speak today? All right. Does the clerk have the motion? Just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Motion was made by Commissioner Servia to write a letter to support Representative Vernon Buchanan as he looks at how the language can be changed to get the money for the mitigation before disaster.
Is that your motion, Commissioner Servia? All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Good luck. Thank you all for being here. We need to continue to work on this. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All righty. Let's see if I can get back to my agenda.
So, where are we?
All right. Next is,
Massage parlors.
I did not get a chance to read all these emails, but proposed ordinance number 1948, massage establishments. County Attorney Chris DiCarlo is the presenter.
Good morning, Madam Chair, fellow commissioners, Ms. Corrier, Mr. Palmer. For the record, Assistant County Attorney Christopher DiCarlo. The board will recall, I think, that on May 21st of this year, the board unanimously instructed our office to prepare a draft ordinance regarding massage establishments in Manatee County. And the board has the county attorney office recommendation for the proposed ordinance attached to your agenda, and all commissioners have been individually briefed regarding the proposed ordinance. The ordinance number, proposed ordinance number 19-48, would amend Chapter 2-19 of the Manatee County Code of Ordinances to add a new Article 9 titled Massage Therapists and Massage Establishments. I would note for the board, and we discussed this during briefings, that we worked with county code enforcement staff as well as the BADS department who support the proposed ordinance that the board has. We did also consult with our outside counsel regarding the preparation of this ordinance. However, the work product that the board has before it for its consideration and discussion is the final work product of the CAO. I will just give the board some of the brief highlights of this. I would echo what I discussed during briefings, that from our perspective, the ordinance itself is fairly simple. It's very straightforward from our perspective, and it would allow the county to start inspecting the massage establishments throughout the county. The ordinance would not affect organizations like hospitals, physical therapists, or chiropractors' offices that are separately licensed under state statutes and also provide or administer massage or massage services to their clients or patients. The ordinance would allow county code enforcement as well as the sheriff's office to conduct reasonable inspections of massage establishments, basically to ensure that the establishment itself, as well as any individual in the establishment holding him or herself out as a massage therapist, is in fact actually licensed through the state under Chapter 480, which is the Massage Practice Act and Florida statutes. It requires managers of massage establishments to inspect and verify that anyone who is performing massage services on the premises is in fact licensed and that the license is available for inspection on the premises. In terms of enforcement mechanisms, if the sheriff's office or county code enforcement have issues with establishments that are repeatedly operating in violation of the ordinance, they have the ability, of course, to cite them, and then ultimately upon repeated citations would permit us to bring any action for injunctive relief in circuit court to prohibit the operation of these businesses if they are operating in violation of the ordinance. The last thing I would say is, the approach that we've taken is, from our perspective, again, simple, straightforward. It's a rather measured approach in terms of the scope of the ordinance, and from our perspective, it's a good first step. As I've said in the past, both to the board as well as to code enforcement and the sheriff's office, if we ultimately find that this is inadequate to address concerns that are being raised with regard to massage establishments, we certainly have the ability to either amend this ordinance itself or to add additional ordinances. That's all I have for presentation to the board. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board might have.
Thank you. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation, and I want to thank the County Attorney's Office for all their efforts, because this has been an ongoing problem, as everyone in this room knows, for decades, and it has been negatively affecting South County for a long time. So I'm really happy that we're moving forward in the direction of eliminating some of these nuisance businesses. I'm really pleased with how carefully and judiciously this has been put together. I mean, we hired a national expert in the field. Our county attorney has done a good job of reviewing it. And I ask now that there be really close collaboration between the county attorney's office and the sheriff's office and Brian Knighton, because the sheriff has told me that they will do the heavy lifting. They are ready to enforce this ordinance. But there are some things that they feel need to be included in this ordinance that we don't have in the current draft. So I ask that we please get together and please make sure that both sides are very well represented and we get the strongest, most enforceable ordinance possible to go forward. Because what I don't want is to have, just try to do something that may not take care of the problem. I recognize we don't want to be in a bad legal position. I know we want to protect our county and our taxpayer dollars, but we also want to step out there and really make a difference when it comes to these businesses. They are hindering redevelopment in my district. They are bringing down property values in my district. You have heard from, I think, probably 100 different emails have come in most recently. So this is a great opportunity for this board to finally do something that should have been done many, many decades ago. I know we've all wanted to do something in the past. Now is the time. And so I'm excited. I hope we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Whitmore.
Good job, Misty. We've talked about it, but you've actually taken action, so I appreciate it. There is a legit course for massage therapy, and there is an actual certification. Right. Okay, they're going to have a license on their door, and we know that we hear that there could be illicit things going on in there, and there could also be forgery of certificates. So, and I'm sure you guys probably know that there's, just like contractors, there's a state board that you can go right then and there and see if they're legit. And if they're not, you don't give them a warning, you close them down until they prove it. But that's up to the sheriff. But I did, on your scope of regulations, you had said, shall not be enforced against any hospital or professional health care establishment, including physicians, physical therapists, chiropractors, that are separately licensed by the state. there's another thing, and you said professional health care establishment, but you've included these others. Hospice has a real big thing on, and actually, you're specially certified to do massage therapy with hospice patients when they're dying. So I think we should include that, because that is a legit, profession. I know a few people that are actually certified to do that. So if you could cover it under it, but I want us to be nice and clean, like Misty said. And if the sheriff, let's see what happens. If these people don't have the legit license right then, we can clean up a lot. And we need to research it. They need to have an ID on them, and you need to check with it. You can check online to see if they really are. And if they're not, then they can't be on site until we figure it. And then if there's other things, if we see this as an improvement, great. If we don't, and the sheriff has other suggestions, because I agree with the method that you're going with first, to see if we can clean up a lot of this first. And then if we need to do something else, like Misty said, we can.
And I could speak to that if I could, Commissioner. We've had obviously some communications with the sheriff regarding this. I think the sheriff and their staff understand why we've taken the approach we've taken, but we've also certainly want to hear them out in terms of any additions that they would like to see added into this. And in fact, frankly, we're already in the process of trying to get that meeting together with them. We've previously spoken with them about the ordinance a couple of times, but we will follow up with them as to some additional items that I think they are interested in having added back into, or added into, I should say, the ordinance, the proposed ordinance.
Mr. Palmer, you're next up.
Chris spoke for me. Thank you.
Okay, great. And Commissioner Servia?
I would like to make the motion as recommended by staff to move forward with this. Thank you.
Okay, we have the recommended motion moved and seconded. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this? All right, again, this is just to schedule and advertise the public hearing. We'll be able to go over the particulars of the ordinance when it comes back for the public hearing, and you might have some changes. Is that what I hear?
Yes, Madam Chair, and certainly we would be happy to email it to the board or transmit it to the board in whatever fashion you would like to see it transmitted to you in advance of that, so that there's an opportunity for question with our office or with the sheriff with regard to that.
Okay. All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you for your work on this.
Thank you very
Good job,
much.
Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
All right, we are definitely breaking at noon.
Oh, yeah, are we
No
all?
later. We have a luncheon to go to, so I don't know if you guys want to get started on the next item, see how far we get.
I think we should go now, because it's in the agriculture thing.
Yeah.
Did it start at 12?
It starts at 12:15, actually. So if we leave right at noon, we should be fine, but it will be crowded. I don't know that. they're
Farmers
gonna-
come to town once a year.
Oh, I think we should go.
Well, plus they give an award away. Today they're giving away, right? Agriculturist of the Year. So I hate to do this. I know you guys have sat around here.
He said they'll be quick.
Okay,
You
if
want to
you're
do
gonna
it now?
Come
You
on
want to do
down.
it now or
Real
you want to
quick?
wait? Because I think there might be some discussion. But we are out of here at noon. I will cut you off.
Well, we can always start back.
Oh, the MPO let?
Well, we have a 1:30 time
Wait, do you have a 1:30 time certain?
All right, I will open the item, and we will cut you off at noon.
Best
This
thing
is
to
the
do.
2020 Metropolitan
Talk
Planning
fast.
Organization project priorities.
And there'll
Recognize you
definitely
guys
be
to come
discussion
forward,
of
but we may need to continue this.
Good
this
morning. For the
afternoon.
record, Clark
Betsy
Davis,
must have
Deputy
some
Director
things
of
to
Public
say.
Works Traffic Management. This topic is the 2020 project priorities that we submit to the Metropolitan Planning Organization each year. It lists those projects where we will be making requests either through the MPO or the state for state and or federal funding. This morning, I have Ms. Lee Holt from the Sarasota Manatee Metropolitan Planning Organization here. She would like to make a brief presentation on the project priority process, talk a little bit about their ongoing long-range transportation plan update, how it fits with that, and their schedule, and then I can talk to you about the priority list itself. Ms. Holt.
All right, you're going to advance this for me, or I can do it? All right. Lee Holt with the Sarasota Manatee Metropolitan Planning Organization. We are responsible for the planning for the two counties for state and federal funding for roadways and other forms of transportation. This is the priority process. We are right where that little yellow arrow is, where you all are submitting your local project priorities, and then the MPO will select them and send to the Florida Department of Transportation. Of course, there's always more projects than there is money to go around, and that's why we have to prioritize. We're also working on our 2045 long-range transportation plan. So at this point, the good news is that anything that we can't fund immediately can roll into that new plan. We receive $10 million annually for road work and about $600,000 annually for non-motorized transportation. But if you look at that pie chart on the other side, you'll see that the MPO funding that we have a say over is very, very small in the scheme of things. So our ultimate goal is to influence all the rest of the pie. This sort of breaks it down: capacity improvements, safety, bridges, resurfacing. Those are the types of projects we're responsible for. This is our schedule. You are going to be voting on your projects today. We will be receiving them all by December 5th, and we will have a project priorities list for January. This is a long-term project list because this will not be the one that the legislature looks at this year. This will be the list that they look at a year from now. So it's about an 18-month process. And I will say Clark has done a great job. He really understands all the funding categories and has something for every bucket. And I think he's done a really good job with the list. I am going to ask one thing, and that is that you add 44th Avenue onto the list that was presented. Even though it is funded, our policy at the MPO is we don't take it off until they start digging some dirt. So I do think that one should be added back on the list.
Thank you. I don't know that that's wise.
So to complement Lee's presentation, what you have before you in your packet today is a list of, it's a little bit longer than 13 projects, but they're numbered from 1 to 13. The second project is actually broken out into several segments. It's the ongoing 15th Street East project. 15th Street East runs from Talavast Road onto 301 Boulevard and up to First, and we've asked the MPO to focus on the center of that, roughly from 63rd to north of State Road 70. This is the area where there's a lot of small businesses. They seem to have a lot of customers and workers in that area that arrive. They're either pedestrians or bicyclists, and if you know that section of 15th Street, there's a lot of driveway openings. There's not very good bike lanes, and so we think a road like the 15th Street improvement will be very beneficial to that area. That is, even though it's second on our list, it's after only the PD&E studies for DeSoto Bridge and the Bradenton-Palmetto Connector that were either ongoing or outcomes of the Central Manatee Network alternatives analysis. The rest of the list is a shortened version of what you had last year. We had almost 40 projects on the list, some of those with no prospect of funding for a very long time, literally decades in some cases. So we were trying to get the list to focus on at least one project from each of the main funding buckets. Those that already had something in the pipeline or very close to potentially receiving some funds. But we did add one project. It was more of a substitution. We brought in Moccasin Wallow Road East, so the section from I-75 out to US 301, as a potential transportation regional incentive program or county incentive grant program. It's similar to what you saw in Sarasota County for their River Road project, and has some similarities to what we're doing with 44th Avenue East. We're looking not just at the MPO, but other, whether they're legislative requests or other grants outside the main MPO processes. But if we do get funding, they will still look at the MPO and ask if it's consistent with their programs. And so we're trying to make sure that 44th and Moccasin Wallow are on there. 44th was just my oversight in putting together the list, but I do support the MPO recommendation that we add it. So staff would ask that you adopt the list with the modifications shown. We'll prepare an updated version for the chair's signature based on that.
Thank you. Commissioner Serbia.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Not on there.
Commissioner Bach?
Yeah, just one thing. Yeah, I'm not, I hear what Clark, I hear everything about 44th Avenue, but I don't know that right now is the time to do that. And I just actually
Has to be on our
conferred with the county administrator, and she agrees. Right now, perhaps another year or so, we might want to put it on the MPO, but I think right now we should not put 44th on there. And I say that because, of course, any money that we received last year, I know there was a conversation with LK about DOT, their budget. And none of the monies for that came out of DOT's budget. We've confirmed that. So I don't know that right now would be a good time to put 44th on the MPO priorities, perhaps
Well,
another
that-
year, but after conferring with the county administrator, we discussed that, and it wasn't a great idea for
This
right now.
isn't to make it a request for that purple wedge out of Lee's presentation where it's the SDP money. It's the fact that we did receive state money. Until that money is, say, in the bank and encumbered and all those other things, what will happen is there'll be checks sometimes as checks and balances. They come and they look at our agreements and our own plans, and they say, is this something the county's been thinking about? Is this something the MPO is thinking about? So it's to get it on the list for consistency purposes with what's already happened. Anything else we get would also have to withstand that same sort of thing. So this isn't a direction to prepare another legislative funding request. This is to make sure that the prior one, until it's gone, is still captured in these lists.
And Clark, if I may, Madam Chair, I agree. I understand what you're saying. I really do. And I do know that, maybe in 2021, 22, 23, we certainly would want 44th, I'm sure, on the MPO list, projects of record. But, if you don't feel that it could be an issue with anything this year or next,
And I
perhaps
do-
we could hear from the county administrator
I do have
on
a
that,
question
too.
about that, because I remember the last MPO meeting that we had over at the Bayfront, and I made a motion to put
That's
44th
right.
on the list.
I remember.
After the fact, because we were told that we wouldn't get the funding if it wasn't on some list. So I made a motion and it passed
So we need
to
to
put
have
it
it
on
on
the
the-
list.
I agree.
And then I talked to LK and I said, no, this doesn't come out of our pot.
not.
That
That's
was
right.
not how the money was allocated. But I think it's already on an MPO list, because I remember saying, well, River Road, look what happened with River Road.
It wasn't on there yesterday at all, and it's not
Yeah,
on
but I-
anything today.
And
So-
help me out, Clark, what list, or Lee,
Where
what
is it?
list that was, because I know I made a motion to put it on the list, because I was concerned that there was pushback about not being on a list, and I said, look, the funding for River Road developed by partnership with Sarasota County, kind of the same thing, a public-private partnership. We want to make sure we have that opportunity to get the funding from whatever sources we could. So can you tell me what list we put it on by that motion that did pass, I think unanimously by?
Yes, it is currently on our project priorities list for last year. We amended last year's project priorities list mid-year because when you were seeking that funding last year, someone from the legislature called the MPO office and said, is this one of your priorities? And we said, not at this time. And so we immediately amended our project priorities list so that we can say yes to that.
Oh, okay, thank you for that.
So that means, so all we're asking is, if it's on the bottom of this list, we can keep it on our list so that when that call comes again, for any reason, for example, when you're contracting for those funds and somebody calls to check, we say yes.
It's on a list.
And I think that's important. That's why we did it there. But I understand the issue because I've been involved in it on the 44th in talking. I just recently talked to Tommy Gregory about it, matter of fact, this past week. And that, in fact, that money is coming to Manatee County without deduction from our other funded.
Correct.
I hear the MPO lady say that's correct?
That is correct. It
General
is not
fund.
impacting any funding for any other project.
And that's the intention you would like to continue with for next year. If it had no impact on it this current year, and you had made that request, and it would appear you can add it. However, I'm also not 100% sure that we have solved where the money's coming from and
Yes.
how it's coming.
She's right, because I talked to Dave Hutchinson, whatever, and he told me he still believes it's on the transportation, that money's coming out. I says, no, I am positive it's coming out of the general fund. So if he doesn't get it, you guys need to talk to him, and we really need to talk to somebody so we're all on the same page, because Sherry's absolutely right, because if Dave thinks that, I just talked to him at the Transportation Disadvantage. I said, no.
I called Dave last night when I got this list and asked him what he wanted me to do. And he specifically said, we do need to keep it on. I called him.
Right. Well, I think we need to be totally clear. We have talked to Senator Galvano. He has been totally clear that this money is not coming out of the FDOT money that has already been allocated to Manatee County or the future money.
Tell Dave that.
That is correct. That is correct. It
I've
will
already
not
also
impact
been
any
told
other
we need to have
projects.
it on the list in order to get it funded in the state.
Right.
They're funding it. It's not coming from the FDOT funding.
Somebody,
that-
you need
So,
to make sure LK is aware
I
of
am
that.
perfectly fine with that.
Yeah.
I think we're at danger if we don't put it on the list.
Me too.
Not exactly sure.
And the reality is, we won't be voting on the new list until January, and if we get a different direction, we can take it off at the MPO board meeting.
Okay.
But I think right now, if you all could include it, we are able to include it as we've been requested to do.
All right. I'm going to open this up to public comment. Anybody want to make public comment? All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
So
Move
moved.
to approve.
And does that motion include adding 44th Avenue to the list?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you repeat who made the motion?
It is the recommended motion by Commissioner Baugh with the only addition to add 44th Avenue to this list as item number 14.
Seconded the
That's
motion?
Carol Whitmore. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye. Motion passes. We are adjourned until 1:30. We'll be back at 1:30 on recess. Good afternoon. We're going to reconvene the Manatee County Commission meeting, and our first act of business is we have a 1:30 time certain, and that is a Port Authority meeting. So I'm going to turn it over to our Port Chair, Vanessa Baugh.
Thank you, Commissioner Benak. Welcome to the Port Authority meeting of November the 19th, 2019 at 1:30 p.m. Carlos, good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
So if you want to go ahead, we'll start off with public comment. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on behalf, anything regarding to the port? Not seeing anyone, we'll close public comment. And Carlos, if you want to go straight to the consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we do that, if I may, I would like to mention that we have an updated agenda that we have left on your desks. There are 2 items that we would like to point out. Updated consent agenda item 1C, a budget resolution, and agenda item number 3, which is a drop trailer lot contract award. Those have been added to the agenda.
Okay, I'm sorry.
They're in our agenda.
Okay, got it,
They're ready-
got it.
They have
Okay,
been
I'm
placed
good.
in your book.
You scared me there for a minute. Okay, all right, go ahead, Carlos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, we have a brief agenda today, just a couple of items before your regular meeting next month at the port. So we would like your consideration to approve the consent agenda. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have, though, before you consider the approval.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Servia and a second by Commissioner Trace. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved unanimously. Carlos, 2, purchase of capital equipment.
Yes, from time to time, we have to go out there and maintain the port, and so used and new, we go out and purchase some equipment for the port's internal usage. This is for ourselves to build and construct and adjust and, work around the port. So nothing really unique about this particular agenda item.
Any questions, commissioners?
Moved to accept the recommended motion.
Second.
Love it. It's the best job in town. A motion to approve by Commissioner Trace, second by Commissioner Servia. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved unanimously. Item number 3, Carlos.
Thank you. This item is kind of interesting. It's for the purposes of being able to expand the footprint of the port a little bit without building another container yard area. It is for storage and parking of trailers that otherwise will be taking up container space that we now need to develop and service additional business. So this will give us some maneuvering room to be able to store trailers on that lot, and being a gravel lot, be able to build it relatively quickly to help current demand from other customers.
And I know that is truly something we need. Commissioners, just so you know, I was just talking to Carlos, and he looked at me and he said, business is growing so rapidly, we're having a hard time finding where to put some of the new business. So that's a great problem to have, Carlos. What is the, any comments, Commissioner? Commissioner Whitmore?
Yeah, Carlos, the only thing I didn't have is a map. Are you just, you're going to do, you're going to do this parking lot. Where is it going to be?
It's right now, it's kind of, let's say, in the middle of the port to the, as you go west, to the right of the south entrance as you go down.
Is that empty
It is now
field?
a grass area unutilized.
Boats there?
A little bit further south than
A
that,
bit
yeah.
south. Okay,
yeah.
okay. All right, so we kind of know where it is.
Yes,
Okay.
from now on, we'll add a map from now on.
Okay, thank
For
you.
your benefit, we'll put little map areas. Thank you.
Any other comments? What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
And I think Commissioner Whitmore, was that you?
Yes.
Okay, I couldn't make sure. Motion made by Commissioner Whitmore, second by Commissioner Benak. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, that is approved unanimously. Carlos, any executive comments you'd like to make, sir?
None at this time. I'll save those for the next Port Authority meeting at the port. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right.
Which will be our Christmas party, right?
Correct.
Okay. Christmas lunch.
Like I said, it's the best job in town.
Clams.
Actually, it really is an enjoyable thing to do. Anyone from the public like to come forward and speak on behalf of the port? All right, we will close public comment. I'm going to start off. We did have one thing that came up, and you all probably are aware of it. We were having some issues getting building permits for some of the things that we needed to do at the port, and I know that we also have FDOT here with us today in reference to that. But I understand, Mr. Barnott, did you want to come forward and give us an update on that for the port, please, sir?
What building permits?
Just going from some rough notes here that grabbed off my desk before I came down here. Appears the building permit's been ready since March, but there were a number of site plan issues and things like that that didn't get resolved till probably this week. But the
Okay.
permit's ready.
Okay, that's all you needed to say. All right, I want to thank Mr. Barnott for his help with getting that done. Any questions? Carlos first?
No, ma'am, not at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Whitmore?
Question, so, issue like this, with our new procedures, Sherry, that will, what we've been talking about, that's land development though. Would this help with what you're working with the department to get things expedited? Of course, they have to have a completed application that's correct. Would this be something that would?
I think this was just an unusual situation where things just didn't all connect and all the items weren't available when the review was taking place.
Okay, all right, thanks. Oh, here comes John, he's gonna. We've just been talking about the other issues so much, I want to see if this will help.
We feel very badly. There were a lot of confusion and miscommunication in this thing. I think, when did we meet, George? A couple of weeks ago? And we're putting our heads together so nothing like this occurs again. And what we would like to see is bring back to this board a master plan similar to the one using the same criteria that we use for Tropicana, so that as they address their needs, they go straight to building permit. And all the site plan, all the stormwater, all that stuff's done ahead of time.
Well, we do have a master plan for the port. So maybe
It
you can
doesn't
build on
cover
that.
this, though.
No,
but
no, I know, but maybe you can build on it with their future plans and all that.
Under that that might be easier for us to put both groups together, to
Right.
put that overall plan together, having the master plan already. So,
I can add a little bit to that explanation. Our staffs got together a couple weeks ago, thanks to Mr. Barnott setting us up to talk about a master development plan, which is a little bit different than the master plan we've got now. And it's basically going through the whole planning permitting process one time. And then, once we've done that, we have a plan that we're complying with, and we don't need to go through the process every time.
So truly like Tropicana.
Right.
Great,
Exactly
okay.
what they did. Good.
I think it should be noted too that, it's wonderful that the port has gotten to that point that we need to be looking at alternatives to speed things up. So it just goes to show you what's happening at the port is a wonderful thing. And Mr. Barnott, I really do appreciate you helping to get this situation
well,
set up.
it's very important that Carlos and his team can react at a moment's notice, because they're very successful. And, we want to help them be successful. So, that's our plan. That's our program. It's what we're going to stick to.
All right.
Nobody's changing our mind.
Well, I appreciate it very much, as I'm sure all the Port Authority does. Any other commissioner comments? Commissioner Banat?
Yeah, just a couple of things. One, kind of some good news. We were talking about at the Port Authority about ideas on transportation for workers, and I mentioned the van pool program and how frustrated I was with T-BARTA, not the fact that they're in District 7, we're in District 1, and we didn't have any kind of van pool. But we did have a presentation yesterday at the MPO from both at the Public Transportation Task Force and on the regular agenda from FDOT District 1 that they are, in fact, going to implement a van pool program. It will be starting next year, but they're in the works now, putting that all together. And of course, this will be in the entirety of District 1, so it's a real opportunity. So we just ask us to stay tuned to that, because that is an opportunity if you have a major employer and you can put folks together, that they will have an opportunity to use that van pool program. And it'll be through a third-party vendor, like it is up in District 7 with, they use Enterprise Rent-A-Car, I believe. But it's been very successful. So Reggie and I wasn't even sure if you knew that. That was on our agenda yesterday at the MPO. So it was good news that we're finally going to be operating something similar in our district.
We've had some conversation about that coming up. The van pool is one area of transportation as far as coming from the T-Bar to Focus. I do have some more comments in our regular board meeting about T-Bar.
Okay.
We'll discuss.
All right, and the other thing, and I mentioned this to Carlos, when I was looking through, especially on the purchase of capital equipment, because I was thinking, a lot of the investment that's going on in the port is capital, right? And construction and these kind of things. And I wondered, do we have a local preference ordinance? And I know it's different than the county, because it is a different kind of dependent district, I think. But so I was thinking, is there a local preference ordinance? I know Sarasota, for example, got the award for the drop trailer. That is a local. We considered Sarasota and Manatee local. But I was wondering, when I see some more stuff that's kind of more further to the north, whether or not we have any encouragement to use local vendors.
We do, but I'd like to have Jennifer Cowan kind of flesh out, how the program works and how it's being used.
Okay, thank you.
We approved one years ago.
Good afternoon. We do have a local preference policy. It identifies the surrounding counties, but it's really utilized mainly in the event of a tie break.
And we're slightly different than the county, I guess, in that regard. Is that true? Or?
Correct. Correct. And we are also by law, because there's I should say by advisement, there's an Attorney General opinion, which, although not binding, is persuasive, very persuasive authority that talks to special districts, and that they are not able to have a local preference policy similar to, I believe, like the one that the county has, where you can actually provide like extra points or extra incentives for those local groups. So special districts just don't have that same ability.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Perfect. Anything else?
That's all, Madam Chair.
All right. Priscilla, did you have anything?
No.
Commissioner Servia?
No, nothing, thank you.
Okay. I'll let everything go. Reggie, you're gonna bring up T-Barta later, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, good, because I was gonna ask a couple of questions on
We
it,
can
but I can
dialogue
wait.
now if you want to.
No, let's not. Let's go back there. We'll wait till the end of the meeting. If
I
it's
can
not
wait.
related to the port.
No.
Okay.
Oh, shoot, that thing's picking up what I'm saying. Actually, what I will bring up, I'll bring it up later. All right, Carlos, well, I think that's it then. If there are no other comments, we'll go ahead and close out the Port Authority meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for being here. We're going to wait just a few minutes to give the clerk an opportunity to switch back to the regularly scheduled Board of County Commission meeting in progress.
She said she's
And
good.
she's good. I was trying to make it like an advertisement.
Back to regular.
Back to regular scheduled programming.
The regular scheduled program will commence.
We're at number
All righty.
87 right now.
Well, we
Hi,
finished.
Jennifer.
We're under
Mark and
88.
Katie have been here all morning, or not all
We
morning.
showed up right before lunch, in case you got to us, but
Okay,
So what
good.
are we
There's
on?
better
I don't
places
want-
to eat in Bradenton than out of the dam.
yes.
All right, well, we're good to be back on schedule. We're now at item, I believe, 88, adoption of the potable water system master plan, something that I know we all look forward to hearing about. So, Staff?
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners, County Attorney, County Administrator. I'm here today to give you a brief overview of our recently completed potable water system update. Okay, Katie Gilmore, Water Division Manager with the Utilities Department. At the end of this presentation, I will be asking you to adopt Resolution R19-150. That is the adoption of the 2019 Potable Water System Master Plan. We're required by code to update and maintain master plans for various components of the utility system. This one covers the potable water distribution system, and those master plans are required to be adopted by board resolution. So a little bit of background. The most recent potable water distribution master plan was completed by our Public Works Department in 2012. It was adopted by the board in September of 2013. In 2017, the Utilities Department retained our engineer of record, Corollo Engineers, to update our current potable water hydraulic model and also update the potable water system master plan. So this work assignment was really a joint effort with the consultant, Corollo Engineers, the Utilities Department, and of course our Public Works Utilities Engineering staff was very much involved as well this time. And we try to update these on about a 5-year cycle. All right, so just for a frame of reference of what we're talking about with this master plan, it's for the potable water system. So that includes, of course, our water treatment plant. We can treat up to 84 million gallons per day. We have our 2 sources. We treat the surface water from Lake Manatee and the groundwater from our East County well field. It also includes our water pumping stations. So the 4 high service pump stations located at our water treatment plant. Also the 6 booster pump stations we have out in the distribution system. We have our water storage facilities for a total of 32 million gallons of finished water storage in the elevated storage tanks or the water towers, also 7 ground storage tanks. And then, of course, the system includes all of our potable water pipelines or water mains. As of October 1st of this year, that number was up to 2,022. When we did the master plan, we were around 1,800. So that's how much we've grown since we started this process in 2017. And then also just to give you a frame of reference of where we're talking about, of course, this is just the potable water service area. So you can see that's outlined here in the black boundary. Our service boundary is essentially in line with Lake Manatee on the east. And then we cover, of course, the unincorporated portions of Manatee County that we serve. We also wholesale out to City of Palmetto, City of Bradenton, Town of Longboat Key, and Sarasota County. And we serve the cities on the island as well. Okay, so the master plan had had 5 key components that we were looking at with this work assignment. The first, as I mentioned, was to do an update of the hydraulic model and a calibration. So our Public Works Department had created our water model originally. Back in 2016, Corollo Engineers, under a separate work assignment, updated that hydraulic model, but they noted that it still needed to be further refined, specifically for the island area. So the first part of this work assignment was to do that additional work on the model to refine it and calibrate it. This involved a field testing period of about 2.5 weeks. This took place the end of September through middle of October of 2017. And what they did is they took information from the water plant's supervisory control and data acquisition, or SCADA system. And we have information on the various storage tanks, pump status, flows, and pressures in the system. They used that data. They also used information on our wholesale billing data, what's going to the wholesale customers. And then they also looked at, we deployed 17 portable pressure loggers out into the system. So they took all of that field data and they were able to further refine and calibrate the model. And we got a very good product at the end that met all of their specifications for calibration. So once that was done, the second component listed here was really the prime objective of this master plan effort. And that was to take this hydraulic model, look at our current situation, look at some future model scenarios, and do a hydraulic analysis of the system to see how we performed, look for areas that need to be improved, any corrective actions, any additional projects moving forward. After that was done, we also had them look at our water treatment plant capacity and storage analysis to see if our current treatment capacity and our current finished water storage met any requirements or recommendations. We did a potable water pipeline replacement assessment, looking to help us prioritize replacements of those 2,000 plus water mains that we have out in the system. And then the final result of all of these different components was to put it together in some recommendations for our capital improvements plan. The purpose of the master plan is that it really is a planning guidance document to help us learn how to grow and improve our system moving forward so that we can meet the needs that we will have today and in the future. And so in order to do that, of course, we have to program these various projects into our CIP. Okay, so as I mentioned, really the prime objective and the real meat of this potable water system master plan was to look at the various model scenarios of our distribution system. So we took our newly updated and calibrated model and performed hydraulic analysis under 4 different scenarios. The first one was our existing scenario, which was 2018 at the time. And then we looked into the future. We looked at 2025, 2035, and what's called the build-out scenario. And for build-out, something to realize is that it doesn't occur at any given year. We don't know when that's going to happen, but it's when that potable water service area is fully built and developed to the extent that we might expect it to be in the future. So our maximum demands, our maximum treatment capacity that we may have in the future under that build-out scenario. And then the purpose of looking at these various scenarios for the existing of 2018 was to verify that the current existing infrastructure could satisfy the performance criteria and to identify any necessary corrective actions, if not. And then in the future was to assess the performance of the existing distribution system under these increased demands and determine the necessary improvements to program into the CIP. Okay, so I spent a little bit of time on this slide just kind of explaining how they determine these various scenarios. So in order to be able to run the model to see how your distribution and potable water system performs, you need to know how many people you have and where that water demand is distributed. And to assess the various hydraulic performance criteria, they were looking primarily at 3 different demand conditions. The first one is the total average daily demand, so the amount of water that your system uses on an annual basis, just averaged over the entire year. Then you also can look at your maximum month demand, and that's going to be the month of the year where you use the most water, its average daily demand over that month. And then the maximum day demand is exactly what it looks like. It's on any given year, the day of the year where the most water is used in your system. And so for each of these criteria, first you need to know your functional population of your potable water service area. So for 2018, the numbers here represent the actual population and demands that we had in the system. When you look into the future, for 2025 and 2035, the functional population numbers came from our population projections that the county does on an annual basis. These ones were from December of 2017. And once again, looking within our potable water service area. Once you have the population numbers, the average daily demand is that population multiplied by a level of service of 105 gallons per person per day. That number comes from our water conservation plan. It's a little bit less than what we have in the comp plan of 110, but we've met that number since 2007 consistently. We multiply the functional population by that 105, and for 2025 and 2035, then we also add in the demands that our wholesale customers are going to use. So we look at their full contractual obligations that we have to them, and we add that in. And that gives the total average daily demand. From that, you can calculate your maximum month and your maximum day by applying a peaking factor or multiplication factor. For maximum month, it's 1.2 times the average daily demand, and for maximum day, it's 1.35. And those numbers came from our actual history of demands and peaking factors over the last 20 years. For the distribution of that demand within your system, we've assumed that that demand is going where we have current planned developments already on the books for the county. So that's for 2025 and 2035. When we get to the build-out scenario, like I mentioned, we don't know when that's going to happen. There's a lot of assumptions that need to go into that scenario. Carollo engineers had done something previously with our wastewater collection systems master plans in 2018. And essentially what it involves is making assumptions about future land use based on current land use and how things have developed over the years. And you can assign different land use to areas of the service area that aren't developed now. Once you have that, they assumed that development would occur at 75% of the maximum allowable density with 2.34 persons per dwelling unit. And so that's where that functional population number came from, and the demand distribution also came from those future land use codes. When you get to the total average daily demand for the build-out scenario, we're multiplying by the level of service, but we're no longer adding in any wholesale customers. We're assuming that by build-out, We're not selling water to anybody. Manatee County is only serving our own needs at that time. Okay, so once all that's defined, then you can run the model under these various conditions, under the 4 scenarios, and see how the system performs. So to do that, they were looking specifically at a few different hydraulic performance criteria. The first was the pressure, also velocity and head loss gradients through the water lines, and then looking to see if the hydrants in the system could meet fire flow requirements. In addition to these 4 hydraulic performance criteria, we also looked at water age, which is a surrogate for water quality in the system. All right, and so very briefly, a quick summary of the results. For pressure, velocity, head loss, we found very good results. Both velocities and head losses were within the criteria that we expected. The pressure also was very good. There were only 2 nodes, one in 2018 and one in our build-out scenario, where the pressures dropped below 40 psi. And a node is just a point in the model. So when you run the models, there's various nodes or points where you can get data from and get these results. And so, for example, in the 2018 model, there was 16,500 something nodes. So just one fell below 40 psi. In the build-out, there was even more nodes. When we look at the fire flow and water age, you can see the results here for the 4 different scenarios. The percentage of hydrants meeting fire flow requirements was 90% or better throughout the 4 different scenarios. An important thing to note here is that this requirement is run on your maximum day demand condition. So you're looking at the day of the year where you have the most water used. If there was also a fire, could your hydrants meet our fire flow requirements? And the answer is that yes, 90% or more of the time they could. There is room for improvements in certain areas. When you look at water age, similarly, we had, for all 4 scenarios, less than 0.4% of the nodes had less than or greater than 5 days of water age. And 5 days is the benchmark really where you want your water below before you start having water quality issues. And so the areas that did have higher water age, we know where they are based on the model. We can focus flushing on those areas to bring in fresh water. And our engineers noted that we had remarkably low water age for a system of our size. All right. The next couple slides are just to give you an idea of the information that's in the model. They're hard to see. We're not going to go through all the ones they gave us, but I just wanted to give a few examples of the type of information we received back in the master plan from the consultant. So this first one, we received maps like this for all the different performance criteria under the different scenarios. This first one shows you looking at the minimum pressures under that maximum day demand condition in the 2025. So basically what we see for all the different areas of the county, it's a color-coded map based on the ranges of system pressures. And you can see where your pressures are higher and where they're lower. This one shows also the 2025 scenario, and it shows the average annual demand condition looking at the water age. So here we can look to see where those areas that the water age greater than 5 days occurs, and we can focus our efforts on flushing those areas if we need to. Okay. The next component of the master plan was to do the water treatment plant capacity and storage analysis. So for here, we're looking at our water plant, which is 84 million gallons per day treatment capacity, and the finished water storage between our ground storage tanks and our elevated water towers for 32 million gallons. And what they found was that our existing finished water storage capacity was sufficient to meet fire reserve recommendations through the 2035 scenario. And also, I didn't put on the slide, but I should note that they also looked at our total required storage, including operational reserves, emergency reserves, and we met all of that as well through 2035. They did note that by the time we get to the build-out scenario, there will be some additional water storage required. It was between about 10 and 14 million gallons, depending which fire reserve criteria you looked at. For the water treatment plant capacity, the comp plan does require, for the average daily demand reserve emergency capacities, that you can meet 75%, well, you have an extra 25% on top of your average daily demands. We do meet that through 2035. And then you can also look at your capacity based on your maximum day reserve, and you should have an additional 10% over your treatment capacity based on maximum day demand condition. We have that through 2034, and then we are predicted to drop below that number, and we'll need an additional 5 million gallons per day. But also note that we are currently planned, Buffalo Creek or North County, our O facility can supply that additional amount. And of course, once you're getting to the build-out scenario, then the treatment capacity is not quite enough. As we get closer to that point in time, we'll continue this master planning effort so we can plan for additional capacity. And that may be through expanding treatment plants or other options. Okay, the next component was to do the potable water pipeline replacement assessment. So for this, we looked at all pipelines in our system that were greater than 4 inches, and they were assigned a risk value to help us prioritize replacement efforts. And here, risk means the risk of failure, and it was defined as vulnerability times criticality. Your vulnerability is the likelihood of a failure, and this is based on the pipe age and the pipe condition. So essentially what we could do is we looked at all the different pipelines we have in our system, and for each different material, there's an expected useful life. Then we could look at the install date and calculate a remaining useful life for every pipeline. And then based on the percentage of that remaining useful life, it could be given a vulnerability score between 1 and 5. For criticality, that's defined as the consequence of a failure based on location and impact to your distribution. And it's a weighted score. It's based on financial impact, impact to the environment, or any regulatory compliance issues, effect on service to your customers. And then it was also given a numerical score. And so here you can imagine a larger water main coming right out of the plant might have more of a disruption to service on our customers, and it would cost a lot more to repair if it were to fail. So the criticality score might be high, even if the vulnerability is not. Here are the results from that assessment. As you can see, the vast majority, 83% of our lines fell within the low to the medium-low risk score. Additional 8% in the medium, 4 in medium-high, and there were 5% identified as high risks. And that correlates to 74.6 miles of water main. All right, and again, this is difficult to see, but just gives a visual depiction. They took these risk scores and put them on the map of the distribution system. So the various colors correlate to the same colors on the pie chart on the previous page. As you see, some of the larger water mains coming out of the plant get a high risk score, mostly driven by that criticality score. Okay, and so finally, you can take all this information on if it meets meeting hydraulic performance criteria, any improvements we need there, any pipeline replacement improvements, and put them into CIP recommendations. So under pipeline replacement projects, this is just now looking at a time frame of 2019 through 2029 as we build into the next few cycles of our CIP. They did note that we currently do have 0.4 miles of pipeline that's past its useful life, so we need to get on and replace that. By 2021, additional 1 mile will go over its useful life. And then past that, we have no additional replacements until 2029. This does not include things we already have in our CIP. So, of course, we have a 5-year CIP that we're updating annually. So we already have several replacement projects on the books, so those aren't included in these recommendations. It also does not include the 80.5 miles of unknown pipeline. So all the information on install date and pipe material they got from our records and our GIS system. And so we do have some that were identified as unknown. So we have some field work to do to determine what those pipelines were and see where they would fall in a replacement plan.
It's a lot of miles.
Yeah. For CIP and growth related, we noted that for those new developments and population growth that we see coming online in the 2025 and 2035 timeframe, by 2025 we'll have 151.3 miles of new mains for $178.1 million. Note that, of course, this is paid for by growth and by the developers. And then also they noted that 3 of our booster pumping stations, the Cortez, Elwood, and Northwest stations, did need some improvements to the pumps in order to meet those maximum demands by 2025. So there's some recommendations for some projects there. And we're in the process of building that in right now as we're working on our next cycle of the CIP. Another map that shows now all this information on the distribution system. So this shows all the pipelines we have, and then it's added in some of the growth-related projects that are expected by 2025 and 2035, shows things that we already have in our current CIP, and it does show on there pipelines to be replaced by the 2035 and also the 2025 and also the 2035 are on this map as well. And then this is just that same information again, a summary of the CIP projects that that we currently have existing and recommended. So looking at the 2018 through 2024 timeframe, what we currently have in our existing CIP, the additional pipeline replacements due to pipe age, and then those growth-related projects. And so in addition to the recommendations for the CIP, they had some additional recommendations for us with this master plan. One would be to go through and do some projects to replace and upsize the small diameter mains that did not meet fire flow requirements. So there are some areas where those are clustered together, so we should go through and do some upsizing of the mains in those areas. They also, in addition to the modifications to our pump stations that are needed to meet those maximum day demands in 2025, they had some additional configuration and modifications that'll help us have better operational efficiency in running those stations. So we're going to roll those into the CIP projects that we're working on now. Okay, so like I mentioned, we do need to have this officially adopted. So we're asking that you approve Resolution R19-150, adoption of the 2019 Potable Water System Master Plan. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Wow, pretty incredible presentation.
Very good.
In case anybody wanted to know about our water master plan, you have certainly done
It's
a
a very
great
quick
job of
overview. It's a
presenting
lot
it.
more detail than
Our
we could share
agenda
today.
is wonderful.
Well,
Yeah.
and, yeah, and obviously this is extremely important in this community, how we provide water to all of our citizens. Just one commissioner, so Commissioner Servia, and I got a couple questions.
Yes, thank you for the excellent presentation. That really was something else. I do have a question, though. If you could go over functional population just a little bit again, because I'm not quite sure I understand it. So you're making assumptions about, and you're taking 75% of the future land use category.
For the build-out scenario,
For the
correct.
build-out, right?
Right.
And can you address how non-residential fits in there? And is it annually updated? And
Right now, the build-out population was done for this effort. So it's not something the county's doing on the annual basis like we're doing our normal population projections. So this was an effort that Carollo Engineer, as our consultant, they had done this for the wastewater collection systems master planning, and then they did it for this.
Okay.
So I'm a little bit naive on all the details, but it is something that they've made assumptions. They looked at how areas have developed over the years and made assumptions that will follow some typical patterns of how things have changed over the years when we get to the build-out scenario. I don't have a whole lot more details than that, exactly how they did it. I can get with them, we can find out. But.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Trace.
I just had one question. I don't know if I heard it wrong. You were saying 2035, we would no longer have a wholesale customer. I know we're.
After 2035.
Okay.
The
Does that mean,
build-out scenario.
we're not including municipalities in Manatee County. We're only talking outside?
Well, we're talking specifically for the build-out scenario, so we're not making any assumptions on when we will stop serving them. We're saying when we get to this, fictional build-out timeframe. It's not going to be in 2036. It
Okay,
could
but
be-
I mean, then our plan is to possibly not be servicing the municipalities within the county?
We're assuming not. Now, we may, continue to. Right now, we're assuming that our service area will be built out and we're keeping the water to serve ourselves and what that looks like.
Oh, dear me.
We're not making any promises about what we are going to or not
Right,
going to do in
I
the
see.
future.
You're not
but for
saying
this
we would,
master
but it's
planning
just,
effort.
we would not have enough water for everybody, sort of what you're saying. Okay, that's interesting.
Well, it's planned, assuming that we're not.
Oh, my
No,
goodness.
and actually, that was going to be my, one of my comments and questions. Obviously, you're talking about the system.
Correct.
We have had presentations on the supply. There are two different issues. We didn't go over supply here, but the guy behind the curtain there has gone over that many times with this board to look at the long-term supply. And I don't think it's correct to say that we're not going to have enough to supply our customers. I don't think
not.
that was a correct statement.
It's
Maybe
not saying we're
appropriate,
not
but
going to
correct.
have enough. It's saying, as we're making an assumption for what this build-out scenario might look like, we're assuming that at that point we no longer are. But that's not a set point in time. We don't know when that's going to occur.
Okay, Mark looks like he wants to say something
Yeah,
on
please,
that.
so I can unpress my button.
Hi, Mark Simpson, Deputy Director Utilities. Yeah, the concept was not that we're not going to be serving them. The concept was just the build-out date is unknown. There's potentially a lot of time between 2035 and build-out. That could be 2050, could be 2060, could be 2070, and there's a lot can happen in between now and then. So that was one option, just to say, what is the demand in this development area? We know that one of our our wholesale service customers. Contract is supposed to be ending in 2025, which is the largest portion of what our wholesale customers is. So the rest of them, the islands, what we're selling to Palmetto, the small amount that we supply to the city of Bradenton, of that number that we're looking at is a very small percentage of the total demand that would have to be met. So it was just not to say that we're absolutely not going to serve them. It was just a way they capped the number. You can easily put in there so that instead of having 78 million gallons a day, it could be 82 million gallons a day, or whatever that number is. It's a very small number of that. So again, it's a long time out there. There's no plans to not serve those customers, except for the one contract that we have that currently is to end in 2025.
That's what I thought. I thought it was important that we clarify that.
And Madam Chair, if I may, I mean, Mark mentioned contracts, but as a strictly legal proposition, our obligations vis-à-vis our wholesale customers are governed by the contracts that we have with them.
Correct.
And so as they come up for renewal, we take a fresh look at their needs and our capabilities, and but at the end of the day, it's governed by our contractual obligations.
Correct. And so we don't want to put something in our plan that binds a future board to meet something that is really governed by contracts, as the county attorney laid out. So every year, when those contracts come out, we extend them or not extend them or whatever, but that's based on a contractual basis going forward.
Okay. And I just want to clarify, on the build-out, is this the current service area that we looked at as far as population projections? That was just the current service area, no
That's-
expansion of the service area?
That's correct. If there is any additional areas that are going to be served or where their development is going to be occur, that takes additional planning effort. We're focused on what we're currently required to look at is what are we going to serve in our service area? That's where that's our goal. That's where we're looking to serve.
I thought so, but I
plan is
just
for
wanted to
that.
clarify that for people that might, it wasn't really easy to tell from the map because it didn't have that line on it, but I assumed that was the situation.
Yes, it's whatever's in the future development area boundary, which is our service area.
Service area. All right, Commissioner Whitmore?
You're the one I need to ask, Mark. The islands, they don't
Yes.
have a contract. They're part of your system, right?
They do have a contract. We have a franchise agreement that allows us to provide service in their city limits. So, and it's,
I should have known.
it's a contract. So there's a
Okay, I
contract
just-
with each one of the cities, a franchise agreement
How
with each one of the
long
cities.
is the contract? I don't remember signing it when I was mayor.
The last ones were
Are
done
they
in.
10, 20 years or?
Yeah, the last one was done in 2011. It was a
After I left.
15-year project.
20 years?
15 years.
Oh,
So in
15,
2026, those with the three island cities are terminated. There's a termination date. So we would have to get into negotiations before then and
Yeah.
move forward with another franchise agreement
And
going forward.
it's, and the press is hearing this and stuff, and, I just want to make sure because, we've, as far as I can, quite many years, we've relied on the county water on the barrier islands. Longboat Key, that's another issue. Who knows what they're doing? Hopefully they're going to stay with us and they'll keep buying our water. And, but I'm just worried because I'm thinking, well, where are we going to get our water on Anna Maria Island? Where else? Guess dig major wells? I don't know. I probably won't be alive when all that happens, but still, I would think twice about that for the people that have been doing this for so many years. Has the contracts always been 15 years?
The contract terms have been different. Sometimes they were 20 years, sometimes they were 15 years. Like I said, the last one was 15 years. We did it in 2011 for
Okay.
15 years.
I just never remember when I was mayor, so maybe I was a city commissioner then when we did one of them. Okay.
Or
All
maybe
right.
may have been in between
Well,
times.
again, you're saying that maybe it wouldn't happen, and there's probably not a lot of water being used on Emery Island. It's never going to grow. It can't grow.
Well, yeah, so and again, the reason that they weren't included is because it's a long way off, and those agreements are by contract.
I know, but then we have press in here, and the
So-
headlines could be, we're going to shut you off. you
Well,
know?
it didn't say we're going to shut them off. It basically says that we have to renegotiate our
I know.
contracts.
Well, obviously, we're doing
Going
it every
forward,
so many
We have to
years.
renegotiate the contracts when those contracts come up.
Okay. But are you saying we won't have enough water then?
No. I'm not saying that.
Okay, I just want, make sure that it's clear, because I don't want any calls on our way down to Miami.
We'll develop as much water as needed to supply our, whatever contracts we set up.
Got it, thank you.
And isn't that actually the Peace River Water Supply, Peace River Minnesota Water Supply Authority,
Supplement.
isn't that exactly their charge, that they are required to, I mean, I know that I don't believe Sarasota County's entered an agreement with them. I think some of the other counties, and Priscilla probably knows right off the top of her head, that they will provide the water, but we do have an investment in them, so we're assuming that they will be a possible source of water that far out in the future, right?
Yes, so the Peace River Minnesota Regional Water Supply Authority is a special entity created by state statute, but we are 1/4 owner, director of that facility. And that planning process, we are totally involved with that planning process. And the question of who's going to develop the new water supply or where it's going to be developed is basically it should be determined by what's the cheapest, most reliable, most sound environmental development process to occur. It would be, it wouldn't make a lot of sense for us to look for the cities of Anna Maria Island to look for the Peace River Water Authority to develop water in DeSoto County or southern Sarasota County to provide water to them. But it's a joint planning effort, and so the water should most likely will come from Manatee County Utility System. But additional waters, additional supplies could come from the Peace River Authority or in joint production with us. From Peace River Authority.
Yeah, and I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying that necessarily would come from them, but we are all part of this same region that is looking at water supplies. So the islands are never going to be on their own, Carol. I guess that was really my point, not necessarily where exactly it was going to come
Yeah,
from.
that's what when I heard the presentation though, and everybody, and then Mark come running up, that's why I just want to make sure everybody's clear. Okay.
And I did want to ask, because Longboat Key was mentioned, does Longboat Key in its entirety get its water from Manatee County today? Or is the portion in Sarasota County served by someone else?
It's all us.
We supply all of their demand.
Okay.
They do have a backup connection to the city of Sarasota on the southern end, so they can get water for a short period of time from the city of Sarasota in an emergency situation. But we supply their daily demand.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Trace?
I kind of apologize. I think I said it wrong, but it struck me wrong when she said we'd probably have no wholesale. But basically what they're saying is when they're looking out, they don't have any contracts because it's 50 years out. Chances are we'll be doing contracts with all the municipalities for 15 to 30 years. And I know I work with these guys and they, trust me, nothing's going to sneak up on these guys. They look out 15, 20 years out. Like I said, they thought we would be letting the contract with the county of Sarasota go in 2025. We realize that we have plenty of water. Thus, we're going to provide Sarasota at least another contract, which will probably be at least, I think, 10 or 12 years. So I think I just said it wrong. It just struck me funny when Katie said, we're not planning on selling any wholesale. And I'm like, what? Because I knew the municipalities were wholesale users, and I don't think that's our intent.
Yeah,
So I said it wrong, and I apologize if I got people all of a sudden panicky on the island. Sorry.
Yes, our current wholesale contracts are ended before 2035 build-out scenario occurs. So that's why they weren't included.
Okay. Commissioner Baugh?
Yeah, and I'm sorry I was in the back, but I was listening over the speakers to everything that was being said. So I just want to make sure, maybe I missed something, but I think, Priscilla, you might have just hit on what I was hearing. Yeah, I don't think the reporters in the room need to be concerned or report, and I don't think they would, that Manatee County will not be serving them when their contracts expire. I'm sure that's not the case. I think you alluded to that. And I think, and Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like to me that the whole time I've been on the board, we've always looked at 2035 as that year, when we might have to start using Peace a little bit, for some of our water supply. Is that correct, or am I dreaming here? Hasn't it always been kind of 2035 the year we were looking at as a possibility?
Probably since you were on the board, it's been around
7 years.
2032 out to 2037, 2038, where we are now.
Yeah, okay.
Prior to that, it was 2011 and 2014, and then 2017. And as things have changed.
Every year, it's like it.
As things have changed, that has gone through, as we went through the Great Recession, that really dropped off. But yeah, it's been that 2032 to 2038 timeframe since you've been on the board.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure that I was correct in my thinking on that. All right, thanks. Good presentation.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's important as we, try to set our utility rates. We know water is part of it. We've talked a lot about wastewater up here, not talked a whole lot about water, but of course it's extremely important, especially as the way you have presented it kind of made it very clear that we need to consider this upgrade. As what you said, we have a lot of pipes that we really don't know the condition of, and I guess that's something we'll have to continue to work on, but I'm pretty sure everybody who lives in Manatee County who pays that water bill is going to be counting on that nice, clear, cold water coming out of the tap. So
It's a good blend.
thank you for what you're doing. Keep us informed, but looks like we're in pretty good shape for now, right? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Tracy, did you have something else?
Yes, I was going to say that we don't talk about it a lot because these guys do a great job. And we're very, very lucky that we don't have to worry about it. And I would like to make a motion to adoption of Resolution R-19-150, adopting the 2019 Potable Water System Master Plan Update.
Second.
All right. We've got a motion by Commissioner Trey, seconded by Commissioner Servia. All those in favor, I'll go ahead and open it for public comment. I don't think I did that.
Anybody in the back row?
All right, there's nobody here. Okay, I'll close public comment. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good job.
All right.
Very good job.
Okay, you guys have all looked at the dashboard. If you're
Yep.
getting it pulled up, not always
Madam
great.
Chair, I talked to Sherry. I finally figured out how to do it because all you do is still see the jail thing, but in the body of it, it says if you want to see real time, minute to minute, you go on it, and we were looking at it yesterday. So maybe somehow on the agenda that we could put people, they just need to read it. So, you
Yes,
have to
there's-
click.
There's 2 links in each one of the agenda items that'll take you to the real-time report, but you can also get there on our website as well to find it too.
I'm going to go ahead and open the next item, which is the
Opioid?
opioid matter. This is the kind of update on the opioid litigation, and I'll turn it over to County Attorney Mickey Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, Manatee County filed its lawsuit in the Middle District of Florida on January 18, 2019. The county's case was transferred to the Northern District of Ohio and consolidated in the multi-district litigation on February 4, 2019. As of today, Manatee County is among more than 2,000, and the number is actually now approaching 2,500, local governments around the country that have filed such lawsuits. Manatee County is represented by a consortium of outside law firms, with the team headed up by the Romano Law Group based in West Palm Beach, Florida. The other members of our legal team are the law firms of Avera and Smith in Gainesville, Florida, Spangenberg, Shibley, and Leiber in Cleveland, Ohio, and Shoker, Federico, and Staten in Baltimore, Maryland. The county has a contingent fee agreement with the lawyers that calls for the legal team to receive 20% of any gross recovery before trial, 22% after a trial, and 25% after any post-judgment appeal. The consortium of law firms that represents Manatee County also represents 15 additional Florida counties and 16 Florida cities. And I would note that the contingency arrangement that we've entered into is consistent with the contingency arrangement that this consortium entered into with its other local government clients as well. In fact, pretty much statewide, the various firms that are involved in this litigation have entered into contingency agreements with their clients that mirror the percentages that our agreement calls for. The county's lawsuit names 29 defendants, to include manufacturers, distributors, and retailers. The more significant defendants are Purdue Pharma, Indo Health Solutions, Janssen Pharmaceuticals, Johnson & Johnson, Teva Pharmaceutical, Cardinal Health, McKesson Corporation, Amerisource Bergen, and CVS Health Corp. The primary theory of liability surrounds alleged deceptive marketing practices on the part of the various defendants, wherein the need for opioids was overstated and the addictiveness of opioids was understated. This in turn led to the well-documented national opioid death and dependency crisis that has cost local governments many millions of dollars to deal with. The vast majority of lawsuits brought by local governments have now been consolidated into the MDL litigation. Again, that's multi-district litigation in Ohio. Federal District Judge Dan Polster is presiding. On September 15, 2019, Purdue Pharma, the largest of the various manufacturers and the maker of OxyContin, filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. It is much too early to predict the fallout from this development, but it is anticipated that some form of monetary settlement for the aggrieved local governments will resort from the bankruptcy reorganization of the company. And in fact, we're anticipating receiving any time now. We're expecting the window of opportunity to be opened up by the bankruptcy judge any time now for us to file our notice of claim in the Purdue Pharma bankruptcy proceeding. A bellwether jury trial beginning on October 16, 2019, involving the Ohio counties of Cuyahoga and Summit, was resolved just hours before opening statements were to commence on October 21. A combination of 4 defendants, Teva, McKesson, Amerisource, and Cardinal Health, reached a $260 million settlement with the 2 Ohio counties. This is generally viewed as a positive development for negotiation and settlement prospects for other local governments. Johnson & Johnson was no longer a part of that case, having reached a separate settlement with the 2 counties for $20.4 million, approximately 3 weeks before trial. In the meantime, Judge Polster has created a negotiation class which will comprise all cities and counties that have sued, excepting those cities and counties that affirmatively choose to be excluded. Attached to your agenda item today are a letter from our outside counsel dated September 25, 2019, explaining the negotiating class and recommending that Manatee County remain in the class. And our lawyers have consistently made that recommendation to all of their local government clients that we remain part of the negotiation class and not break out on our own. And the second attachment today to your agenda item is the class action notice itself from the federal court with frequently asked questions and an attached exclusion request form. And so there are other things going on other fronts. You may have seen some of the news coverage, for example, of the state court trial that concluded in the not-too-distant past in Oklahoma. That was a bench trial where the decisions were made exclusively by a state judge in Oklahoma, and a very large judgment was entered against Johnson & Johnson and a couple of other defendants, as I recall. And so that is an example of a state government. It's actually the first example of one of these cases that actually proceeded to trial. But in terms of the multi-district litigation that we are involved in the Northern District of Ohio, it would certainly appear that the various defendants are interested in forging settlements on a nationwide basis as opposed to proceeding to trial, which I think is generally a good sign. And so I am asking for the board to make a decision today. We have until close of business this Friday to make our decision on whether or not we want to opt out of the negotiation class. Our outside counsel, along with your county attorney, is recommending that we do not take that step and that we remain in the negotiation class. And so I'm seeking a motion from the board today to accomplish just that. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Lots of legalese. You guys
Good.
got any questions?
Nope. Move forward.
No, I know I followed it a little bit on public radio just because I was listening to the report regarding some of the previous case, the fact that there were some settlement offers, the bankruptcy, but it's a very in-depth situation, and it sounds like we're not expending funds currently. It's all on a contingency basis.
Right.
Is that
On
correct?
whether you win.
That is correct. That is correct. This government has yet to lay out a cent on this litigation.
Right.
And again, the attorney fee arrangement is one of a contingency arrangement. And more than likely, you know, if the result of the recent case involving the two Ohio counties plays out nationwide, then very few, if any, of these claims will actually proceed to trial, which means that our attorneys will receive that 20% as opposed to the higher percentages post-trial and post-appeal. So it will be that 20% contingency number.
Okay, well, nobody's on the board, so
I
what's
move
your
we
pleasure?
stay in take the attorney's recommended motion.
Keep moving.
Is there a action?
Second.
That was just a
There is a
report.
recommended motion.
There is a recommended motion.
Recommended
I'll just read it for you. I move to remain in the negotiation class in the matter of in-ray national prescription opiate litigation, MDL number 2804, Northern District of Ohio.
Oh, there it
So
is.
move.
All right, we have a recommended motion by Commissioner Trace, seconded
By
by
Reggie.
Commissioner Bellamy. I'll open this up for public comment. Is there anyone who has any comment regarding this matter? Okay, seeing nobody, I'm going to close public comment. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, I just received a phone call. I just wanted to let all the commissioners know that Gary Tibbetts just called me and his mom just passed away. So
Aw.
keep him in your prayers. He's,
Hear that?
Condolences.
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you for letting us know.
He was in hospice with her.
Okay. Economic Development Report. I guess that would be Ms. Stewart. Jerry, come on down. Item number 91, Annual Economic Development Update.
You just sent me one too.
Good afternoon, Karen Stewart, staff. So this is our Economic Development Report for fiscal year 2018-2019. Going to talk just a little bit about your incentive programs, the results for the incentives performance over the past year, some other economic development activities, and our trends and opportunities for the coming year. But before I start, I do want to introduce our staff. Many of them you know. Bruno Kapasinskas, our Business Resource Manager, Ivan Groom, our Redevelopment Coordinator, along with Che Barnett and Jeff Ryan, also Redevelopment Coordinators, our Administrative Assistant, Deidre Green-Larkin, and of course, Jerry Lopez, the Director of Redevelopment and Economic Opportunity. So I'm just going to give you a little reminder of your incentive programs. You know most of this for the updates that we've had over the past years, and we were in front of you just back in August providing an update to our incentive program. So our rapid response services is the hallmark of our economic development and program. I mean, the incentives are nice, but really what matters to companies is that we have a consistent, predictable, and friendly approach. Last year, we did 23 scoping meetings with our staff and building and development, public works staff, and others. And we also had 60 rapid response permits that we tracked. Beginning this year, starting October 1st, we developed a way to track the investment associated with these rapid response projects. And it was kind of a difficult road to get here, but we did. And we'll be able to report that starting with October 1st. But there are some permits that we've been working on for a long time, since 2016 through September 30th. And for those permits that are still open, those rapid response permits represent a more than $52 million investment in our community. Then we have our economic development incentive grants. These are our performance-based job creation program. All the jobs that are incentivized through this program are created and then they're paid based on performance. And all of the jobs are required to have benefits associated with them. And you all adopted that in our new guidelines back in August. The multimodal impact fee, which you're familiar with, we can pay up to 100% of the fees through economic development for new construction based on a company's wage. And then our tax exemption program, which was passed by a referendum of voters in 2014. It's a great tool in our toolbox for capital investment and job creation. And then finally, the QTI, which is the state's Qualified Targeted Industries Refund. We provide a 20% match for anything that the state does in this regard. So these are our incentives. Again, back in August, you all helped us update our incentives for the Southwest District. And in that, we created some job bonuses. So these are for companies in the Southwest District that qualify for an EDI, so they're already getting an incentive. If they hire those jobs from the Southwest District, they can receive a bonus of up to $2,000 per job. And if they hire a graduate of our Inclusive Economic Development Program, they could get up to $3,000 per job bonus. So we're really excited about that. In addition, we're looking at facility investment fees in the Southwest District, and based on wage, we can provide up to 100% reimbursement at CO for those fees, and many of you know that those fees can be quite extensive. We're also able to reimburse permitting fees in the Southwest District after CO based on the wages and jobs created. And then finally, we have the Southwest District Multimodal Impact Fee Incentive, where we could provide the other part of the multimodal impact fee. So they might get 50% from economic development, and then if for the right company, we might give the other 50% out of the Southwest TIF. So this would be a very large asset, a very competitive advantage that we have in the Southwest District to drive investment there. Each program each company that comes through our economic development program is provided a cost-benefit analysis through Impact Dashboard. It's our cloud-based analysis program, and we just put some guidelines in place where when we do this analysis, we want to make sure that we're going to get a 15% return on the county's investment, and we're going to get the money back for the incentives within 5 years. So this is a new qualification that we just added. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the economic development process. Over time, we've talked about this a few times, but I don't think we've had a reminder of it recently. So any prospect that's going to locate in Manatee County, whether they call the county, the port, the EDC, the airport, whoever they call, the EDC is the starting place. And that is because they collect the project assessment form. It's a preliminary document that tells us what they're planning to do, what their capital investment's going to be, their wage, the number of jobs created. But the most important part is that's when they can establish their confidentiality. So they request on this form to have confidentiality, and then we assign them a project name. We do the impact data that I just showed you on the last slide to see if, based on their preliminary numbers, they're eligible for the 15% rate of return and the 5-year payback. Once we have all that information, then we meet with the prospect with our whole group. And it will be anybody who needs to be at a meeting. So it could be the EDC and the port and the county, chambers, the airport, anyone. Once we have that meeting and we talk about our incentive programs and what we have to offer, the company is provided with an application for incentives. It could be the state application, it could be the local application, it could be a tax exemption, it could be any of the tools that we have. The company fills out the application, and then a staff review is done by the EDC. They take a look at it, they make sure all the information is there and correct, and then they provide it to the county. Where we do our staff review, and then have the county administrator's office take a look at it as well. Once all those steps are done, then we bring it to the board for your consideration. In addition to our expos, we also have a lot of other initiatives and things that we do as part of our business retention and expansion program. And in economic development, we know that it's easier to retain the businesses that you already have than it is to attract a new one. So we had 2 events this year, 2 small business expos, and Bruno's our expo guy. We had a small business expo in November last year in association with Small Business Saturday and the Shop Small initiative. And actually, that same expo is coming up this Thursday, the 21st, at the library, 9:30 to 11. We also did a hurricane preparedness expo last year, really working with businesses to get a plan for any type of emergency or disaster that might come their way. We always talk about hurricanes, but now we talk about red tide too. And we're really excited because next year the Hurricane Expo is going to be sponsored by the Public Safety Department, and we're going to work alongside of them. At these two events, though, we had 50 vendors in attendance, and more than 175 business people and citizens attended. We gave out the Shop Small Saturday swag, and we celebrated Global Entrepreneurship Week. And again, promoted hurricane preparedness for small business. We also did our business walks this year, 2 business walks, and Deldra heads up our business walk organization. She's our person who brings all of our partners together, decides on which corridors we're going to go to, gets a list of businesses from the coordinators, and we go out with a group of partners. It's the chambers, it's the EDC, but it's also a lot of county staff, the building department, code enforcement, MSO. We all go out together. We do a short survey on Survey 123, which is an iPad. We can ask questions while we're talking, put in the answers, come back, plug it in, and we get a graph of our responses. So we did 146 business visits this way this year. And after the walk, our partners get back together and they look at what the needs were that the businesses told us about on the business walk, and we connect them to additional resources and services. And this is normally done face-to-face. We also did a lot of business outreach. This is where our coordinators and our business resource managers, they just get out on the corridors in the Southwest District, and they go door to door, often unannounced, drop in on businesses and say hello. We're the county and we're here to help you. And we have had a really great response. We have an excellent relationship with businesses. When we go out and about to other events, people tell me all the time that they know Bruno or they know Che, they know Jeff, and there's a good, strong relationship there. So we visited 248 businesses for the first time this year, did 815 business visits total, and made 56 connections. I mean, that's really the result, connecting businesses to what they need. This is our business metrics outreach. This is our dashboard that was put together a couple years ago with IT department and Ivan Groom. And we have this up and running, and it really rolls along now. It's available on the county's website for complete transparency. It's updated by our coordinators every week, and every night the system updates. So whatever was put in there today, tomorrow you can see it in this format. And it shows here our 815 visits and all the things that we've done over the past year. I also wanted to talk a little bit about House Bill 7103. I mentioned in the beginning that rapid response is a really important part of economic development. And so when we hear that there's going to be a new process, we have to think about how we can be flexible and still meet the needs of our business customers. So we're collaborating with the reviewing agencies. We're going to have a new focus for the economic development team, and we're going to work to be sure that when one of our customers, our rapid response customers, submits their application, it will be deemed complete that day. Wow. And we're going to do that by having a sit-down completeness review. We already have Monday afternoons set aside for a project scoping. So now on the days when there's open meeting space, we'll be able to sit down with a company who would have already submitted their application into Acela. They would have already made their payment. And then, so they're in the process of the 30 days. And then on the following Monday, we would sit down with the reviewers. We'd go through the application, and if it's deemed complete, then we would provide a letter the next day stating that it's complete. And if you know anything about the bill, all the things we've been talking about, this will cut a lot of time off for these companies. If they're not complete on the first time we sit down, we'll let them come to a meeting in the future another time and sit down with them. We do have to work some of the kinks out of this with some of the other reviewers, but we're confident that we can do it. And then our team would just review the permits as they always have been along the way until the site plan is approved, and then we would work with the building permitting side to get the building permit approved all the way to the CO. So we're really excited about this and the ability to cut some time off before the clock starts ticking. So looking at how our incentives performed, the results of your program. So last year, in 18-19, we adopted $1 million in incentives for 8 companies, which are projected to create 563 jobs. And the average wage for those jobs is $65,000, so that's really great. And the capital investment expected is almost $33 million for 1 year's work.
Return on investment?
We did an impact. Jeff did this for us. He used impact data on these 8 companies, and taking a look at this, the return on investment, the 1,030 jobs. That's the 563 direct jobs I talked about, but then the 467 spin-off jobs. So all the jobs that are created have a multiplier. You create manufacturing jobs, then you also create retail, restaurants, shoe stores, and those kinds of jobs as well. The average for all the jobs, the 1,030 jobs, is 58,544.4. And that includes 51,000 for the spinoff. It's a $32.9 million capital investment, and one of the things that impact shows us is how many homes would be affected. So it looks like about 15.5 new homes will be constructed based on this work, and 156 people will relocate to Manatee County for these jobs. And then it also looked at the net benefits to the school district, $2.9 million, and the net benefits to the county, $2.7 million. So we're able to show the results of the investment in the companies that locate here and expand. So that was last year. This is the whole program since 2009. And our current investment in the whole program is $13.9 million. $10.9 million of that is our EDIs. The transportation impact fee incentives makes up about $1.3 million. The 20% local financial support that we provide to the state, and then they pay the company, is $1.3 million. And then we've used about $286,000 in Southwest District incentives. And I want to tell you that next year that's going to be much larger. Right, Jerry?
Much.
So new and retained jobs, 6,400 new and retained jobs through the course of the whole project since 2009. The wage of those jobs is $55,006, which is 36% over our average wage. And we'll be getting a new average wage in the beginning of the new year. It'll be the 2018 wage. We expect it to be much larger. And this program and these jobs are expected to create $2 billion in wages in our economy.
Wow.
Good girl.
Again, the total capital investment over the whole time of the project since 2009, $693 million in our community. And for every $1 the county invests, there's a projected capital investment of $50 in the community. So again, these are your projected jobs, and I show you this again only to show you that manufacturing is the largest sector of jobs that we have worked with, followed by headquarters, and then Infotech. The actual jobs created already are 3,298, so about half the jobs have been created through the life of the program, which we think is pretty darn good. And I'll get a little deeper into that in a couple minutes. The projected investment in EDI through 2025, again, is the $10.9 million, and we've already paid out $4.9 million of that, so about half the money and half the time.
Awesome.
Again, you can see the capital investment here, and you can see manufacturing is the largest sector for capital investment, and this is because not only do they have their building and their fixtures and furniture, but they have a lot of equipment that really brings a high capital investment. So I'm just going to show you these 3 top sectors now. The headquarters sector. I mentioned before that this is our largest sector, and I've lost my place here. I've got to find my leaves. So 1,440 jobs. I wanted to say that in manufacturing, 1,300 jobs have already been created through the end of last year. And the capital investment for that is $105 million. And you can see that their wages are very high at over $61,000. Infotech is another one that's one of our top three. Again, these wages are very high at $59,000, and their capital investment is also very high at $11.5 million. Might go backwards. All right. So now I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of our initiatives. The Southwest District Strategic Plan was approved in January of 2019. It provided a demographic analysis of the Southwest District and a redevelopment vision for that area. It also provides metrics for gauging success and includes economic development initiatives. And Jerry will talk to you a lot more about all of that when she goes over the state of the district in just a minute or two. We've also worked on outreach and marketing. We've placed an advertisement in the Fall Urban Land Use Institute magazine. We had focus groups regarding opportunity zones. We had an article, and here it is, a picture of it. We can send it to you if you haven't received it or haven't seen it. We had an article in Business Focus about economic development and redevelopment. And we have a summary of the urban corridor incentives as an insert in our Opportunity Knocks brochure. We've participated in international trade attraction. We sponsored the second annual Latin American Inbound Trade event hosted by the International Trade Hub at Port Manatee. And Che leads up our efforts with the International Trade Hub, and we're really proud to be a part of that and the companies that are coming here to the hub for their soft landing. We also participated with the EDC, the airport, Florida Power and Light, and Enterprise Florida in the Paris Air Show, and I'm happy to report that we have a business visit as a result of that activity as well. Inclusive Manatee, Che Barnett was here talking to you about Inclusive Manatee a couple meetings ago. Our pilot project is about to launch. We are expecting to sign a 3-year agreement with CareerSource, who is going to help us with this initiative to reduce unemployment by 1.5% over 3 years and to increase the median wage by 3% in the same time. We're also working with many community collaborators, including the Whole Child Manatee, which we're very excited to be able to link families to those services as well. We'll have much more to talk about later in this year about Inclusive Manatee. Also, we have SBDC in-house, an in-house partnership. We established a satellite office on the 3rd floor this year with Scott Carpenter, who's our SBDC rep. And it's really a great opportunity for us. We go out on all those business visits. We find out businesses need something. We refer them to Scott. And he's met with 62 companies this year. 24% of his clients were vets, which is really exciting. He's done over 135 hours of counseling, and he's created one export opportunity for a local business. So really great. So our opportunities for 2019-20, 2020. I mentioned Inclusive Manatee already. We've talked to you a number of times about the Northwest County Plan, and we'll be working through the implementation of that and bringing more information forward throughout the year. It includes working with the EDC on marketing the area and then working on some of the other initiatives that were pointed out there. We are continuing to develop our strong connection between community development and economic development. It's very important for Inclusive Manatee and also for affordable housing. And I said that this last year, but I really like it. If you have a job, you need a home. And if you have a home, you need a job. So the two things are really linked. We'll be working on some entrepreneurial strategies. This is one way to help people who may not have the same economic mobility as others in our community really grow, develop their own business and hire their neighbors. We're also focusing on sustainability and innovation. Jeff Ryan has done a lot of work on this, and you've seen some of his maps and his presentations that he's been making in the community. We're also, today I believe, you gave us the permission to submit the next 3-year version of the Brownfields Assessment Grant Program. It's, again, going to be a coalition grant between the City of Palmetto, the City of Bradenton, and the county. And so that'll be going off very soon. And then we're going to be developing our 5-year economic development plan. So there's a lot coming up in the future as well. Now, I just want to, Jerry and I are going to share some trends with you now. I'm going to start, and then she's going to jump up here in a minute. We both go to trade conferences, to the IEDC and to ULI, and want to talk to you about some of the things that we've heard. Of course, workforce is key. We've been hearing that for years now, a couple years now. And at the IEDC, it was said that 96% of economic developers report an increased importance in workforce and talent, and that 83% of firms report problems filling positions, just like we do sometimes, and that the turnover cost when a person comes and leaves is about 20% of a worker's salary. So that kind of thing can be expensive for a company. And the worker shortage results in delayed or canceled expansion plans by companies, firms moving out of your area, or even closing. So we're really looking at ways to increase our workforce training, working with the colleges, the universities, Manatee Technical Institute, and Inclusive Manatee to put people to work. Another thing that we heard at IEDC is that income inequality is growing. Wages have barely increased in decades for many people who live in our community, and 1/4 of the national workforce make less than $10 an hour. That's stunning to me. At IEDC, economic developers were advised to mind the gap. You know, you hear that when you get on and off trains, places, don't fall in the crack. To mind the gap, mind the wealth gap, the wage gap, the affordable housing gap, and the life expectancy gap. And so we're going to be doing that this year. Also, all this information that I'm sharing really gives us kind of a mixed message because the national economy is in its 10th year of expansion. The stock market's at an all-time high, yet we still have people in our community who don't have economic mobility. And so that's going to be a focus for us as we move forward, making sure that everyone benefits from economic development. So Jerry is going to come up and share some trends from ULI, and then we'll be here at the end for some discussion before her presentation.
Thank you, Karen. So just to continue on on the trend sessions, a lot of these came from the ULI fall conference that was in Washington, D.C. back in September. And what we had talked about there is, as Karen mentioned, that we are seeing the economy is really sending us some mixed messages. They are seeing a lot of softer demand, which really points to the need for diversifying our economy and looking at what underpins our economy and really focusing on that, and that will help us as we move forward. The other item is that I think last year we reported that the Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater, kind of our whole regional area, it was one of the top 10 markets to watch. So everyone was very excited about that. This year was number 11, so it's still a very strong market, and we're seeing a lot of that, especially on the industrial kind of development part of that, as we've been talking before. The one really interesting thing, and this is, I'm quoting what they said there, is that there are signs of a housing unraveling. And so this caused a lot of concern, but it's really tied to the affordability concerns, not necessarily that the real estate market is in some sort of crisis. It's not. And this one, like all of the points there are looking very strong. What the unraveling is in reference to is that nationally, the home ownership rates have dropped to 63%. It was up to a high of 69%. So nationally, we're seeing that drop. And then there's a widening gap between the median home prices and the median household income. So this is really a function, same thing you heard Karen say about the lagging incomes and income inequality. And there's a lot of that missing middle housing. And this is something that we've been trying to address through some of our programs like Livable Manatee, where we're focusing on that middle income housing. The other one, which I found really interesting, is that real estate operations are really more attuned to a preference for community. And this is what this first kind of words that you see here called collaborative consumption. And that's the term that they use. And I was like, what is that? And this is the whole idea of the community. You know, we talked a lot about millennials, but the ones that are coming in, Generation Z, and I think they're calling them the Zoomers, they're really into a lot of collaborative type of activity, but related to consumption. So co-living. So think of more like these dorm-like rooms where you have your own studio space, but then you're sharing a lot of the living space, the kitchens, and things like that. So a lot of co-living. And this is good for the older generation as well as the younger ones, where they have a lot of wanting to have more social interaction as well. So co-living, co-working, I know you've all heard about that. We've seen that with Connect Bradenton. So again, that collaborative consumption. And you see that a lot with like food halls, a lot of the pop-up retail, these urban green markets, these spaces where they can connect given what's going on. So they've termed that collaborative consumption. So I thought that was really, really interesting. The other thing that they had talked about was given that the millennials are growing up, they are still have a real interest in more kind of walkable places where you can live, work, and play. And while that may not mean specifically downtown, they are looking more for suburbs that have that kind of feel. So they call that more of the densification of the suburbs, and they nicknamed that hipsterbia. So you have the hipsters moving into suburbia. But this is something that Lakewood Ranch, for example, as part of their Waterside project, is taking advantage of, where they're adding a lot more rental projects, a lot more diversity of product types, retail, and those kinds of things. So the more we can take advantage of that, the more we'll have opportunities for a real diversity of ages. The other really interesting thing that they have been talked about, we talk about that resiliency and sustainability. And these are becoming economic drivers. These real estate developers, a lot of the panels that I went to, are really driving decisions about where they're choosing to locate and what they want to do based on these kinds of things. And specifically, there's been a change in ethos in part of the corporate world, in that you're looking at environmental, social, and governance type of activities in corporate and institutional investing. So the more that we're attuned to that we know that that's what they're looking for, the more opportunity we'll have to attract some of that investment if we're very conscious about those kinds of things. So climate change and resiliency are really driving these real estate decisions. The other one is that technology continues to disrupt, and the change of that disruption has been going a lot faster. That was something really interesting that a lot of the panels I went to, they were talking about just how the speed of that change and how fast it's happening and how they have to react to it from a real estate perspective is very difficult. So things like the 5G and cybersecurity, and a lot of the markets that are affected by this are ones that we have here locally. Not so much, but automotive, industrial manufacturing, healthcare, media and entertainment, and smart cities and utilities. So something about how they're beginning to tie in to be able to take advantage of some of this. And the last point I wanted to capture is that they talked a lot about infrastructure and the importance of that. And if they were worried that if the federal government wasn't really going to take an active role in doing that was going to become even more important for states and local to really kind of tackle that. And this is a really important piece, because through everything that we heard overall in kind of a lot of the conferences we went to, is that because there's more competition, placemaking is even more important. Like, people are making decisions about where it is that they want to live first, and then they're looking for a job afterwards. So really focusing on a lot of that placemaking and a lot of things that we have been talking about here, but it's really highlighted in a lot of the case studies and the panels that I went to that showcased the really successful projects and investments. So the other really quick thing I wanted to mention is also the Amazon group was there, because I mentioned it was in DC, And that's where they landed. And so we had all of the, all these cities competing for it. So they actually had the people that worked together about what did they do and what was it about the area that really attracted them. And just to share a couple things with you, the workforce was the key piece there. But one of the things that I found really interesting was regional cooperation, and that the educational groups, so a lot of the universities, were working together with the different governments across not only city and state lines, but also, of course, on the federal side to really work together about what was needed. And companies are really seeing this as a positive, where there's regional cooperation, and they're seeing that. They see that as a real benefit. And with that, really looking to see where the cities and regions were looking to reinvest in their infrastructure and in their housing. It was really refreshing hearing a lot of talk about affordable housing and the need to increase wages as part of an urban real estate conference. So lots of things we've already been talking about, lots of things for us to think about how do we kind of pull all of these items together about where we move forward. And before I quickly wrap up, I just wanted to say a huge thank you to Karen for kind of leading kind of our economic development effort over the last 10 years. You can see the results of her leadership and the efforts, and of course with our county administrator as well, with staff of pulling it all together. So I think this is just a great showcase of just all the work that was done and that we still have left to do, kind of working all together. So I just wanted to say a special thank you to her and all the staff that helped put the PowerPoint together. And with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Well, that's
Lots of
great.
info.
A lot of info. You guys have cool jobs to think about a lot of this stuff, especially Jerry, going and hearing these things. It makes me think. I leaned over to Commissioner Trace. It reminds me, my father always said to me, "You're going to work where you live or live where you work." Never really understood it until later, but that's one question he always asked me. Commissioner Servia.
Yeah, what a fantastic presentation, you guys, really. I mean, I have just noticed, and no disrespect to any of the men at Manatee County, but the women are on fire in Manatee County.
That's ironic.
That was an
She's right.
awesome presentation.
That is ironic.
I wouldn't touch that for
There's
nothing.
all these guys behind them that help.
God works
No
in
disrespect to
amazing
you
ways.
guys. So there's so much information in that, and I could talk to you guys for an hour about it, but I'm not going to do that. So what the takeaway is, what I notice that you guys do so well is you're like constantly knitting these connections. It's like this slow process, and you're constantly connecting the community and the people where they need to be, because good communities never do anything in isolation. It's always collaborative and working together, and that's what you guys are doing, and you're making it happen. And I'm really just so enthusiastic about the work that you're doing. I've been on the business walk before. Please don't do another one in my district without calling me, because I'll do it every time with you guys. I love to do that. I love to hear when you go face to face with those business owners and say, "How are things going for you? What do you need?" They're so happy that somebody's asking them, and then you guys make it happen. So just a huge congratulations to an excellent job. Thank you for all the work you're doing.
Yeah, great. Commissioner Trace.
That's kind of what I wanted to say. Y'all got the whole team. Y'all really put out a lot of information, and y'all present it well, and y'all just make us look great. Thank y'all very much. That's kind of all I wanted to say. Y'all have worked so hard, I know, on the Southwest Plan and the Northwest Plan, and the results y'all get out of those things, it's amazing. I'm not sure who's doing all the work, but whoever is, I guess it's probably the men back there.
Girls and the guys.
Out there.
Girls and the guys. Good team.
We have a
It's
great team.
It's a great team. I just would like to say we really appreciate it. We noticed the work, and y'all are back there now, so we can say thank you. Those two, we tell them thank you all the time. At least I do.
Commissioner Whitmore.
I was up When I did this wedding this week, and I met somebody that has a company out in Lakewood Ranch, and they've expanded it, and I said, well, have you called the county about maybe, getting some incentives? And they go, and he's so right, we're in our own little silos. We know what our job is, and these are IT guys, and go, we didn't even think about anything like that. So I copy and pasted this and just sent this to them. I mean, it may be too late, but they could, so that they have, so they know maybe if there's something else in the future that you guys could help them with. So, great information. Is this, I'm sure this is going to be on our website, right? This presentation. I think this is like FYI. Look what we've done since we've started this, and here's where to contact. I don't know. What
We
your
will
thoughts
work
are.
with Rachel on that.
Thank you. Yeah, work with Rachel. Good job.
Yeah, and I just have a couple thoughts too. One, I wanted to ask on the brownfield, and I thought about this when we approved it. Are there any plans, or is this just very open-ended now, kind of like we were before, or is there anything in the works?
Maybe.
So the grant that we're applying for is the assessment grant, which provides us with the ability to do assessments. If something is found, then we have to work with, our partners and Florida DEP to figure out what can happen next. We have been a part of it for many years. There's been some visioning done on, what communities want. We have that information. We have an inventory of brownfields all throughout the Southwest District and Manatee County. So we have some products. And, brownfield redevelopment is really a long-term game. And so even though we've been doing it for a while, we have some time to go. There are other grants that we could apply for. They have a revolving loan fund. They have cleanup monies. And when we get a few more of these projects underway, then we'll be able to look at something like that.
Okay, well, I know we've been successful using it in the past, and this just is another iteration, I guess, of the same process. Is that right?
Yes, in the grant this year, one thing that we did talk about was the focus on our watersheds. So as part of like the corridors that are around the watersheds, that would have like a more focus to make sure that we're cleaning or at least identifying those sites. So while we don't mention sites specifically, we have general locations, but we did have a specific focus on that water quality part.
And the other thing, I can't help but think as you go to these ULIs and these other conferences and you talk about trends and things that are out there, I mean, we need to be aware of any potential concerns. When we talk about resiliency, I mean, I joked, well, then are people moving to Florida? I mean, people have choices, and we need to make sure that we understand what are some of the challenges that we're facing, and we need to be realistic about this. So I know this was a very positive presentation, and I appreciate that, but we need to, at the same time, recognize that there's challenges, and this income inequality. It's a situation where it's just has gone on for so long, and it just keeps getting worse. So what does that mean in terms of how that's going to impact? And I know we're trying to do things. I'm really excited about the Samoset project. I think that's kind of a groundbreaker for us, but it's just something that we need to stay tuned to because, we can't our economy, luckily, in this community, we're blessed with so many, retirees are in such wonderful positions because of their 401ks, because of the programs that are in place. But I guess just being an old urban planner, it just makes me concerned when you look at the inequality and what that might equate to. So that just raises a little bit of red flag for me. So I appreciate y'all staying on top of it, but continue to do so and let us know if there's something that we need to be concerned about.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Party down.
I know, I was sorry.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, Betsy.
I'm sorry, I think you guys rock.
I don't know if you heard what
Rock.
Priscilla said. She said, way to bring the party down. I did hear her. Reality sometimes will do that to you.
Debbie Downer.
All right, Commissioner Baugh, did you? Commissioner Baugh, did you have something you wanted to
No, just I wanted them to know. I just think that they rock it every
They
time.
rock.
And,
I was going to say, yeah, they
you know,
rock.
I mean, you got it going on, and you and the team. Very proud of all of you. Thank you. Thank you. That's it.
All right, well, I guess you guys got the next one
I
as
find
well.
no fault. Nothing down.
No Debbie Downer.
Those are as bad as my kids. All right, next one is 92, State of the, I'll ask, was there anyone have any comments And there was no action necessary, it was just a report, right? Okay, seeing no one come forward, we'll close public comment on it.
Tell us.
State of the Southwest District Annual Report. Jerry?
Yes, so in the same vein, we wanted to do both of them together because they are so linked together and tied. So this is our annual report for what we call the state of the district. And a lot of this you are very familiar with, so I'm just going to go kind of more on the quicker side. But I'm just going to go through a little bit of the Southwest District, a little bit of the vision. We'll go over where we are with the TIF, summary of some of the other public investments going on, goals and the results of our work this year, go over our performance metrics, and I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Ryan. He's going to go over that with you, talk a little bit about also some of what's coming up next. And then we'll be happy to answer any questions. So here, as you know, we kind of started with How Will We Grow back in 2013. The TIF was created in 2014. The department was created in 2016 to be able to manage that. The urban corridors were adopted as to the Land Development Code in 17, and you adopted the strategic plan earlier this year. So now we are in the implementation phase. But overall, as part of the vision, the TIF is a 30-year plan. We're now in the fifth year of it, but really looking at creating a vibrant and livable collections of urban corridors, activity nodes, and neighborhoods to really provide a diversity of housing options, jobs, educational and recreational opportunities. So the goal really is for this livable area that where you have inclusivity, affordability, lots of connectivity, and looking at sustainability and innovation. And we're really looking at some pilot programs to see if we can help move that forward. But this is kind of the vision with a lot of the projects and programs that we do tying to all of these. As part of the strategic plan, you approved a spending approach for the funding that we have as part of the TIF, where right now we are holding 50% of the revenues for catalytic projects. As I mentioned, we have a couple that are in the works that we're kind of working, and they take a long time to put everything together. And the remainder, we have about 20% for infrastructure-related projects, 10% for economic development, 10% for land assembly, and 10% for quality of life and placemaking. And I'll go through a couple projects that we have envisioned going forward. So you'll be seeing a lot more from us. We'll be providing as we go through kind of different projects and updates throughout the year. So just going over the TIF really quickly, the growth that we have seen in the TIF has just been amazing. Our base year is 2014. We had about $4 billion in value at that time. Our value in 18-19 was $5.8 billion, so an increase in $1.8 billion. So this is about almost 50% over those 4 years. So of course that value. One of the things that we wanted to break out was the difference between the residential and the commercial. The other is a small portion that has a little bit of ag and a little bit of the industrial, but wanted you to see the difference between the residential and the commercial. One of the things that we've been talking about is our goal is for a more balanced growth. As you can see, the residential is growing a little bit faster than the commercial, so that's why we have that focus on our urban corridors, on economic development, on kind of really sprucing up kind of those older commercial areas kind of to help balance that out. So of course, with all of the growth in value, that translates into our revenue growth. So last year, and this isn't the final because when we got all the numbers, the final wasn't out yet, but very close. We were about $4.7 million in revenue last year. And as you can see, this has been a real exponential growth throughout the year. So this is about a 36% increase in revenue from last year. So just going over our ending balances, so where we ended last year for the TIF, we have about a $10 million in kind of our bank account. And then we're still tracking our 2 former CRAs. We have about 447 in the 14th Street West CRA. We have a project that's slated for some of that funding. And then the South County CRA, we have about 1.2 million, and we're still working on kind of some projects for that. So also wanted to go through, the Southwest District isn't just about the TIF and what the TIF is doing, but really about the collection of a lot of departments and a lot of partners working together. So wanted to showcase from the CIP side. These are just projects from 2014 through 2024 of what's been allocated in the CIP for projects in the Southwest District. So anywhere from general government, parks and natural resources, public safety, stormwater, transportation, and utilities. As you can see, utilities and transportation and Parks and Rec kind of are the majority of the investment in the Southwest District. This just shows projects that were completed in 2019. Had a lot of transportation items. That's a lot in the Bayshore District area that was completed. And then we had a little bit of a cluster of utilities up towards kind of Cortez over to 59th or so, probably a little further. The next slide here, these are some specifically from our department's projects. You can see here in red just where some of those livable manatees are. So you can see that a lot of them are in that Samoset area. And then as well as our economic development assistance, you can see a lot of it are also part through the corridors. And this one, I lovingly refer to it as kind of like the Easter taffy one because I love some of the pastel colors, but it's a great example of just some of the pavement projects also that were completed, and this was over the last 3 years. So they are dispersed all through the district. So just touching base on our goals and our results, just in summary, there's the 5 goals that we have: building our tax base, attracting investment, growing quality jobs, improving our infrastructure, connectivity, and capacity, and creating that brand and that place for the Southwest District. So of course, the strategic plan was completed, and it highlights all of those. I have lots of these that we printed out, so if you need any, please let us know. We'll bring some. Let's share it as much as we can to get that word out. As part of building the tax base, one of the results this year was that peril of flood analysis. Jeff Ryan did the vulnerability assessment where we were really looking at our economic threats as well as the housing vulnerability. So this is just a map from that where we can see a lot of our housing is really old. And so looking at that resiliency moving forward is going to be very important. On the attracting investment side, we did a lot on the marketing efforts, letting people know. One of the things that I found out is that Manatee County isn't necessarily on the map. They hear about St. Pete and Sarasota. We're sandwiched right in the middle, and when we talk about everything that's going on here, they're very interested. So really getting the word out has been really important. So we've been doing a lot of work on that side. As part of our results first intern, we looked at our opportunity sites and what were some of the renderings on some of potential sites, what they could look like to help with that. And then, of course, defining, working through our catalytic projects and the reserves. That was all very important to let developers know that we do have this bucket of money to be able to help when those projects come along. In terms of quality jobs, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail because Karen went over all of the updated incentives that we have with the TIF, but we have those local hiring bonuses and payment of the facility impact fees and the MTIFI. But just to have a project highlight, one that we did adopt this year, Project Camber. They are going to be creating 10 jobs with a $3.1 million capital investment, so they manufacture the rims. So that's one of the companies that we worked with. In addition, as part of the outreach, this is our heat map about our 815 visits. As you can see, these are all along the corridor, so they're all in the Southwest District. And the importance of, like I said, the link with that economic development to redevelopment and connecting those. Our inclusive economic development strategy, Inclusive Manatee, and our Samoset pilot program. This is being funded out of the TIF with the goal of seeing if it works, of trying to move that unemployment needle and that median wage, and see if we can make some progress there. From the economic development incentives, there was 313 jobs and 9.1 million with 2 projects that are located in the district. As Karen said, we have a huge pipeline this year, so we're hoping for some great numbers as well next year as we work through them. As part of our connectivity and capacity, we worked this year as part of during the CIP list for your budget that you adopted. As all of those projects came through, we were able to review that and see what links they had to the Southwest District to see what can work there and what can we align projects with public works and utilities. And we're developing a list of additional projects that we can add to that. So you'll be seeing that kind of for the following year. And we've been working very closely with FDOT. When Clark was making the presentation on the MPO, he talked about 15th Street East. So that's one we've been very involved with because of the connections to the jobs and the manufacturing, what's happening there. So we designated kind of what our priority segments were and potentially seeing if there's a match from the TIF that could be used to do that. So we'll be bringing that forward to you as well. One of our favorites this year was a collaboration with property management on the median pilot program on Bayshore Gardens. So this is not a rendering. This is the actual of what it looks like. And the project cost about $24,000 for materials and $15,000 for labor. So we did it for a total about $30,000. So we are going to continue doing the Bayshore Gardens Parkway. So we'll complete that, and then we'll do sections of 53rd, and then we're going to be looking at 14th Street West medians. So that's using the old CRA funding. Those section of the medians do not have water and irrigation. So we're looking to see if we can add that to really help that corridor. So now I'm just going to turn it over to Jeff real quickly just to go over kind of where we are on our performance metrics. Jeff?
Thank you and good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Ryan from Rio. So we're going to be going over some performance metrics, looking at median income, home values, property rates, and things along those lines. Just as a caveat, before we start diving into the data, a lot of this information is estimative because it comes from the American Community Survey. So the reason why I mention that is in 2020, the census is going to happen, and we're going to have an accurate hard count that's occurring. So some of our numbers that we've reported this year or previously might change because it's always been estimative in nature. So when we get this new census, it just kind of underscores the importance of the 2020 census and what that really means for us beyond the national, but also the impact locally. Okay, there it is. So in terms of median income, so let's just get it out front. There is a little bit of bad news. We actually saw a slight decline in our household median income within a Southwest district. However, this more or less tracks kind of what's happening nationally, where if you look at the overall median income over the past few years, you've actually seen you haven't really seen any dramatic increases in median household income, meeting our usual, which means that our income is kind of stagnant. Next slide. Let's see. Oh, there it is. There it is. That being said, our home values have actually increased. So the reason why that's important to stress is we kind of talked about with the trends. We're seeing stagnant wages, but we're seeing the overall cost of living actually increasing. So while it's also a positive trend that our home values are increasing, there's something that we need to be cognizant of moving forward and how we pursue policy in the future. Oh, there it is. All right, so going on to unemployment, we saw improvements in unemployment. This is looking at the U3 unemployment rate. Again, this is based off the American Community Survey, not specifically, it's not the most accurate number compared to what we use on the economic development side because that's looking at Bureau of Labor Statistics data. And this is, again, it's kind of estimative. And this is also specific to the Southwest District, which unfortunately, BLS doesn't have that level of granularity. But we are seeing improvements in unemployment. The crime index, this is based off of ESRI's proprietary data. Well, the way, quick crash course on how to read this, any number above 100 is above the national average. So 100 represents the national crime average. We actually saw improvements falling from about 107 to about 101. So we're just 1% over the national average for crime rates, which is for total crime. which is a positive development. And we've also seen improvements in poverty rate, seeing our poverty rates fall. So while we have stagnant wages and increasing cost of living, we're seeing gains in other regards. So that's something to be happy about, I guess. And then we're also seeing improvements in owner-occupied housing. That's also slowly but surely increased, and we're now hovering around 50% owner-occupied housing within the Southwest District. Moving on to the tax base, kind of what we covered last year. One of the big struggles that the Southwest District has is we have an unequal base value for the Southwest District, without 67% of the total value being made up of residential properties versus commercial. So that's something to be concerned, just to keep an eye on a little bit. There wasn't really any significant changes, but where we are seeing some promising trends is that in our growth, we're actually seeing the growth for residential and commercial properties much more even. In fiscal year 17-18, there was about a 16-point difference in the between commercial growth and residential growth, and now we're seeing just a 7-point difference, which is a positive trend. So that means that our commercial and our residential are growing at a much more even pace than we have previously, which is good. But again, this is kind of underscores the importance of moving on to the future, that we need the importance of commercial property value base, and also the importance of the way that the commercial properties play within a resilient economy. Moving on, we'll hand this back to Jerry.
All right, so just wrapping up in terms of next steps, we have a really huge work program coming up for next year. As I mentioned, we want to complete the medians on Bayshore and 53rd and 14th Street West. We want to put all of this in a 5-year matrix so that you can see kind of what's going when. We have launched our market analysis for the Southwest District, really looking at our targeted industries, looking at what the gaps are for office, really what are some of the number of units that are really needed for residential. So we'll be completing that, hopefully finishing that in the spring. Doing inclusive Manatee, working on our catalytic projects, working with SRQ on that viewing area, kind of around 15th Street East, identifying partners, location, and funding for an entrance sign, more for the Southwest District, and we've already had some initial discussions there. Continuing working with FDOT on US 41 and 15th Street East, looking at a land acquisition strategy, so I'll be coming back to you hopefully in the January timeframe for that. And continuing identification and resolution of some barriers to redevelopment. As we're going through a lot of projects going through the system and going through that rapid response project, we're seeing what some of the real pain points are. And so we're kind of thinking through, what does that really mean? Can we request tweaks and things like that? So we're going to be working through some of that. Just looking at our budget, our operating budget is about $2 million, and that leaves about $13.5 million in our reserves. And this is how it breaks out: about $6.7 million for our catalytic projects, $2.7 million for infrastructure, $1.35 million in each for land assembly, economic development, and placemaking. And as I mentioned, we're going to be looking at that 5-year plan and laying out what some of those projects are, and we'll be coming back to you so you can see how that shakes out. And then just ending with challenges and trends. A lot of these I've already kind of gone through before, but my first bullet is one that I wanted to really highlight, is that redevelopment takes a really long time. One of the things that on the affordable housing front, we have about 11 projects right now kind of in the pipeline, and some of these I started working with them about 2 years ago, and now they're just getting through approvals and beginning to go through building permits. So I think next year I'm going to be really excited to be sending you some emails for hopefully some groundbreaking ceremonies on some of the projects. Good. And the same with some of our businesses as well. But we're still really taking a look at kind of some technology and affordable housing and infrastructure upgrades, and taking a look at land value in the Southwest District and what really really is going on there, doing some more analysis on some parcels by parcels, and then as part of kind of some of that climate change and resiliency, what does that mean, and what are some of the things we can look at? So that we had a really busy year. Looking forward to a next busy one as well, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okey dokey. Again, great presentation. Commissioner Whitmore.
Real quick, because I know some of us are leaving. I talked to Sherry a couple times about this, and I was going to bring this up under your presentation. I'm talking about the placemaking, and I saw you had like 1.35 million in your budget for placemaking. And also, I'm thinking of where the airport is and the signage to Manatee County. When you're entering Manatee County, there's no signage there yet. It wasn't in our budget this time. We had talked about it, but it didn't make the budget, and so this could be a use of the funds, because this is in the Southwest TIF. And also Cortez. I brought this up the last time too. Manatee Bridge, Manatee Avenue is fine. It's all causeway, and then when you get to some road, their developments take care of the right-of-way. So that's fine. But Cortez Road, the mediums are shameful, and we've had citizens off and on for years ask us to do something. And then I saw your Bay Shore, and it looks great. This is, we're on, and this is all about branding. And everybody touts the islands, and this is one corridor that's very underwhelming. Everything's dead there. If you go there now, poor Chad's tried so many times to get contractors there, get complaints, it all gets torn up again, and I think there may not be water. That may be a source. So that's something that we have to, and that'd be going under a state road. There's got to be something we can do that's water tolerant, muller grass, stuff like that. I don't have irrigation in my house, and you are at my house. You know I have lush vegetation that's like the muller grasses. There's no grass. There is vegetation, maybe not like Bayshore, but it could work. But what I'm trying to say is it didn't make it through the budget, but this may be some pot of funds that we could use for the placemaking for the signages in the Southwest TIF, entering into Manatee County at the airport area, but then also your Southwest TIF monies for Cortez Road. I don't think that would be placemaking. That's totally maintenance. And been trying, we talked about it last budget, we all kind of said yes, and it didn't make it through the budget. So I am going to ask the commissioners to consider something, at least to see what it would cost. Don't have to do irrigation. I just know you don't. I have never done irrigation in my yards. So hopefully there's something that we can do to make that look better. It looks just terrible.
No, I'm just going to comment on that because I saw an email or a comment, or someone was commenting about how, the entrance into Lakewood Ranch looks so incredibly fabulous, but the entrance into Cortez looks horrible. And I thought, because obviously
You too can pay CDD fees.
Exactly. Exactly. And I thought that, but I'll tell you what I thought when I drove out to Cortez, and I drive out there frequently, drive that location, and I was, Cortez is a very unique environment, but I was kind of surprised by the amount of stuff that is located in Cortez along the roadway.
Talking about the medium.
Yeah, I know we're talking about the meeting, Carol was talking about that. And what occurred to me, and I'm seeing a lot of stuff that is located along the road out there, and I know it's all fishing related, but it looks like trash in many places, and I know that's not what people are thinking, but it does look that way.
It's like a fishing village.
I think that there is an opportunity to maybe work with the folks in Cortez. It doesn't have to always just be plants. There might be some other things that is unique to Cortez to put in the medians. And yes, having a xeriscape in the middle of a highway is difficult. We learned that on 14th, It's hard to have plants that live in a highway environment. It's a little bit easier in your yard, but when you got a highway there.
It doesn't have to be plants.
Right, well, that's what I'm saying, that,
dead.
Maybe work with some of the folks that, some of the Cortesian folks. I know that they're concerned about, us trying to change their quality of life, but let them have ideas of what the quality of life is that they want.
It's further east, Betsy, Betsy.
Yeah,
it-
sculptures.
Maybe,
on up
maybe
there.
talking about
State
some
road.
of the, boats or
Yeah.
something related to fishing. That's just a thought that I had, Carol. I may not be at all in touch with what you're talking
The
about.
100th through to the bridge. It's not just, I know what you're thinking of now. I get
Yeah.
where Bell's is.
Yeah.
No, it's from 100th where the medians are, all the way to
I
Cortez
know,
Bridge. Okay.
because we've obviously talked to Keep Manatee Beautiful many times about the issue of out in Cox, front of Cox Chevrolet, and who maintains that.
They do.
That is, yes, they do, and then picking that up further out there. But I'm just saying that we could look at it from a little bit more holistic viewpoint. That's just my 2 cents
He has
worth.
an idea.
My 2 cents on that idea.
And Jerry's making a note, of course, that it is a state road.
Right.
Yes.
It's a total state road.
Of course, but we have state roads that people adopt all the time, right? I mean, that does happen.
Gary Cox did.
Yeah, so,
Put sculptures in the middle.
No.
well, I don't
ain't
know, it
gonna
could be a
happen.
sculpture, it could
Or
be
a
something
crab
that's related to
No.
Cortez. I mean, that's a possibility.
Paris
It's a
somehow
thought.
got it landscape, well, they have water, never mind.
Nowhere in my district, I didn't hit my button.
I know, y'all
Sorry.
are just talking.
Only Lakewood Ranch does. I mean, nowhere else in my district has fancy-looking medians.
This is not fancy. These are dead trees and dead plants. That's not fancy. That's dead plants. Yeah,
The
it's
River
brown.
Club does in their neighborhood.
I'm
You
talking.
just pointed that out, but I mean, the only real medians in my district, is Lakewood Ranch. I mean, if you're on University Parkway, go on State Road 70, none of them, I mean, there's nothing.
Well, there's always
ugly.
there's always possibilities, and I think that's what Carol's asking. What might be the possibility? And then I threw in my ideas. So it's just an idea. We'll hear back from you, but there is funding
Hello.
in the TIF for these kind of improvements. So
What do you guys think about signage at the airport for branding or
we
placemaking?
already have that in the works, right? You
No.
already mentioned that.
No, it fell from the budget.
Southwest District.
No, it's in the
Yeah, we're taking a look at that. That's one of the
Haven't done
items that
anything.
we're going to be taking a look at.
Fell out of the budget.
Can I ask Sherry? I talked to Sherry. That didn't make it through the budget, so I don't think we are doing anything.
No, I mean, I did say that those are some things that Jerry's working on in the placemaking section, and we'll come back. But I think I thought what you were mentioning were also other places outside of the TIF, for
This is in the
signage. Yes, but I mean, you were mentioning
Oh.
signage throughout the county, and
Right,
there
we're-
wasn't any additional thing
Right.
in the budget for
We-
other areas yet.
We couldn't ask for anywhere else in the county because this is only TIF money.
Correct.
But you're right. The budget next year, I would ask that we as commissioners look at
Other
county, other areas
areas.
for next year, next budget year for that.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay, but in the TIF, you are looking at signage, including in the entranceway on the south side, down by where, the only sign that I know is the one that the Braden Kiwanis Club put up.
Yeah, the airport.
But that's what you're talking about, is that correct, Jerry?
Yes, it's on US 41, kind of near the university. We haven't looked at a specific location. We're just beginning to identify partners and locations and see where that would be.
And I would encourage you also, just because it came up at the MPO yesterday, the US 41 corridor, the multimodal corridor, and the improvements, the complete street improvements, just kind of stay on top of that, because they're reorganizing that a little bit, trying to look at what's been done, what's going to be done. So having that be an emphasis area as well, so to coordinate with that, so we know who's doing what there. All right, Commissioner Servio.
Yeah, thank you. And another great presentation. Thank you, Carol, for bringing up the medians in Cortez. And thank you, Betsy, for your comments, because I was going to say the same thing, that we can do some hardscape.
Right.
We can do
Anything.
signs. We can do, different pebbles that are attractive, boulders, sculptures. We can do different things that don't necessarily require irrigation.
Right.
Xeriscape is very hard in the harsh environment of an asphalt
Right.
major roadway that just never seems to work. So I did have a question as on the topic of medians. So the median on Bayshore that we did as our pilot project looks so awesome, and I get so many compliments on it. And then people follow that. The next sentence is, "When are you going to do the rest of it?" So
This year.
Don't tell
It
us.
is-
That is in the budget.
it is going to be next year,
No,
correct?
this current year.
This year.
Well, this fiscal year.
This fiscal year,
So
yes.
it won't
So
happen until
next year.
2020, right?
Okay, that's great, because everyone's really excited to see that happen.
Steve, no.
What else
It
did I want to
doesn't
say?
go,
Oh,
it doesn't go down El Conquistador. This is
know.
just the Bayshore Garden.
Daughter
That's
lives in
fine.
Bayshore.
Bayshore.
That's fine.
It's okay with you, huh?
I say that
He's
kind
not
of
here
in
today.
jest because, yeah, that's where the district line is.
Watching, be careful.
Yeah, Steve.
Transparency. I hear sometimes I hear people say, "What has become of all that money in the Southwest TIF? You know, you guys have millions of dollars in there and you're spending it and we don't know what's happening with it." But you're so transparent with this strategic plan, and so I want to congratulate you in doing that and always bringing it to this board. And you said you had some extra copies.
Yes.
So I would like to have some, because as I go to different
Bring some to you.
communities and speak to them, and when I hear that, I'm going to give them a copy.
And our goal is, as part of that 5-year plan, we're just finalizing that to put just some of what our thoughts are. And that's something that we want to bring to you too, so that you can see over 5 years what some of those projects could be. And then that can all be moved around and be very flexible. So that would be even more transparency over the 5-year period.
Great job.
I had a question that I had written down and I forgot to ask it. And it's a little bit related to the previous one, but this as well. You know, opportunity zones. I know we have some opportunity zones. Is anything happening there, or is there anything? Are they readdressing maybe some of the concerns that I know folks have brought up at various places that I've been about working with the opportunity zones? Just anything going on?
So in summary, we have 6 opportunity zones, and they're all related to census tracts. 3 of them are in the city of Bradenton. 3 of them are in the Southwest District. It's very dependent on those IRS rules, because it's really about those that have capital gains and using that as an investment specifically related to mostly business creation in those areas. Residential is a little bit difficult. So we can help identify some of those, but unless there's a specific project in those areas, it really is up to the investor to be able to look at that and have their legal and financial components to that. So we're just more of a connector about that. But the IRS really is the one that has all the kind of the regs and the rules, and we were waiting for some of that to be clarified.
Right, and I think we heard that when we were in Washington from other folks, that there's concerns about it, especially about maybe having more applications residential, changing the rule as it is. Have you heard anything along those lines in any of the workshops you've been to?
I haven't really heard anything, because it was really about more job creation and more business type of activity than a residential. The tricky part was that they had allotted like a 10-year time frame for that, and we're already in year 3, so they wouldn't be able to get the whole benefit of the 10 years. So I'm not quite sure if they're going to be more flexible with those rules so that you can get more interest in it.
Yeah, I think that's what we heard at the Florida Association of Counties. And you may hear that, Misty, if you're sitting on the federal, because I think that must be where I heard it, because I'm trying to remember where I heard it, the discussion about needing to tweak the rules in order to make them more usable. And so, okay.
I would agree
if
with
you'd
that.
heard anything. Commissioner Server, did you have something else, or did I not take you off yet?
You didn't take me.
Okay. All right, well, that's all I have signed up. Anyone from the public like to make a comment on this? No, this is good stuff. We'll keep at it. You know, sometimes it's good to be at the right place at the right time, and that seems what we did with the Southwest TIF, to establish it so that we could recognize the improvements. We really appreciate all of our partners, all the folks that are doing things in the Southwest area. It's really a hopping place. Just try to get into the Chick-fil-A some night. It's like almost impossible.
That sounds good, right about
Sorry, I shouldn't have brought that up, but just,
Maybe
just
we
have to
can
have
when
ways
we
to
leave.
judge how things are going, but.
We love Chick-fil-A.
Yes, we do.
Went to it for the first time about 2 months ago.
Yeah.
That's where we went on our tour, Jerry and I went to Chick-fil-A on our tour.
We ended at Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A, good.
One of those business meetings there, you know, walking on business.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, that completes what we have on our agenda, but Sherry's got a couple things that she wanted to cover. I'm going to go to her first, so that then we can go to commissioner comments after that. So Sherry, you got a couple things you want to bring up?
Yes, I spoke with the chairman, and we agreed to go over these 2 items. Number 1, wanted to just mention again that the chairman received a letter from the town of Longboat Key requesting some assistance and partnership on some projects that are beach-related, the Groin project. And also, I had mentioned to you that Tom Harmer, the town manager, and I have been meeting. So just to let you know, we'll be back on December 10th with an agenda item to go over our analysis of this request for the $2.69 million for helping to defray the estimated expenses for stabilization and renourishment of the Manatee County Greer Island portion, and then also other projects. And I'll be meeting with all of you prior just to brief you on those items. Secondly, I received a letter from the mayor of Bradenton Beach, John Chappie, and I forwarded that information to the commissioners yesterday afternoon. And this is in reference to a micro transit tram shuttle project that they'd like to submit. And in providing all that, initially I first turned to Charlie Hunsicker with Parks and Natural Resources and Chad Budso in our Public Works to determine if there were any issues that would prohibit us from considering the request. Both had a little opportunity to review this, and you saw that I had asked for a white paper on it, and so there's a little bit more detail here along with some maps showing what the concept is. They've both gotten back with me and said there aren't anything prohibiting us from doing it, but it's my impression that the board would like to, talk about this a little further, possibly at a future board meeting or even a work session, because this may relate to how we address other cities on the island and their access to beach parking and other businesses. So I was just looking for some direction from the board on which way you'd like to go with that.
Work session.
Work session. I can offer up that we do have work session availability on December 17th in the morning, so that's our next opportunity. And if you'd like me to work with staff to be ready for that, we could attempt to do that.
Okay, Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, the reason why I was thinking about a workshop, because I'm sure regardless of which direction we go in there may be more requests. When I talked to Sherry about it in our briefing, this could easily balloon into a bigger problem, and I think we need to be proactive instead of reactive. So the workshop gives us an opportunity to look at all the potentials, so our next steps can kind of be thought out a little bit more.
Okay, Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, just a quick question. Sherry, is it my understanding that it's something that they want to do, but our concern might be whether or not it would affect the parking for beach renourishment?
Yes,
is that
it's an overall
and that's
parking.
the only thing that we're involved in with
It would
this,
seem so. However, we also have our trail out there,
Yeah.
and it involves use or reuse of the trail and some new transport area for the jitney tram, sort of a hyper golf cart kind of thing to go on. And we've talked with FDOT, of course, who's saying that some of that can be done, but they'd also like to realign how parking goes out there so that cars don't back into Gulf Drive. And so there needs to be just a little bit more discussion about how making sure that doesn't impact our beach renourishment parking.
And if I can just ask one more question, is this something where we would have to make a financial contribution?
They're not asking us for a financial contribution.
Okay, good, because I was thinking about Longboat Key, that's why I asked that.
No,
Okay,
they are
thank
not.
you. Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
And I just wanted to say also, yesterday, the MPO, I sound like a broken record today, but one
Yeah,
of
you're
the
stealing all my
projects,
thunder, thanks.
one of the projects that was funded or put in the tip for funding was Complete Streets project at Bradenton Beach, and I was kind of curious about that. What exactly does that mean?
They have a great lobbyist.
And yeah, and I was
parking,
kind of
but there's
curious about
complete
that, but that was one of the recommendations of the
how they get
island,
money
congestion study or whatever that study's called. You guys know what I'm talking about, the one with the 70
Mm-hmm.
suggestions. But it was put in in for funding. So I would like to know how that relates
Okay.
to this
Right,
as
me too.
well.
All right.
I need to know about it.
Yeah, I think that it's.
David Ramba.
Yeah, I think it's a big picture that we want to look at, but it
Right.
certainly, when we talk about backing into this, but what are we doing with the trails? What complete street things are being done? But certainly, this is a very sensitive pedestrian area. We want to be sensitive to that, but, having this jitney was also a suggestion. Jitney is one of the 70 suggestions, so it's just
how
a
it got in
question
there.
of.
A jitney.
Is that what it's
I
called?
could not, I forgot what I was calling it yesterday.
Chutney.
I couldn't say it. Chutney, I think I was saying a chutney.
A good suggestions. I'll talk with the mayor. It looks like we can do the morning, I think, Diane, on the 17th. We had LDC amendments on there as a whole, but we have a spot where we can put this on first. I'll make sure the mayor can be there as well.
Oh, he'll be there.
Okay. And that was all. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Whitmore, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I do. I think how this came to my attention was I read about it in the newspaper, and I passed it on to you because I knew nothing about it. But the other cities read about it too. And
I did know about it. The mayor
yeah.
had called in mid to late October, and then he followed up with this letter with the more details.
Well, Mayor Murphy, they're getting ready to do the pier. And we've taken their parking because the trolley now goes in one half of their parking where it used to be for public to pull in to pull off the road. And he goes, well, maybe I could be using the parking at Bayfront Park and, all this. And so I thought, well, let's all have a work session. And I don't know what they could do at Public Beach. I mean, because, our beaches are all supposed to close at midnight. And I understand why they want to do it, because I talked to Ed Childs, and he said, people at the beach may want to go somewhere besides the concession. That I get. But I also know there'll be employees parking down there and partakers of Bridge Street and all that, which is fine. But are we going to make them leave at midnight? Because that's our rules on the beach. The beach is closed at midnight. And that includes across the street, from what I understand. So maybe we can all talk about that at a work session. Totally. I don't think it's ready.
Yeah, because you've also got the situation that we were talking about yesterday. I'm going to get this one on the MPO, the trolley, or not trolley, the water taxi
I don't know
that Bradenton Beach is looking at doing with the city of Sarasota. And the TDC, of course, is covering their pier right now, taking care of that. I'm sure you're aware of that.
Broke again.
Well,
Yeah.
you'll take care of it again. Don't worry. And, and that was actually brought up yesterday in the MPO meeting, because that was one of the things that FDOT in their presentation about, help me, Betsy, the study that they did. And one of the things was a water taxi.
Barrier Island.
The Barrier Island study.
I thought it was
That's it. I
going to
couldn't
Anna
think of
Maria
that.
too. Not going to Anna
And-
Maria too? It was supposed to
But
go
it's
to
not,
both.
there's
Oh.
no definitive, it's just one of those ideas that they're
Maria.
working on.
Yeah,
right?
so anyway, the water taxi came up, and I looked at the mayor and I said, are you guys still working on your water taxi with the city of Sarasota? And they said yes, and I said, good, because that had been a topic for the last probably 4 years here, but it never got any legs. At any rate, the mayor was very quick to let Betsy know that the TDC was paying for that. So the government is involved in
In the pier.
helping, yes.
Yeah.
So, just saying, it was a good conversation, really, about the islands and,
Right,
and what could be
there's
done.
A lot of suggestions, but they are
Good stuff.
suggestions. There's no details to a lot of them.
Right, so that's what we need.
One of the things that did come out of because the study's done, right? So the study's been presented, DOT's done their thing, they got all these suggestions. Now it comes to prioritize and what's the reality, what do these suggestions mean? And there's a lot of fleshing out that needs to be done. So there was a motion to make a committee to do that, kind of like carrying forward what was it? I know we talked so much about the name of the committee, I don't remember what
Yeah, well, it
how it
was,
did get called, the Technical
it was
Advisory
Jack
Committee,
that,
kind of a thing.
Yeah, made that motion for the committee.
No, it was like that, though.
Yeah,
It was,
but it was made
yeah.
up of MPO members.
MPO members.
And staff, and
And
staff,
staff.
and staff.
Yes.
Right.
Careful. That's what happened with Robin.
Keep it going. All right, Sherry. we
Thank you.
Beat that to death. You have another one, right?
No, that's it.
That was
That's
it.
I just had those two. Thank you.
Oh, transit micro grant. I guess.
That's it. That was the same thing.
That was it.
Micro grant. What's a micro grant?
That's where you just said the microtransit.
It's the
Small.
It's the Bradenton Beach request for the jitney. That's
small.
that's a funding source that they'd like to apply
Small
to.
grant request.
Small micro grant, little bit.
So, all right, you
Chutney
guys all
kinds
get
of
silly.
requests.
So the micro grant was an application to DOT, and we're not involved in that. It's just, we're trying to figure this out.
We should ask Ramba, he'll know.
I swear, I couldn't believe it.
you're giving less money.
I couldn't believe it.
Just a micro grant. Okay. All righty, well, I'm gonna go ahead and ask for other commissioner comments at great peril here. Commissioner Whitmore.
Just real quick, nothing that anybody's gonna attack me about, I hope. Just Health Department, I sent you all the memo, and I think it's, I think I sent it to the newspapers. But, you know, the Health Department closes down the beach, and everybody has been upset with this flesh-eating bacteria, et cetera. And they think they're getting it on the causeway, or they're getting it at the beach. And why aren't, this lady had written us all a letter, why aren't we doing something on our Gulf? So I sent it to the Health Department, Dr. Bensi, and somebody wrote us back, and actually, there's only one bacteria that they test for.
Exactly.
And it's Enterococcus, which is found in waste matter of humans, birds, dogs, and others introduced into the waters through defecation, broken sewer pipes, or runoff. That is E. coli, it's called, is how you all know it. And then this one lady that had flesh-eating bacteria, that is strep. So you can get strep from the ground, from anybody. My husband had 4 patients before he retired 6 years ago with flesh-eating bacteria. So it's not like this is something new. It's just the health department recommends, you know, the only way you can prevent this from the waters is not going in the waters. But I know of an 87-year-old lady that does not leave her house very often, just gets her hair done in a grocery store. She cut her leg on her car, bumped it, and she got MRSA, which is methicillin resistant. And there's a community MRSA that you just can get. So I just think that we need to make sure that everybody, I sent it to the press so that they would have the facts. When they close the beaches, it's only when they find E. coli in the water. It's not when they're looking for the other bacterias, the Gulf and the Bay and Palmasola, et cetera. That's it.
May I add?
Yes, Commissioner Ball.
Communicate on that. Actually, I've been talking to Tom Larkin, and they're looking now to try and figure out, Commissioner Whitmore's right. There's only one test they do. It just comes up with one thing, period. They can't tell you, you know, when it comes up, whether it's because of animal or
Right.
human. They don't have a clue. The test is not made to give that information. So they're looking now to try to come up with another report as far as, say, in the last 5 or 10 years, how many bodies of water have had to be, you know, closed because of that situation. So they can look to see if there's any sort of pattern, perhaps. And then there's only one place, the University of Miami, actually, that can run tests to figure out the bacteria that's being found, really to figure out where it's coming from exactly. There's only one place that can do it. It's the University of Miami. And Tom was telling me that he kind of looked into it, and it would take, you know, maybe 6 months of continuous testing to make sure that the tests are accurate, and it would cost about $50,000 to do that. And the reason that I brought it up, of course, was Palmasola, the causeway, trying to figure out what was going on there. But Carol's right. Their test is just not conclusive on anything other than, yes, there's some bacteria in the water, but we don't know if it's human or animal or what. So it's I don't know. It's really, perhaps it needs to be a little bit more extensive. So thanks.
Commissioner Survey?
Well, and this is a great discussion. I don't know if we're going to get very far today on it, but I've had other people contact me and say, why aren't we testing for all sorts of different bacterias?
Can't do it.
And it's because my understanding is the State Department of Health tells us what's important to test for,
Right.
and we do that, and it's E. coli or whatever the
E.
bacteria
coli.
is.
It's the state that tests, not us.
Yeah.
Right. Okay,
Health
the
Department.
state tests, yes,
Yes.
excuse me. So if there are other tests that need to be done, then we need the state of Florida to be on board with that, I think.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's all.
Yeah, and actually, I saw the email as well, and I think I probably started, no, I did, I forwarded it to Dr. Benson, because public health is not our forte, right? I mean, if there's a public health issue, it is a responsibility of the health department to relate to that. If the standard that they're applying is not adequate, then people need to petition. I don't have a problem with them asking us to support that, but I don't have enough information to do that.
It would have to be state.
It's scary stuff, everybody, we all have, kids, grandkids, people that we're concerned about, going in the water. Yeah, and if they have a cut, and could this happen to them? I just think we have to be careful to make sure that the process and we understand what's going on, since it's not our responsibility directly. So maybe when Dr. Bensi is here, we can ask questions about this and, what kind of testing is done and what's mandated. And are we looking at more? Do we need to ask for more? It's kind of a bigger issue.
It's all about
The way
education.
I think about it. Vanessa?
Yeah, just to add, Betsy, you're absolutely right. And the issue that we're looking at is that, we're talking now a lot about water quality. Well, water quality is not going to get better until we really know what we're dealing with. And we can't know what we're dealing with if all we know is E. coli. I mean, that's not going to pinpoint what is causing the problem in our water. Is it from humans, say a septic? We don't know. We don't have any way to really figure out what the issues are. It's just like with this thing that happened yesterday that you all know about with Palmasola Bay. There's no testing that's getting done truly. I mean, because we don't know what's causing it, and that's just the way it is. So whether it would have to be state, I'm not sure. I would love to have that conversation with Dr. Bensi. In fact, I believe Tom Larkin is going to have that conversation. I don't know what the next step is, but I do know that it's something that if we're serious about our water quality in Manatee County, it's probably something we're going to have to look into investigating soon, probably sooner than later.
Just,
Commissioner Whitmore?
just real quick, everybody, you have staph and strep on your skin. And if you cut yourself, you get it. I just remember when patients would come in and they cut themselves and they'd have a little bit of redness, or it's called cellulitis. Andre would just put my dicloxacillin in and clear it up. What problem is people, have to go to the doctor to get this antibiotic and it clears it right up. But there are so many bugs on everything. I mean, if you swabbed everything, the state couldn't afford that. Strep, look at all of you're talking about kids, look at our grandkids that have strep and they give it to all of us, or the schools and stuff, and on their desks and their toys they play with. It's just that we have to remember the best method is to wash your hands. That's the best method to prevent a bacteria of any kind. And if you have cuts, don't go in the water.
Okay.
That's it.
Are you done? Mm-hmm. Thank you. Commissioner Bellamy?
Right, I have a couple of things here. First of all, I have asked the county attorney to assist with reviewing and preparing a resolution for supporting the Equal Rights Amendment. And I plan on working with them probably within the next, before December the 10th, I plan on working with them on that, which is why I said I thought that was very ironic, because we were acknowledging all of the work that the ladies were doing, but that's something that I was have been working on, so I want to make sure that I can kind of get the board support on that and work with the attorney's office on that right there.
Madam Chair, the City of Anna Maria Commissioner I just read it in the paper. He brought it up at his commission meeting for
Right.
the exact same thing.
Right. There's
Okay.
been some talk out there,
Okay.
so I want to make sure. that
And I
we-
would like to know that we've got a board consensus for my office to work on the matter.
What does that mean exactly?
Yeah.
What are we
Equal-
looking
equal
at?
rights.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah, it's the equal rights for women. It's-
What?
In terms of
It has
pay?
never been,
Right.
okay. You
Yeah.
might need to explain a little bit further how it's never been ratified.
Which is
believe
why I
that.
say I'm going to work with the attorney's office and things like that, so we can make sure we bring it all
So
back.
that's all you're talking about is equal rights for women?
And there's still
terms of pay?
discrimination.
And it's still
There's
discrimination.
still discrimination,
And
yep.
it's a lot going on behind it. I'm researching a lot more of it also, so that's why I say I want to work with the attorney's office.
You need a consensus, right?
Yes.
I'll be one to support you.
Well,
That's two, that's three.
I still have another question.
And I may not have an answer.
I mean,
but
if
we'll-
you're only talking,
No, it's not-
about
nah.
women? Really? Reggie?
It's interesting. You have to Google it. I
Yes.
mean, is what I would tell you, because I certainly don't know. I only know enough to be dangerous. But it's
Consensus?
the
Need
fact
one
that the
more.
federal government has never
Right,
actually
ratified
ratified
it.
it, so that you cannot have an actual claim for not getting equal pay. I think because it's not, right? Am I close?
Yes,
Help me out. Do
very.
you know anything about this, Mickey?
It isn't gonna
And that's
say.
why I
That's
said we're
why I
not-
would prefer a consensus from the board for us to delve into it.
That's
No,
what I'm
gender
asking.
discrimination is unlawful.
Can you
just to
Thank
to
you.
include-
That's what I thought. Make a motion for the
a
county attorney
consensus.
to look into this then.
Can I make a motion for the county attorney to look into resolution supporting the Equal Rights Amendment?
Second. Oh, so there.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Belli, seconded by Commissioner Servia to have the county attorney look into this,
Just to look into it.
look into it, to bring it back to us for discussion, so, and he says about us supporting this.
All right.
You
Can I-
got the motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Clerk, okay, I'll open this up for public comment. Yeah, you guys don't dare, do you?
That's right.
It's all men in the audience. That's right.
I double dare you. Come on down, Dale.
Just
Okay.
vote.
Public comment.
I close public comment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes.
All right, next thing, the T-Barter discussion.
Hot dog.
So we can make sure we kind of get back to that. I will let you all know, first of all, T-Barter is coming here. We're gonna have one of our meetings for T-Barter on January the 7th. Wow, on January the 17th. I'm excited about that. I don't think some of the other ones are. And we had a workshop last Friday with the consultant about the vision and what is the directions of T-Barter. And some conversation came up about planning, organizing, funding, and I made a very clear statement from Manatee County's perspective. You know, it's going to be very difficult for us to consider funding, and we're not necessarily sure what our return on investment is going to be. And that kind of got some hairs raised. I did recommend for David to reach out and meet with the rest of the commissioners individually so we can make sure that everybody's on the same page. I do know that there's a lot going on, T-Barter, with state and federal regulations as far as what things that they're trying to get accomplished for transit opportunities. But it's ongoing. But even with that, because of the way the districts are set up with the different counties north, Manatee County is not in those in the pipeline. So
There
I
you
mean,
go.
I think as a
You
county,
just said it.
I just think, and I like all of them there. They're great people.
No, me too.
Yeah, I like all of them there, but we have to be honest that if we're going to take a portion of our taxpayers' dollars, all right, and pour it into T-Barter, we have to make sure we can assure our taxpayers the return on investment. So that's the communication back from the T-Barter. And I've heard from FDOT and some other people since then, but I'd give them opportunity to communicate with you all.
Reggie, you are singing a consistent song. I will tell you, the whole time that I was
years?
there, I told them the same thing. If we don't see some return on our investment, there will not be, desire to stay with the group. And
We've been paying for years.
Absolutely.
we know how important regional transportation is, but if it's just going to be the big dogs getting the funding and the projects, then we don't want to play along. And we know that we were brought along for, in many ways, political reasons.
That's it.
And
Only reason.
we've been good partners, but I appreciate your leadership on this.
And I appreciate, Betsy, you making that comment, because I know you tried for many years.
Return on investment is.
And just to be, I mean, we're coming up on our year anniversary, Misty, and that's the other thing that I wanted to talk about with my town hall meeting. But just being a part of T-Barter is very enlightening. It's a lot. But as a Manatee County Commissioner, I just do not, I'm going to say it. I do not see the benefit.
Go ahead.
I've always said that.
I just don't see I just do not see the benefit.
neither.
And maybe if someone else come along and becomes
Has
the
anyone-
rep for T-Barter.
We
Has
stayed on it because of
anybody had that
Galvano. He
conversation
started
with Bill
it.
Galvano?
Yeah, I have.
That's
I mean, I
reason.
absolutely
That's
have.
ironic.
And
tell you.
T-Barter got a lot of funding this year. Actually, the
Yes.
state did come through for quite a bit of funding. And the question is, when do we get our fair share? I mean, and I know that I've talked to Senator Galvano about this. And of course, there are opportunities for bringing some of these projects down into Manatee County. They've adopted a tax up in Hillsborough County, which is under, I guess it's under review or something. The folks have challenged it to pay for transit projects. And they're trying to get those transit projects going, and that has been the focus. So is there anything in the plan for us to be connected via transit, even if
We
it's?
have to institute a tax to get their attention.
Yeah, and how long is that in the pipeline? I don't know.
And that's the concern, because their funding is all about the counties pointing another potential tax, which obviously no one wants to discuss and no one wants to have to deal with, which puts me in a different level of concern
I know, I
as
thought
far
about
as
that.
where's your funding going to come from then? And some other things that we're talking about in the workshop as far as operating, if we do land from T-Barter perspective, if we do land a contract for whatever the project may be, what role will T-Barter be? Will they just be overseeing it, or will they have the manpower or just contract out and things like that? And that's conversation to be discussed. And I think that's part of the workshop, and we'll have another one coming up, but that's my T-Barter report. My last report, like I was just talking to Misty on, November the 20th will be a year. It will be the county commissioners. And there was an inquiry as far as when would I have my town hall meeting. When I was debating, after I won, I said I wouldn't do it until I've been in a year, so I can at least have some ability to respond and learn and things of that nature. So November the 21st, which is Thursday, I put information out. We'll have our first town hall meeting for District 2 at Pathways Christians, and which is why I really couldn't meet and go down with everybody else, because I had already landed that day for my first town hall meeting. So
Go get them, Reggie.
Great.
we'll see.
Go get them. Betty will be there.
Guys are
Guaranteed.
babies. It seems like you've been here forever, but maybe that's just me.
No, yeah, congratulations. Happy anniversary, you two.
Learning a lot. Learning a lot.
All righty. Moving down the line, I'm going to go to Commissioner Trace.
I just had a quick comment on the DeParta. After our last meeting, I know someone was bringing it up and we were talking about this. I actually saw a T-Barta van in Parrish.
I've never seen
had
one.
Let's live in Parrish then.
It had no people in it. I assume they were lost. I've only seen it once. I'm just,
They were lost.
He must have just moved in.
the interstate must have been closed. I don't know, but they were in Parrish. They didn't look like they knew where they were going, but they were there. I can, or they heist it. I don't know. I'm just saying. Always a possibility.
Probably stolen.
That's funny.
That's all. I mean,
They can come into it. It cannot initiate in District 7.
I almost stopped to ask
but it
him what he
can
was
come.
doing there, but I'm.
A van pool program, the way it is in District 7, it has to, this is my recollection. You guys aren't going to do any better to tell me I'm wrong. But it starts up, as long as it starts in District 7, it can come down into District 1 and go back.
I almost went to ask him what he was doing in Manatee
long as it
County,
starts
but, or, hey, we give you tax money, give me a ride somewhere, but, no, I let him go. Quite a few of us were at the Veterans Parade, and I know some of them went to the ones on the island, and it just, it got me to thinking how much we have going on between now and the end of the year, and it just, we have so many good things in Manatee County. We have a tendency that people come in here and get very upset with us about one or two particular, issues. And as I was sitting there, it was a beautiful day. There were families there. I don't know. And I was just thinking, we all need to remember, we had a kindness challenge going on this week at Manatee County. I don't know that you ought to be challenged to be kind. We just need to remember, we live in where everybody and their brother wants to live. I mean, we're in paradise, and we should take care of it, appreciate it, take care of ourselves, and be kind to each other. And remember, this is the season of giving. We need to just fill those food banks up and just remember that. And I don't know, the Veterans Day always kind of brings me out, and how the people gave the ultimate sacrifice, and we're here to enjoy it. And I just think that's something we really, really need to think about, especially this time of year.
Somebody told me there was a hell of a rendition of the national anthem at the Kiwanis meeting. Did you guys hear that?
Oh, that was you.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was me. I'm sorry, that was me. I'm sorry.
Are we getting ready or what? It's out of
Drive
control.
4 hours.
Actually, Mr. Palmer is outstanding. I really think he should lead us in like a God Bless America if he can do as good as Kate Smith.
Yeah, Kate.
I was kind of wondering why you weren't in Veterans Day with me at Del Webb. You needed you guys there.
Thank you, Commissioner Trace. I think that was a great statement. As we do go, do we have another meeting coming up before?
December 10th.
December
Oh, hey,
10th.
nothing so good for Thanksgiving. That was a very great statement
I
to
don't
make.
think we have anything before Thanksgiving.
I agree with you. We need to be kind, we need to be patient, we need to listen, we need to do what we can as we represent our community. That's what we do. So I appreciate you being a leader in that regard. I'm going to go down and then I'll finish up.
Okay, so I know the hour is late, but this is really important, so I'm going to ask for you guys to listen to me for just a minute. I had a meeting yesterday with Victor Lips, and I know that he's met with at least Betsy and maybe others. He lives in Soleil West. There are 133 families who live there, and if you guys know this area, it's north of University, west of Tuttle. In that new area behind Culver's and ABC Liquor, and they're all that commercial in the front. Okay. So they are currently using potable water to irrigate their lawns. And I think this board has been made aware of it before, but I never really understood the details until my meeting with him. So this is a big problem, okay? The staff here agrees it's a big problem. Everybody agrees it's a big problem, and including Tommy Gregory, who's now involved in this as well. I don't want to go into a lot of the details, but I'll tell you this. It's about a $330,000 problem, and it was the responsibility of the builder developer to do this. It was properly shown on the plans that potable water could not be used for irrigation. It was not built according to that note, although the other side of the argument is that the irrigation plan did not show the irrigation connections to the individual lots, and it should have. So there's all kinds of little mistakes that resulted in this very big problem. But here's what I know. I'm not here to cast blame on anyone, but we've got to find a solution because, number one, we don't want our potable water being used for irrigation. Number two, it's costing these homeowners about $1,000 a year to irrigate. And they were told when they bought their lot in their home that they would be on non-potable water. That was in their HOA docs, their contract. So it was not their fault, but they're stuck with this problem. So I am going to make a motion, please, to request staff to put together kind of just a presentation of what we know about it.
We had this presentation at this board, apparently before you were on it.
That's why it's familiar.
And we need solutions because the
builder.
government has to help people who get into a jam when it's not their fault.
They need
I
to
mean,
sue the builder.
it's
Whoever the builder is, they should sue them. I mean, I think
She's made a motion. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead because you guys know I brought this forward to you. You remember, and I've had discussions with John Barnott.
I don't
So
remember
what
this at
happened?
all.
So what happened in this
you'll remember.
subdivision? They had a standard note on the plan that said the lowest quality water would be used,
yes.
and so the
And potable was prohibited.
correct, meeting our code. So Mark Simpson has responded. There's all kinds of documents on this, Misty. You're being brought in kind of a little bit late to this. So Mark Simpson has been responsive to this, as well as John Barnott. And Mark came down, and we actually changed the code. We actually made a change to the code to make it clear, because what the issue was with this is the individual lots don't have access to the non-potable water, but all of the common areas are served by non-potable water. So that's what happened here. It was interpreted to not mean the individual lots. It was an incorrect interpretation. And we've talked about that with John Barnott. And so John Barnott did a clarification of the code. It was done with one of the code amendments to make it clear that this includes individual lots. So that's how it got missed. But I told them that it didn't matter, that, and this is what I've told the two gentlemen, and I can't remember honestly, the two folks that I've worked with, And they were, in fact, trying to go after the developer, D.R. Horton, I'll be glad to say it, after D.R. Horton, to make them do this, to fix it. And we brought it up, I brought it up on land use stay, on other projects. You know, are we sure that each lot is going to be served by this? But and they wanted to go after the county at one point, and we were told the county does not have the liability of making sure that after we signed off on this, on the plan, saying it met it, that it wasn't built this way. So they were going after, they were meeting with the Attorney General in Florida to try to go after D.R. Horton to make them comply with our code. And so I don't know, Mickey, if you remember this, but this is what I'm going from memory.
I don't remember
So I'm
anything
not
about
sure
this.
that we can do anything further from the county perspective, but I'm interested to hear what your thoughts are.
Okay, so I'd like to revise my motion.
Okay.
Okay? I'd like to revise my motion to say, I'd like for this board to write a letter to D.R. Horton and ask them to please make this situation right. Because D.R. Horton is a big business, a big company, and at the end of the day, if they had $330,000 in profits because they didn't have to put this in, great for them, but bad for my constituents. They don't deserve this.
Nope.
They deserve what they thought they were buying into. This is a problem, and we need to bring it to D.R. Horton's attention and say, please do what your plans say you're going to do. And do the right thing.
Second.
All right, does seconder agrees to the change to the modification of the motion?
You agree with it? I'm afraid I don't want to.
Seconder agrees to the modification of the motion, which was Vanessa, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right?
Any
All right,
discussion?
discussion. Commissioner Trace.
That's just because you seem to know more about it. So what you're saying is the common areas are non-potable. The houses are potable. Do we know who actually did?
What they didn't do is they did not build the system, an irrigation system, a common irrigation system, using a
line.
potable.
So each house has their own
Non-potable.
individual irrigation and they just hooked up to the county water. Is that correct?
Right.
We have potable water flowing through purple lines, which are for reclaimed.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what's happening right now. It should have been reclaimed.
Well, if there's reclaim there,
I don't
though-
think that's true, Misty. I don't think that's true. If that was true, it would be relatively easy.
Easy.
My understanding is there are no lines to the individual houses, that they don't have a central system. I could be wrong on that, but if it was that, because I said, well, what would it take D.R. Horton to fix this? And it's my understanding that D.R. Horton actually did an estimate to try to
Yes,
see about
they did.
fixing this.
Because they thought the county was going to make them do it.
Well, why on, how did, I'm sorry,
Oh,
but I got to go.
So what you're saying is all the common areas are unpotable. Each house is an individual that is hooked up, not to the non-potable, is hooked up to potable water.
Right, because
But there is reused water in
The mediums,
the neighborhood.
right.
I don't know if it's reuse or if it's lake water, to tell you the
Whatever.
truth.
I mean,
am
all right,
not-
non-potable.
That's the first time I've ever heard that there are actually reuse purple lines.
That is what I was told yesterday, that there are purple lines with potable water being flowed through the purple lines.
That's actually, that would be wrong. I mean, just
Let's have
that's.
staff
but-
look at it and tell us what's going
How
on,
could
really.
they not have known?
But, once
Just ask
again,
it.
Look,
yeah,
No,
I
mean,
understand
I
the
understand. I'm just
problem.
trying to get a grasp around it.
I don't, I think we need a correction on that. And I do know that John and Mark both are very, very familiar with this. I would ask, I don't have any problem with Misty asking staff to look into this and bring a report back. I think that makes sense.
I would be more happy with a report back and then write the
Then write
letter
the letter.
instead of just doing this in commissioner comments.
okay.
I mean, personally.
That's fine. So I'll adjust my motion a third time to say, could we please have staff, the motion is have staff come back with a report on this topic and possible solutions for consideration, and at that time, we'll consider whether to write a letter or not to D.R. Horton.
good, I'll support
Fine.
that one. I'll vote for that one.
Okay?
Okay.
I'll be happy with that one myself.
We have a motion, and I think
In a second.
You go with that, Vicki?
our wonderful clerk has got that.
We'll go over it tomorrow.
Okay,
Great.
thank you. fast-moving project. All right, anybody in the public want to speak to this motion? Okay, seeing no one, I'll close public comment. We have a motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes.
I really appreciate
get it,
that.
Misty.
Thank you.
Thank you for
so
taking that
much. And thank you. I really appreciate Priscilla's comments about kindness today and our veterans. And the blog that I write monthly is about to be published, kind of says some of that same stuff. So
good.
look forward to that.
That's good.
Okay.
Is it my turn? I have none because I'm not going to have a place to live after December 12th. And
We
I'm
have
going
a
to-
homeless commission.
I'm going to
Get a house.
look
Oh, my
at a
God.
house in Lakewood Ranch, and I have to be there at 5:15, so I have to
Better
go.
hurry.
All right, well, good luck.
We did. We sold it.
Guy behind my
Sold
son,
it
fast. You move in with him.
All right, I do have something just to remind you all. The county administrator's 6-month evaluation is coming up. It's due, I would, before December 10th. I would suggest that we use the similar format to the port director. Sherry, can you send that all out to us?
Yes.
Who do we send it back to once we fill it
We'll
out?
put instructions to it.
We need a motion?
All right, no, we already have, it was already in her contract. We're just trying to get the
Okay.
specifics down. So you're going to take care of that, make sure we all have it, and we will get it back to her December 10th. I would encourage you all just to maybe look through the contract and see what we're evaluating for.
I know what to do.
All right, or just give her big stars or whatever you want to do.
Yeah,
Okay.
we know. We just did
Kids are on
one.
evaluation day.
Give it to me now. I'll do
All
it.
right. Anything else for the good of the order? That's all I had. Mickey, you got anything for us?
No, ma'am.
Okay, we are adjourned.
All right.
Hey, y'all be safe.
Yeah,
Right,
see ya
too.
in about 4
Yeah, I know. I
hours.
said to Bob I was worried about hitting